Remove the wheels from roller skates and attach them to pieces of wood to create a skateboard. By the 1960s, skateboarding's popularity had grown with the rise of surf culture. Contests were held all over, and the first sponsored skateboarders were beginning to emerge. However, the popularity of skating in the 60s dropped just as fast as it rose. The 1970s brought along one of the most important changes for the skateboarding world, the advent of the urethane wheel, which allowed skaters to ride faster and over rougher types of ground than ever before. In 1976, a horrible drought in Southern California forced most homeowners with backyard swimming pools to drain them, giving way to the birthplace of pool skating. This was the first major shift in how people rode their skateboards. No longer were they limited to the abysmal flat grounds of parking lots and sidewalks. The 1980s were a time of renaissance in skateboarding. People were constantly inventing new tricks, pros were earning unheard of amounts of money, and skateboarder-owned companies were thriving. The favorable terrain for most of this era was vert, and even though there was a high level of progression occurring, to the untrained eye, skateboarding had gone stale and the popularity once again fell flat. This lull in skateboarding led to the introduction of street skating, which brings us into the 1990s. Skating during this era was at its most raw. Skaters took to the streets to find new terrain, abandoning traditional skate parks for something that felt more natural and could be done anywhere by anyone. This meant skating things that occur almost anywhere, like sets of stairs, handrails, benches, curbs, and just about anywhere four wheels can roll. From there, skateboarding has been on a non-stop uphill climb to what it is today. At its core, skateboarding has
Welcome to the wide world of esports, a show devoted to all things esports. I'm your host, Catherine Knorr. Today, my guest is Elliot Oreskovic, Executive Co-Director of United States Esports Association. Our topic is U.S. Esports Association, pioneering esports development in the U.S. So, Elliot, it's great to have you here.
No, it's great to be on.
All right. So it was wonderful meeting you at Esports Next in Chicago. And I actually wasn't aware of your association. So tell us about it.
Yeah. So, as we all now know, the United States Esports Association, founded in 2018, but things really started kicking off in 2020. Originally, the organization was founded to do like AAU style amateur development. Since 2018, that was not a thing. I mean, it still isn't really a thing now, if we're being honest. Though there are local examples that do exist. Around 2021, 2022, we started to move away from that, and then now we're just focused on charitable stuff, that no one else really wants to do, which I'm sure we'll talk about.
All right. Fantastic. So, how would you describe the association's role and influence in esports?
Yeah, I mean, so this gets into the like programmatic stuff right now. Um, so right now our two main like priority areas are ecological sustainability and then national security more broadly, though climate change is now a national security concern. Um, on the ecological sustainability side, we are involved in the Sports for Climate Action framework. And we're the only, I think we're still the only esports organization on the Race to Zero. Both of those are coordinated by the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change Secretariat. So just the people that do climate change stuff at the UN level. Um, Within the US, sort of the focus there is on getting people to start contributing towards national estimates of esports, what's called Scope 2 emissions. So, like how much energy are you using, and then because of that, what is the uh, cost to the, in this case, to the climate, um, through primarily carbon dioxide, since it's a little harder to do all the other gases. Um, but estimates are estimates, so it's just a matter of having a formula to do it and getting hours. And then on the national security side, sort of the focus is on starting the question or starting the conversation, and then asking the questions that need to be asked. The United States has not played, as significant of a role in global esports development as, you probably would have predicted 20, 30 years ago, just from where we were at in general. And then also within like the game development space. And just because it's a big economy, you'd imagine that we'd have some sort of sizable influence. Again, that's not been the case. And then as the economy has struggled after the pandemic, even during the pandemic, um, even domestic development is kind of difficult. And because of that, then we have to balance the two issues of, um, first, how are we going to stack up globally? And then more importantly, how are we going to do things at home? So those two things,
Right.
but again,
It's
programmatic for the one, conversation starting for the other.
it's sort of, going back to the climate change issue and efforts to be carbon neutral. It's kind of interesting to me on the one hand that esports is electronic, meaning that you're using electricity, you're using a lot of energy, like in order to have events, in order to just play, you have to have energy, internet. So it seems to me that there is an impact. On the other hand, esports is by nature it can be done remotely. So there's arguably less travel than there would be for other sports. How does all that weigh out, and how do you approach this issue in light of those?
Um, yeah, I mean, honestly, so that makes it even more difficult. Um, because when they're having the conversation, and they, I mean, the group of people, globally that are doing this, um, when you're having this kind of a conversation with the traditional sports federations, and then like the private companies that actually do all of the real work, it's a lot easier to say, okay, we have 4 events per year. Those events are the only time that we are really responsible for sizable emissions. Therefore, we focus all of our efforts on, like sustainable procurement, or dealing with fan travel and making sure that that's not going to be too much of an issue, diverting fans away if that's going to be a problem. Um, because esports doesn't need that uh, in order to function reasonably well. Obviously, it's not perfect. I would even argue at times it's not good. Um, because it doesn't require that, we now have to deal with the reality of, okay, well, there isn't really a template for what you do with an industry that works that way, except for tech. But it's not really tech. Uh, Obviously, it intersects, but there are still sports influences. And it turns out, dealing with just scope 2 emissions within an industry where we don't have any meaningful coordination. Collaboration is, if it exists, it's not very mature, and it needs to become that. But if it doesn't exist, which is the case for the larger game developers and IP holders, it makes it very difficult to persuade tournament organizers who are doing the in-person events, the limited ones, that this is something they should focus on. And then the final step to that is, even when we have, those esports events that are in person in the US, obviously the bigger ones, those are still held like at traditional stadiums. Um, we don't have, the kind of infrastructure to support large scale esports or dedicated esports venues across the country, at least like we can for traditional sports. So if the traditional sports industry isn't going to do their part for the in person and the venue stuff, which they don't do, progress is made, but it's not, enough. We run into that barrier, plus obviously the scope 2 stuff. But it all just comes down to the fact that it's decentralized and there isn't a lot of collaboration and coordination, which makes all of this, you know, estimates. And it's just a matter of how good is the estimate going to be and how much hand waving are we going to have to do to guess how significant the United States contributions are.
Sure. And moving on to another question, and this is something that has been a big deal in the esports um, arena for quite a while, and that is, what ways does your association support or regulate competition within esports?
Yeah, so from very early on, because of the name and we used to be involved in the Global Esports Federation for 2 years. So as we were going out and having conversations with people in the amateur community, which is where we all kind of came from, collegiate as well, there was always the issue of not wanting to be seen as a governing body, quote unquote, because at the time, and this was 2020, 2021, that was still a bad word in the US for whatever reason. Now I think people are starting to get over that. Uh, and there are a lot of colleges that are more than happy, to collaborate and to send their players to GEF and IESF events. Um, but again, at the time, that was an issue for us. So we made the conscious decision just so that we had something that was strategically viable um, long term for us to move away from that as a dedicated like programmatic focus. So now all the competition stuff that we do is with primarily the Amateur Esports Association, which is another 501c3 in the US. They do basically AAU stuff. So what the USCA was originally founded to do, they've done it and they do it successfully. So they have the estimate, it varies by the time of year, but it's like between 40 and 60 in-person venues that they work with. Uh, some are independent, some are franchised, and through them they make all of the competition happen. So with the relationship that we have with that organization, um, you know, well, one, we're able to start doing in a meaningful way the ecological sustainability programming, and because they have a sizable chunk of a specific demographic, and of course the in-person part, we're able to make that happen, and then long term move towards voluntarily getting people to start to standardize things. Um, and then that obviously is going to have competition consequences. Um, if we're going to say, hey, you need to like tone down how long these computers are on all day, especially if they're not being used, etc. Um, we are still like, again, we don't want to be seen, sort of as a sanctioning body or governing body because that doesn't really need to be needed. Um, so over time, the goal is to, soft introduce that sort of thing with a very cooperative and collaborative and voluntary, ultimately, focus. So that's kind of where we are with that. It is still a core part of what the long term version of the USCA needs to be, but time exists, unfortunately.
So my background is with USA Triathlon. So I have a lot of experience in different roles in a national governing body of sport. So one of the roles of that traditional sport governing body is to address issues of doping. And I know computer doping, and there's different ways that people can cheat in esports. Are you doing anything to address those kind of issues?
So the level of competition like that we're tangential to isn't where doping would be like addressed normally. So we're talking, I don't know, nine, maybe not nine. I think 12 to 13 and then 15. It's like 12 to 15-year-olds is what the
Mm,
AAA tends to work with.
yeah.
Um, and then we do have a relationship with the NECC, uh, and that's college. Um, so and they already all follow NCAA or NAIA rules, just
Mhm,
because they
mm.
have to. I don't even think that'd be something we try to touch because none of us are competent in doing that. I'm aware it's a thing that should probably be addressed long term, but especially trying to do it within an esports context, it's like, okay, well, what are we really targeting here and why? And is this like an adequate use of resources? And should this be the focus, or should we be focusing on other forms of cheating uh, that are more prevalent? And then betting's influence, I would say, would be another
Sure.
area. But that's I'm not the person for that.
And I'm sure that when those things come to light as being problems, then those things would be potentially addressed. But until they are problems that you're seeing that are being raised and brought to your attention, then maybe it isn't so important. But do you think that U.S. Esports Association will ultimately be part of the U.S. Olympic Committee, like traditional sports governing bodies are?
So we actually, and this goes back to when we were in the GEF. As we were leaving, we were sort of maturing and revisiting our bylaws, and we, in order to have a hard statement that we are not trying to do, the governing role, we actually baked it into our uh, governing documents that we're not supposed to be even asking, for that kind of participation or recognition. Um, so unless there was a governance level like change in perception about what the USEA should be doing and what the role is, I'd say no. Um, and this, coincides just with a larger focus of moving away from competition per se to doing the charitable stuff surrounding it. Obviously, in the context of the USOPC, those overlap, but where we are right now with esports, they don't, unfortunately. So we chose to focus on the one, and then with partners do the other.
So, what is your background that led you to be in this position?
Yeah. So I graduated with a BBA in marketing from Cleveland State. I'm in Cleveland, so I just went to the local university. I graduated with a BBA in 2020, and I just graduated with an MBA. Somewhere along the line, I did a year of master's level econ for whatever reason. I got halfway through it. I did all of the hard math, and then I was like, "Yeah, I don't want to do that ever again." Uh, and the university was paying for it, so I just said, "Whatever, we'll do something else." Moving out of my undergrad, I was looking for something to do that would eventually transition into a career. At that time, I was just doing student employment with specifically working at the writing center. So, undergrad all the way through professor level writing. I was very good at it, but that's not a sustainable career. Unfortunately, it should be. It'd be cool if it were. I came across the USEA just because I was looking for an organization that was in esports and it was doing something interesting. Not not initially as a career avenue, uh, but as a side thing that I was doing with a buddy. We were actually organizing competitions in the local, or in not in the local, but at the amateur level for Rainbow Six Siege, and we were always looking to have a more holistic version of competition. Um, and we tried to talk to the IESF at the time, and that wasn't a conversation that was being had. Uh, so the USEF had, or the not the USEF, the USEA had good enough SEO at the time that it came up in a Google search. I saw that they were taking interns. I was like, all right, I'll do this for a summer, uh, and then go do something more interesting. And then it turns out that what was more interesting was just running it long term. So got into it completely by accident. I didn't even get into esports, intentionally. A buddy called me up one day. He was doing an entrepreneurship competition for his college, and he's like, "Hey, I need you to just make up some finances." I'm like, "Okay, sure." Like that's easy enough to do. And what it was for a local esports lounge. Um, that was 2018. So things just kind of snowballed accidentally. And then now, I'm here advocating for things.
Right. And then you started, your organization was formed fairly close before the pandemic. And so, how did the COVID-19 pandemic impact your organization?
Um, I mean, I'm still not entirely sure. The everything that we did to grow it initially was done during the pandemic. And then as we were coming out of the pandemic, that's really when like we started to have the specific focus we do now. So it was a lot of trial and error. Luckily, we had the op we had the opportunity to do things that weren't going to work long term. Um, and because of that, now we have something that I'm at least comfortable putting time and effort into, and I think the rest of the organization agrees. Um, I think one of the other things that did help, if anything, from growing the organization during the pandemic was that was also when a lot of other organizations were doing the same thing. And being on the nonprofit side of it, that was and remains a small subset of people who are doing esports across the country. So, there's a lot of people you just know because they were very accessible, 2, 3, 4 years ago. And then now it's a little more intimidating, I would imagine, to try to reach out. But at the time, it was like, yeah, just email them or Discord, talk on Discord because that's what everyone's doing. And as the industry professionalizes, I'm sure that won't remain a thing. Um, but I think that was probably the most profound impact, and luckily it was positive.
Sure. So, is USCA doing anything regarding diversity and inclusion?
So it's fantastic you bring that up. We way back when we did try to do DEI, um, specific DEI programming, but again, that was when we were totally uh, competition focused. So now that we're not doing that, that was not in the initial sort of rollout of things. Moving it towards the end of this year, we want to we want to bring on in at least one intern paid. Luckily, we have the opportunity to do that now, which I'm happy with. To start doing a I can't say the name because we haven't started publishing it yet. But basically to do DEI stuff, focusing on the LGBTQ community within esports. Obviously, there are organizations that do it. Uh, you know, like that's what the organization does. Um, but mixing it with the other work that we do, again with the partners that we have, is kind of the focus. So TLDR, yes, we just haven't announced it. So unfortunately, I don't have specifics, and I don't want to give away our marketing.
So, you noted that you're a nonprofit. Are there entities that are members of your association, or how do you raise money to operate?
That's a wonderful question. We do not have members. That was also one of the big shifts. Originally, that we did have a membership component, um, and then I think probably close to 100% of our funding right now is through a grant with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security under their Targeted Violence and Terrorism Prevention Program, which for that we are developing and then implementing a national esports honor society in partnership with the NECC, the National Esports Collegiate Conference. So upskilling colleges to have more holistic programming, specifically targeting media and information literacy, professional development, community and civic engagement, and then peer and intergenerational mentoring. So you don't have to, as a college who probably got into esports because you saw it as a way to make money, um, whether directly or indirectly, you don't have to be worrying about how you're going to offer like a sustainable holistic program long term. That is kind of what the point of that program is, and luckily the DHS agreed that that was a thing that would advance their grant goals.
So, I previously mentioned my experience with USA Triathlon, and one of the ways that they operate is that um, if a race wants to be a USAT certified race, they essentially what they get out of it by paying the fee is they get insurance. And so it's kind of, I almost call it an insurance program. Have you ever thought of doing something where you're providing the benefit of insurance to events through certification?
I mean, that's not the insurance part specifically, but we have, I mean, right now we're talking with the AEA about what that would look like, to roll out as a larger, hey, let's bring everyone together kind of program. Especially since they've done it successfully with dedicated in-person venues. Um, it's not something I think we would do right now. And then again, for like the insurance part, we're not competent in doing that. So we would need to find people, who one that we trust and then two are competent to do it. Um, I think that just kind of depends on a lot of other factors that we're not even like concerned with primarily. So I'd say if it comes up as an opportunity that we can like meaningfully contribute to, cool. Um, but I don't think it would be something that we would pump a lot of time and effort into. Um, yeah, mainly again because that's well beyond what anybody in the organization is competent doing.
I think if there are losses or issues that make insurance a bigger deal for the sport, I think that that could occur. Like cyber attacks could ultimately mean that there's a need for cyber insurance, and that and who would provide that, and would an association provide it? Those kind of things I could see would might trigger that, but I can see where that isn't a thing right now. So what do you see
Yeah,
the Oh, go ahead.
well, so I mean, it is also like an interesting, totally unrelated, and I'm not a financial person, but it is an interesting question of what esports insurance would even mean. Um, or what that would be, what would meaningfully actually do something in this context that's like comprehensive enough to entice organizations to want to participate to then benefit from. Within the traditional sports context, I think it's a little more clear,
Mhm.
um, which is why it exists and because it
Right.
is like a real everyday concern. But within esports, it's like, what are you going to do? Combine 5, 6, 7 different packages together, and then somehow try to sell that like at an affordable rate? Again, I'm not an insurance person, so I don't know. But I would imagine, just from having to deal with insurance personally, and then for organizations that that's already complex enough on its own. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are people who know insurance that would have a better answer, but it's not something that I see the finance industry or the finance sector touching. And, esports organizations, I mean, most I don't think are specifically calling for it. Do you need insurance? In my amateur opinion, 100% insurance is probably a good thing. Is it affordable for most people? Absolutely not. Which would be another, you know, barrier. Which to the earlier point, having an organizational membership benefit where you're not paying the entire actual cost of it would be beneficial, but all of those other issues that we're not competent to answer and I'm not also competent to answer kind of make that a large open question. But it is
So
interesting.
so how can viewers find your organization? What's your tell us about that.
Yeah. So we do like all of our stuff is on the website. So esportsus.org. The Twitter is also relatively active at official_USEA. I'd say the website is the most comprehensive version of public facing stuff.
Thank you, Elliot. I really appreciate it. Great job today.
Yeah. No, it's been great to talk with you.
All right. So thank you to our viewers for joining us today. Join us in 2 weeks. My guest will be Noelle Chrisio Naylor, Jennifer um, Ahrens, and Peter Dubrow of Stockton University. See you then.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Rail, It's Finally Halfway Here. The Star Advertiser has a very nice piece about the opening of the rail coming in the next few days. It's a nice video, nicely done by Diane Lee there, with a new animated logo for the newspaper. It shows us pictures of the trains and the stations and the hypothetical passengers, and in its own way, it's kind of inviting. It makes you want to try the rail, even after all the controversy over the years since Moofy manhandled us into it, and even after paying the gross excise tax surcharge all these years. The video is informative and worth watching, but hardly seems like news, more like an infomercial to popularize the project among potential riders. But questions remain. Who in fact will ride it? It won't be open at night, and that will create a problem for many people. It doesn't stop at the airport, and it won't be useful for local people or visitors coming and going. It stops halfway at Halava, which is nowhere for most commuters. They say there are charging stations and bus transfer connections there, but it sounds pretty humbug for those going to and from the central business district. What about the rest of the way? Not for a while, I guess. We all know that the hardest part is from Halava to town, with all the unresolved easement and demolition problems and expenses along the way. It will cost many millions more to bring it to Ala Moana, much less Waikiki or the university. Do we have the money? Hold on your wallets, everyone, but don't hold your breath. Of course, there will be a blush of excitement with those who want to ride something new and shiny. But will they stay and give up the convenience of driving? Not clear. Or will this rather be a huge white elephant that most people don't want and won't use, but which will cost much, much more going forward? Ridership or not, budget-breaking costs or not, one thing is clear. This will be a subject of further discussion and probably also contention, and it will have a huge effect on our city and our quality of life on this island. Stand by for the rail, finally, and for lots of issues about it. Certainly, there are many more videos and news stories to come. After all, this long-awaited project still has the other half to go. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Good evening, Agent. Your mission is to take down the evil Dr. Ogma. Here's the rundown on tonight's cyber attack at Ogma HQ. It's simple. Gain access, spread the computer virus, destroy the data. Your destination is the application room, located at the core of the building. There is only one way in. First, climb through the Wi-Fi tunnel to the entry portal. hide yourself in the incoming mail. There may be security guards on duty, but they seldom check. Once you're in the storeroom, wait until the right moment to attack. Your friendly disguise should protect you from being noticed. And the antivirus system is out of date, so you should slip past easily. Next, find the application center and do your work quickly. Install the virus. You may find the computer password protected, but you can usually see the password written down nearby or make an easy guess. Once installed, the virus will spread immediately. Get out before anyone notices. Good luck. I look forward to your update.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Local Voting is Now a National Experience. It isn't just that we vote in our local elections. Given the national news and media we get from and about candidates around the country, we need to spend at least a little time finding out who they are and what they stand for, and for that matter, how we can help the ones we like. Let's do a case study. Let's suppose you don't like Ted Cruz, a Republican candidate for re-election to the Senate from Texas, because you've seen all of the destructive things he's done and the outrageous right-wing positions he's taken throughout his political career. The first thing is to check out his platform positions and see what he's about. A quick Google shows that he's a, quote, movement Republican supporting Donald Trump, wants to abolish the IRS, opposes abortion and favors the death penalty, and opposes Obamacare, gun control, same-sex marriage, marijuana, net neutrality, immigration reform, vaccine mandates, and climate change. What a package. From where we stand, it's really hard to like Ted Cruz or to think he should be re-elected to the U.S. Senate. So let's do a quick check to see who his Democratic opponents are. One is Colin Allred, a 3-term congressman, civil rights lawyer, and former NFL player, considered an underdog. No Democrat has won statewide office in Texas in 30 years, although Cruz only narrowly beat Beto O'Rourke in 2018 in what was a strong Democrat midterm election cycle. If you like Allred, you can check out his platform and send him some money at colinallred.com. The other one is Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez, a San Antonio Democrat. Gutierrez gained attention during the last legislative session in Texas for his push for gun control following the mass shooting in Uvalde that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. His bills, however, never got a hearing in the GOP-controlled state Senate. If you like Gutierrez, you can check his platform and send him some money at rolandfortexas.com. Maybe you don't care about this because these contenders are thousands of miles away in Texas. But we really do need to care about them and all the contenders in all the Senate races, because if the Senate, now closely Democratic, should flip to Republican, it will have a horrendous effect on confirmation of federal judges and make the Supreme Court even more useless than it is. If you care about these things, you need to study up on the races in Texas and other states too, and vote with your credit card by sending money to the candidates you like. Sure, you could fly to Texas and go door to door, but it's much more practical and efficient to go on the internet and send money to the candidates you select. So in our case, study on this. If you don't want Cruz, you can vote against him by giving some money to either Allred or Gutierrez and hope that that will help. You've done what you could, even though you're thousands of miles away from Texas. This is the world we live in today. No one can deny that politics in America is no longer just local. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Local Voting is Now a National Experience. Aloha.
climate is more unpredictable.
Hawaii had its hottest year in 2019.
Drought is affecting our local food sources.
What can we do?
We can shift our energy use from evening peak hours to midday when more renewable energy is on the grid. Doing laundry or cooking during the day lets us use more clean energy, like solar. The power to change is in our hands. Learn more at hawaiianelectric.com/power to change.
Thanks so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And please check out our website, that's thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Make No Mistake, the Government is Not Functioning. Mitch McConnell never did allow the appointment of Merrick Garland to come to the floor of the Senate, so Garland was never confirmed for the Supreme Court. What's wrong with this picture? That's not what's supposed to happen. Is McConnell less politicized today? The GOP members of Congress are in lockstep to stop everything that Joe Biden wants to do, even if it is clearly good for the country. There are very few exceptions. What's wrong with this picture? As a result, Congress can't get anything done and is not addressing any of the issues facing the country. Soon enough there will be another struggle on federal funding, and the GOP members of Congress will refuse to fund the government unless the Democrats give them what they want. This is not the way it's supposed to work, and it will make the U.S. a laughingstock, again. Our unfavorite Senator Tommy Tuberville is still holding up confirmation of hundreds of military promotions until he gets what the GOP wants. That's not the way it's supposed to work. In the meantime, Tuberville is undermining our national defense, destroying morale, and setting a really bad precedent. The GOP members of Congress are not funding the Internal Revenue Service. This is also not the way it's supposed to work. It's undermining the ability of the federal government to collect taxes, especially due from the wealthy, and thus the ability of the federal government to function in general. The Supreme Court is a train wreck. It is completely politicized and inexcusably corrupted. The conservative majority does not care about the welfare of the people or the country, and as a result the people and the country no longer trust the court or the federal judiciary. Trump did his level best to handicap the federal agencies in order to aggrandize his power, including the national intelligence, public health, and law enforcement agencies. For reasons not clear, Joe Biden has not been able to restore competent management and public confidence in a number of these agencies. While Joe Biden speaks of democracy and the rule of law, he is not strong enough to deal with the challenges of managing this non-functional government. This is not likely to change before Election Day, and Biden's inability to deal with these things will seriously undermine his campaign. The Republicans are therefore likely to get what they want: governmental chaos. Trump will use that to his benefit, and so will his followers, indictments or not. The people and the country, of course, will be at an increasing risk of national collapse. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. COVID is not the only infection Trump gave us. He gave us a whole phenomenon of infection, a package of sick positions. He built this base out of disaffected people, tens of millions. We saw COVID grow to a pandemic under him. It was part of his search for chaos. History shows that autocrats need chaos to enhance their power. He gave us a country divided on COVID, on medicine, on science, where millions acted against their own interest, refused masks and medicines that would have saved their lives. His legacy is a whole package of sick positions like that. He has fomented racism and hatred, bigotry and violence, immigration policies that tear children from their parents, inhumane bans on abortion, fighting like hell against gun control that would protect our children at school, ignoring climate change, undermining voting rights and representative government, calling for people to deny the rule of law even though denying the rule of law makes their lives much worse. Is it that Trump's base all agree on all these issues? No way. People do not come to him in agreement on these issues. He reaches them on, say, one of them, perhaps one based on racism, hatred, or bigotry. They come to him on that because they are disaffected and envious of others they consider more fortunate. Then they join Trump's madness and accept everything in his package, even if that is against their interest. Perhaps they are religious, captured by Catholic or other dogma on abortion, like the Latinos who have joined him. Perhaps they believe women should be subjugated and should not have rights, especially the right of choice. Trump reaches them on that basis, and they join his misogyny and accept all the points in his package. Of course he has charisma and that makes it easier for him. He has become a cult figure who rewards his followers for loyalty and punishes them for a lack of it. This solidifies the package, and they find themselves buying mindlessly into everything. It's a loss of free will, and it's a tragic irrationality for them and for the country. Guns are another example. Many people have perverse psychological needs to have guns, including assault rifles they will never use for any legitimate purpose. But Trump, the NRA, and his Citizens United dark money, result in a Faustian bargain, and voila, the fetishists are his, and the school shootings continue unabated around the country. This money and the disregard of public safety brings them to him, even though we really don't need 400 million guns for a make-believe militia. What we get are people who join up to fondle their guns and who wind up buying the whole package of destructive issues calculated only to corrupt us and destroy our safety and security. All these things are connected by a common denominator of disaffection. People who don't care about others, people who need empowerment, people who need to deny the realities of medicine and climate change to feel adequate. People who need a cult figure. He brings them in on one thing that helps them cope with their inadequacies, and they buy it all, every issue he sends their way. Like a good demagogue, he sells them the whole case of snake oil, and they buy it. He whips them up to feel togetherness on January 6th. When we asked them why they came that day, they didn't say they came for abortion, gun control, climate change, or voting legislation. They said they came for Trump. Because he told them to come. The rest of the package comes naturally. What they said tells you everything. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
We live in a country of increasing gun violence. Most people are astounded that we have so much gun violence. But the gun manufacturers and the NRA want it that way. The Republicans want it that way. Trump's base wants it that way. Congress apparently also wants it that way. The most outrageous gun violence takes place day after day and week after week in this country, and they do nothing. The Supreme Court is dedicated to making things worse. The will of the people means nothing. But there's more. There's the media and its sidekick friend, the movies. The media reports heavily and continually on every incident of gun violence, publicizing it day after day and effectively glorifying the shock of it. It definitely sells ads, you see. And there's a kind of blur between the raw meat news reporting on gun violence incidents and the movie industry. Yes, that includes all of Hollywood, and for that matter, the copycat Hollywoods making American-like movies around the world. And of course the enormous number of stay-at-home COVID cable movies into which Netflix and Prime are pouring billions of capital investment. Turn on the TV, and you won't have to wait even for seconds before you see the characters, good and bad, shoot each other. The good guys shooting the bad, and the bad guys shooting the good, the Bonnie and Clyde anti-heroes shooting everyone else, for their perverse sense of justice or vengeance, for the technology and phallic power of today's guns. Gun violence through the movie. Every scene, if not every frame, people threatening, shooting, dying, and being ripped apart by ever more powerful guns. We watch, and that is on us. Why we watch is another bizarre question. Fascination with the magic of modern medicine that can save us even when our insides are blown apart. Awe in the face of the technology inherent in ghost guns and assault rifles that can kill hundreds before anyone can stop them. We sit on our potato couch day after day, enjoying the hate, the vengeance, the violence, all arguably protected by the First and Second Amendment. All things considered, our non-action is really insane. There's no immediate answer, but maybe one solution is to take a fresh look at the use of guns in our public entertainment and try to get some kind of rational handle on that.
This is a ThinkTech commentary, dealing with the question of whether Putin can come back. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this commentary. Can Putin come back? For now, probably. But he'll have to work at it. He is clever and retributive enough to deal with the current loss of face, but it remains possible, if not likely, that what has happened will undermine his long-term ability to retain control, and will make him more vulnerable and more dangerous in dealing with other threats that will arise for him in the future. We don't know exactly how, but we do know that things in Russia have changed. Certainly, the insurrection has damaged Putin at home. His relationships with the generals, the oligarchs, and the bureaucracy were profoundly affected as they watched the Prigozhin and Wagner Group march on Moscow. Although the Russians who have remained in Russia have been reluctant to speak against him, it is likely that many of them, especially those who have lost their children in his inexplicable war, now question him, damage control propaganda, or not. But what are his options? Will he be able to repair the damage? Should we be concerned about the things he will do to escape his embarrassment? We know he will do lots of propaganda on state TV. He will develop a dangerous new friendship with Prigozhin and the Wagner Group. He will buy off or jail oligarchs who might question him. He will initiate more false charges against those he sees as adversaries. He will persecute scapegoats wherever he can find them. He will terrify everyone, perhaps even more than before. Putin's reputation has also been further damaged in the international community, where he doesn't have the same control as at home. He will try to reconnect with autocratic allies like China that may now have less confidence in him. He will do everything he can to get our attention and to recover and project power on the world stage. That includes doing unthinkable things in Ukraine like threatening a nuclear catastrophe at Zaporizhzhia, just as he did by blowing up the Kakhovka Dam, and by repeatedly attacking civilian targets to show he is still in charge, and still out of control. There's no doubt that Putin will continue to foment unrest in the countries of Europe, including France and in the United States, to fragment our political will. Remember, Prigozhin was Putin's social media disinformation chief, who helped him support Trump in 2016. Putin will also give the Wagner Group open license to continue its war crime operations in Africa, the Middle East and Central Asia, and in the process to have us all forget about the insurrection, and to distract and defer us from providing the necessary support for Ukraine. The bottom line is that the insurrection in Russia has changed things profoundly, in ways we don't yet know. So we should be watching what Putin does, and how all of this could affect Russia, Europe, Asia and the United States. Of course, we'll continue to cover the story going forward, so stay tuned for more. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. And thanks for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Aloha.
Are masks over now? Like fidget spinners and the Macarena? Definitely not. You should still wear a mask if you're over 65, immunocompromised, unvaccinated, at high risk because of your health, or a caregiver. It also makes sense to mask up anytime you're indoors around lots of people, like concerts, stores, offices, restaurants, and medical facilities. To mask or not to mask, learn more at ourbestshothawaii.org.
Hi, I'm Rusty Komori, and this is Beyond the Lines on ThinkTech Hawaii. I was the head coach of the Punahou School boys varsity tennis team for 22 years, and we were fortunate to win 22 consecutive state championships. This show is based on my books, Beyond the Lines and Beyond the Game, and it's about leadership, inspiration, and creating a superior culture of excellence. My special guest today is the president of Finance Insurance. He is Joy Barua, and today we are going beyond leadership. Hey, Joy, welcome to Beyond the Lines.
Hello, Rusty. Great to be here, and thanks for having me on the show, and really enjoyed your books, and looking forward to sharing the wisdom, what I learned, and how it touched me. And yeah, I mean, it's just amazing to be here with you this morning.
Joy, you have been very successful in every company that you've been with, but I want to first ask you if you can share a bit about your background.
Sure. So I'm originally from Bangladesh, and when I was about 9 years old in third grade, I was fortunate enough to get the scholarship to attend a British boarding school, and then high school in Japan, international school, and of course, after that, came to Hawaii, where I pursued my higher education concurrently while also dabbling in different sectors, whether it be a nonprofit, where I worked in for about 15 years or so in that sector. And then, of course, healthcare for about a little over 10 years, and public sector, and of course, now at Finance Insurance. And so I've been all over the place. I also concurrently was a lecturer for the MBA program at Hawaii Pacific University. And so that's me in a nutshell. I mean, as you can tell, I've been, all over the place, and Hawaii's been home for nearly 3 decades. And so I think in many ways, I'm sort of multidisciplinary, multi-sectoral, and multinational in some ways.
Oh, that's great to hear, Joy. And Joy, I want to ask you, in your early years personally, what's a big adversity you faced?
Wow, that's a great question. And it's great only because as I'm sort of thinking, there are many adversities, so to speak, that I came across, and they have all been sort of the learning incubator, the elementary school of kind of learning how to embrace failure as a way to sort of get to success. And one in particular that comes to mind, when I was working in the nonprofit sector back in the 90s, my first job, it was very, as you know, nonprofits, we have to fundraise to further our mission, but also to grow as an organization. So one of the projects that we worked on at that time was the Culinary Business Incubator, which took about $5 million to raise. Initially, we were very much discouraged by all the funders that we approached. They just, in a nutshell, kept telling us that it couldn't happen, and that was the reason why they couldn't give us funding. And so it took about 5 years. I wish it took lesser. And, both emotionally as well as being a leader in my formative years, doing fundraising and trying to pitch the mission to socially conscious stakeholders was pretty difficult. And you have to keep in mind that when you have different stakeholders, there were a lot of no's that it took us before we got to the yes. And so, one of the things that resonated with me in your book is about how, the importance of being persistent. As a leader, you have to stand out. And so we kept that sort of front and center in many ways as I'm reflecting for us to get to success. So in terms of success, we're able to create 120 business startups in about a year and a half. That also created, through this project, 250 jobs. Imagine the economic impact we created. But earlier on, it was very discouraging, if you will, every time. I mean, to get to one yes, we had to go through 20 no's. And to keep at it is what drove me. And I'll tell you that there were times, I'll admit, it was very discouraging where I at times thought that maybe we're not onto something great here. Maybe it's not possible. But at the end of the day, it wasn't so much the idea that was that didn't have merit. It was more about how we perceived the idea. And so it required a lot of persistence, re-engaging with the funders, asking them their no's and getting to that yes. And as you know, it was more of an art than a science. And so I'm really proud when I look back. That is one particular project that really is a lesson that I look back at when I go through adversity right now to remind myself that, hey, it is a game of patience. It is a game of persistence. It is a game of standing out. And I'm glad that I went through it because I'm able to look back and say, hey, that's what it took for me to be where I am today.
Well, definitely, when you overcome adversities, it makes you a better person. It makes you stronger. It makes you tougher, smarter. And Joy, I want to ask you if you can tell me about finance insurance.
Sure. Finance Insurance is an insurance agency. We are one of the largest and among the largest, if you will, and a growing agency at it. We've been around for almost 50 years now. We have about a little over 30 staff, also 30 agents. We operate statewide, and we offer a lot of choices by way of carrier choices, the insurance companies. A little over 100 of them that we offer. Our agents are who we value because they're essentially small businesses that are out there trying to sell insurance and also promote it in such a way that there is that element of choice. As you know, here in Hawaii, the cost of living is so high and everything is more expensive, relatively speaking, than any other place in the US. And so we take that to heart to see how we can help people, ultimately the insured, to have choices so that they are able to afford insurance that is very much needed. In terms of our product offering, we offer personal lines product like your home, your car, your personal belongings, and so forth, but also commercial insurance and specialty insurance. So we do all sorts of insurance from A through Z, if you will, and I'm proud of my team and our statewide presence. And for us to have grown tremendously just over the past year and a half or so, to where we're able to recruit 10 agents and to perpetuate history in terms of what this agency is all about. As we like to say, we exist to provide options and to provide protection for people. It's assurance that you need when you realize that you're able to afford it as well in a way and via the choices that you have. So I'm really proud of my team and the work we do.
Oh, for sure. And you guys, you've been making such a great impact in our Hawaii community. And Joy, I want to ask you about Russell Lau. Russell Lau is the chairman of Finance Factors family of companies. What do you admire most about Russell?
The difficult thing is to name one because there are so many points of admirations that I always sort of credit to him. If there was one that I would pick out or be selective about, and this is more personal for me, is he's very warm-hearted. He's very warm-hearted, yet very intentional. And by that, what I mean is that he's authentic in his own unique way. He's always willing to hear and listen. And even though he realizes that this is a company that we've been in business for over 70 years, and we did celebrate our 70th anniversary last year, he's very open to change and looking at ways, how do you sort of use the wisdom and the legacy of our past, because we have had successes, many successes, and how do we intertwine that with the opportunities that we have that are before us? And so in that, he speaks with conviction and passion, and he never shies away. And if I may poke a little fun here, I mean, Russell is a finance guy, but he knows how to bring fun to finance in such a way that for me personally, I find it very engaging and encouraging. So, and we do share jokes and, throw a little punch here and there, all in the good spirit of, just a tribute to a great individual and a professional that I deeply admire.
I completely agree with you, Joy. Russell is a great man. He's super fun, super smart. And Joy, I want to ask you if you can share more about the Finance Factors family of companies, because Russell's daughter, Jen, is the EVP and his son-in-law, Rob, is the president of Finance Factors. And if you can just share a bit more.
Sure, absolutely. So as I mentioned, we've been around for 70 plus years, 71st year this year. We originally started as the bank side was the first. And at that time, we provided financing options for those that could not afford. And so whether it was financing pots and pans and things that people needed. And so the mainstream banking sector at that time, and you have to keep in mind in context, this is 70 years ago, there weren't a whole lot of options. So Russell's dad had this great vision, along with a few other investors. There was a convergence of vision around how do we, make financing accessible to those that aren't able to access traditional means. And so that's how the company came into being. Now, since then, obviously, we grew with insurance and the real estate side. So right now, where we are, we have finance factors that provides great savings and mortgage options and lending options. And that is led by Rob Nelson, who's our president for finance factors. And then we have Waipono Real Estate Investment, which is led by, and the president of that is Greg Kawakami, great individual who I deeply admire because he brings so much wealth of knowledge from the real estate side, and really enjoy listening to him and learning about opportunities. And then, of course, last but not the least, our insurance agency, Finance Insurance. Jen Lau provides a nice buffer between us and Russell by way of looking at the overall enterprise vision and how does that translate into these three very different and yet inclusive industries. Three major industries. So you have banking and finance, you have insurance, and you have real estate. And so for Jen, the challenge has always been, and she's been really great at it, how do you bring these three sectors in a way that it adds value to the enterprise? And so that is more than just dabbling in one particular sector, and Jen definitely has that discipline. She also brings this sort of fun factor into the job and always challenges us to challenge ourselves as to what that next chapter might look like without necessarily painting that picture for us, and allows us that opportunity to be able to sort of define ourselves as we define it through how we perpetuate the mission into the next, into the next 70 years, if you will. And so Russell obviously is our chairman, who we deeply admire. He's always, looking at ways to not only nurture Jen with this deep and rich wisdom that he has amassed over his many, more than half a century worth of career, but also, while being open-minded about how do we sort of function and dabble in these three very different and yet these sort of inclusive sectors in a way that they add value to our finance enterprise or the family of companies. And so we really admire and love Russell just as much as we love Jen. And having the two of them is more of an asset than anything. Obviously, I'll be a little biased here by saying Jen is relatively younger, but that's true. We all know that. But Russell brings wisdom that is unparalleled. You can't buy that with money. And so I think we have the best of both worlds in the leadership in both Russell and Jen.
Well, again, I completely agree with you. Jen is super smart, super nice, super brilliant. I mean, such a great person. And you guys have such a great system going there. And I want to ask you, Joy, since you've become president of Finance Insurance, you have really created a culture of excellence among your staff and agents. Can you tell me about what your culture is like?
Sure. First and foremost, I think food and fun go hand in hand. And they resonate with what Hawaii is all about. And I guess the third F would be family. Food, fun, and family, it's easy to talk about building culture, but it's another thing to execute it. And it's even more challenging to enact it collectively. So let me share a little bit about that. I think to say that I did it would be incorrect in many ways. I think the credit is owed to the staff, but it starts with the recognition and self-awareness and sort of understanding your place. And this is something that your book also touches on, right? You have to be able to demonstrate. You have to be able to show as a leader. So one of the first things I did was when I came in here, of course, there's a lot to learn about insurance and it's always evolving. And during the pandemic and even further compounded by, as you know, the Maui wildfires and so forth. So to say that the industry is constantly changing would be an understatement. But one of the things that you cannot discount is the fact that people remain people. Who we are as white people, the fact that we enjoy food, we collectively, make fun part of work, and it's not a side thing that you do after you're done with work. And so a couple of things I wanted to share is being able to capitalize on, these three: family, food, and fun, by way of what we do every day. So whether it's throwing random parties, things like National Hot Dog Day, Spam Bee Day. And one of the things I've learned is, my team, they love to be spontaneous, and they love the spontaneous fun. Of course, when food is involved, I mean, you don't need spontaneity. Everyone is game, right? So we enjoy doing that. But at the deepest core, though, what it does is it helps my staff react to spontaneity and using that positive context to embed within themselves this ability, the self-recognition that they can do it. And when you are a team, things only come out better. If you have a failure, you suffer collectively, if you will, but you have folks to share it with, and use that as a way to, as a warm-up for success. And that's something I'm really proud of, my team. And it's becoming, as you know, culture, it's said that culture eats strategy for breakfast. I think Peter Drucker, one of the management gurus said that. It's very true, right? So understanding how do you make culture the norm, as part of your everyday practice, not just say it, not just through what I would call orchestrated activities, but rather you just make it normal. But it starts with you understanding that what exists is a good thing and taking a stock of the positive. Oftentimes you look at things aren't perfect, right? So imperfection sort of colors our view in such a negative way that you're starting with negativity, and in some ways you're setting yourself up for failure because you're trying to be perfect. And as we all know, Rusty, there is no such thing. Excellence is a state of mind and a state of practice. So how do you get there? And using culture as a mechanism to get there is a great way to self-celebrate while you're doing so with the group. And those are sort of some of the raw materials that contribute to the culture we have today.
Well, Joy, you're so right about food, fun, and family. That's perfect. And Joy, you guys opened up an office in Kauai. What's the significance of really expanding to the outer island of Kauai?
Great question. And, I'm so excited to share about our new offices on Kauai. So historically, we've had physical footprint in all the major counties except for Kauai, where we did work with a sub-agent. And so what happened was, as part of growing our agency, we were able to recruit for new agents. And so when we did that, we realized that, hey, we would also need a place to put them. And so it was more than just finding an office, so to speak, just so that we could put our agents and they could do what they do. And so as we were exploring options while recruiting the agents, we realized that there was a place there where our finance factors branch is located, that we were leasing or renting the space. And so, we have to make a business decision by looking at if we are doing what we have done in the past by investing in people, by investing in the community, by creating jobs and opportunities. And if that's sort of the lens we want to bring into this, then what are some other options than just finding a place? So long story short, after a lot of deliberation, research, analysis, and all the, doing the right homework, if you will, we ended up purchasing the fee and the property where we were formerly, tenants, if you will. And so that provided a new home for not only our finance, insurance, the new agents we recruited, but also an expanded venue with a lot more visibility to serve the county of Kauai through, and continuing to serve them through banking and financing options through our finance factors offices, but also to add the element of insurance offerings, as we have done statewide. And so we did a great ground opening. We didn't realize that a lot of folks would show up, as you know, in the neighbor islands, particularly on Kauai. It's smaller, and it was during the pandemic. And I'll tell you, I was just blown away. We had the business sector, the private sector, C-suite leaders, community leaders who were able to show up, but also elected officials and public sector folks that just came in to celebrate. And what was particularly humbling was when we did our groundbreaking was, thank you for being here. We hear about options, but we seldom see that executed. So for you to make this bold move during the pandemic just speaks volumes about the promise. When you purchase a property, it's more than just renting a place. And that is a testament as to what we collectively and how we collectively think as sort of our finance factors or the finance, family of companies. So that was our value proposition. And since then, we've been growing in good ways and trying to bring value, the value proposition we have to Kauai. And with Kauai now added, we are truly statewide with physical footprint on all counties, which also include Maui and the Big Island. So we're really excited about this bold move, and so far it's going great. And we're being receptive to what's happening in our community, how the needs are changing, how things that happen in Honolulu or other neighbor islands impact Kauai and vice versa, and being able to bring that and translate that by way of our product offerings and services to our agents and to the community we serve.
Well, Joy, you mentioned the grand opening. A lot of people came. I know why they came. They came because you are a lot of fun. Wherever you're at, it's always fun with Joy Barua. And Joy, you have both of my books, and I want to ask you, what are some things that really stood out to you in it?
Sure. I don't know if we have enough time to go over all the things, because every time I read something, whether it was a quote or validation of what we know, but we didn't realize how, it's so simple and yet impactful that we could go on and on. But if I were to just pick on a handful, I would say that first and foremost, it's about, leaders standing out. And, and it's more than just, when you read it without reading into the context, one may be led to believe or prematurely conclude that, oh, it's about standing out because you're a leader, you have a title, credibility, and all of those things are important. They're sort of ascribed, right, over time. But what's more important is when you're standing out, who are you standing out to? Because a leader without followers, isn't a leader. And building followers is more than just building a fan club, so to speak, in the traditional sense. And so, it's, you have to be able to demonstrate to your team that you're able to do the tasks that you're asking them to do, or at least be able to show sensitivity to the nuances, the complexities, the challenges that come with them. And being able to do just that as a starting point is a great way to demonstrate that you are committed, more than just someone that is just kind of giving orders in the traditional sense. And then also be able to empower them to make choices. And by choices, I mean, just try things and not prematurely stifling. And some leaders, I don't think any leader does it intentionally, but at times, we all have our blind spots, right? Maybe we are under pressure, maybe we're under a time crunch, or just sort of overconsumed by the crises, right? We're not realizing that. And at those times, we may be impatient and not being as open-minded as we should be to being receptive to the ideas that are coming, because you have to assign credibility to those who are actually doing it. For instance, you're a terrific coach, and you're the perfect example of a coach, if I may say that. 20 plus years of success consecutive. It wasn't just doing the same thing. It's being able to do what's fundamentally core and being able to demonstrate it and contextualizing it. So along those lines, a coach ultimately isn't necessarily the one playing the sport per se, in if I may use that metaphor. But you have to be able to show them that you're someone that is more than just yelling on the sidelines and cheering on and so forth. You are there for them, with them, because you see things from a perspective that they're not. And maybe they're in in a work context, whether they're in a department, a certain unit, they have their respective sort of the confines of the job description. But while they're doing it, they get the big picture as to the role that a coach plays. And one of the most important roles a coach can play is to be able to reveal their own vulnerability by showing what they can and what they can't. And that is very, very empowering. It can never be overstated, because at the end of the day, a coach, a leader, they're also human. And being able to expose that human side, it's sort of giving people space to just warm up to you in a very accelerated fashion by just doing that. So I know that in a world where things are moving so rapidly, sometimes it's important to slow down and allow for that human interaction, that emotion to take the place of building that rapport, that mutual exchange of credibility. And that can be very, very empowering. So really, I'm sorry, I did a bit of a double click there, but for me that was very enlightening because as I read on, it sort of it's unleashing your potential. How do you stand out? How do you go from great to excellent? I mean, it's a huge transition, and it's more of a mindset than sort of what you do to act, because mind controls the body. Yes, yeah, as far as we all know, and it's how you think that shows up in your action. So for me, that was that if I were to pick one, that was very, very empowering and sort of differentiating and refreshing.
No, I love hearing your insights there, Joy. And yeah, and you're right. We could go on and on, but I want to ask you, I mean, you had your team participate in the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage. Can you tell me about how fun that was for your whole team?
Sure. So as I mentioned before, food, fun, and family were all there, if you will. So one of the things I did was I told my team that, hey guys, this month is coming up, and it's being celebrated in different ways in different places. And just by way of additional context, I've been part of the Asian Pacific Islander American Health Forum during my healthcare days in the national scene, looking at how you need to advocate for issues, recognition, building sensitivity, equity, equality, all the good stuff that we need to be cognizant of. So to which I told myself, well, here in Hawaii, we sort of do what we do anyway, right? Because we are diverse, but there are certain things that we could build more sensitivity and understanding and awareness around. So long story short, what I did was we reached out to each and every culture, ethnicity, and sort of diversity aspects, if you will, among our staff and agents. And we said, hey guys, if we were to ask you to share something about your culture that nobody knows, or you would like people to know more of, what would that be? And we even gave them, a little bit of money, every person that came forward to dress up, to buy whatever food they wanted to share. And it doesn't have to be the generic. Maybe it's a home cooked thing that, sometimes culture is sort of, there are certain things that are not necessarily representation or accurate representation of culture. So we wanted them to live up to the challenge of being able to share their culture. And so we had as an end result, we had folks that showed up. Some folks made flags, but they took great pride in not only sharing, but also telling a story about, hey, this is a country we came from, but within that country we have different subcultures, subgroups, and here's my cultural identity, and here's how I identify myself. And it helped for many of us break stereotypes, gain a better, deeper understanding that we didn't have, and then understand that, it's one thing to watch, experience culture via media or secondary experience. It's a whole different thing to get that firsthand from a person who's representative of that. And so there was this spirit of ambassadorship. There's a spirit of sharing. There's a spirit of awareness building, all of that coming together, of course, and doing it sort of local style, if you will, over food and fun and family. It was just amazing. For me, in particular, I learned so many things that I didn't even know. And for me, that was very enriching.
Well, Joy, I have to say that you are a great leader with fantastic character, and you always have positive energy. And I want to really thank you for taking time to join me on the show today.
No, thank you, Rusty. Thank you for having me, and wish you the best with the 2 books, and more coming on the way, I hope. I'll tell you, I was inspired, and I would recommend folks to check them out if they haven't already, and learn about how it's different by taking simple concepts and sort of encouraging people to sort of activate this potential, the stamina they have, and to get to go from great to excellent. And I think, just that alone, I hope, if not anything, will help people sort of read more and be inspired by what you've got to share. I also want to thank you and ThinkTech for hosting me. It was very humbling and quite an opportunity. And I wish you the best. And thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Joy. And thank you for watching Beyond the Lines on ThinkTech Hawaii. For more information, please visit rustykomori.com and my books are available on Amazon and Barnes & Noble. I hope that Joy and I will inspire you to create your own superior culture of excellence and to find your greatness and help others find theirs. Aloha.
How has ThinkTech reached out? Chapter 2, Reaching Out. By 2015, ThinkTech was in place with its 3-room studio in Pioneer Plaza and the framework of its FileMaker database application, which enabled it to keep records on who was appearing and what they were discussing. It was time to reach out, in shows, in hosts, in guests and in locations around the world. The first thing to do was to expand and extend the FileMaker app to communicate with hosts, guests, and contacts, so their shows could be set up, confirmed, and calendared on the push of a button. This meant making data tables of everyone who would be participating in the shows. And it meant populating email and cell phone data entries to reach them wherever they were. We called them our family. We knew there would be many thousands of entries. But we also had to keep track of the content they would be covering in their shows, including the titles and taglines of the episodes, the descriptions and takeaways of what they planned to discuss, and the keywords by which participants and viewers could later find the videos that would be produced. For this, we created an even more robust data table called episodes, with a great number of fields and functions, and we made it the cornerstone of the app, which it still is today. With the benefit of this app, we were able to increase the number of shows, hosts, and guests in our lineup. With more shows, we could cover more subjects. We realized that we could also cover national and global issues and events, including stories relating to politics, business, science, technology, global affairs, and much more. Current news stories and coverage became more important for us. With more shows, we had to expand our staff, and over time we did exactly that. We doubled and diversified our part-time staff over the next 2 years. We engaged engineers, floor managers, a production manager, and an administration manager. For efficiency, the members of the staff took on specialties and became expert in those areas. Carol Mon Lee and I continued to manage the organization as volunteers. Meanwhile, we discovered a new broadcasting system called vMix. It was far better than what we were using before. It had a special module called vMix Call. This allowed us to connect with people virtually. We saw the potential of including hosts and guests from around the world. Soon enough, we learned about Skype, and then Zoom. This discovery was serendipitous. Zoom was very promising, so we integrated it with our vMix system. Our virtual connectivity could now reach participants anywhere, easily, and we wanted to make the most of it. To have shows that reach around the world, you've got to meet and recruit people from everywhere, so that's what we set out to do. We recruited hosts from a number of locations in the islands and on the mainland, Latin America and Asia, and we encouraged them to recruit guests from their areas and beyond. Over time, we increased our range of shows to include Europe, India and Africa, and covered stories from those places. We're still working on that all the time. It's all a matter of global networking. We were faced, of course, with challenges in connecting with these remote locations. We learned how to deal with global time zones far outside of Hawaii business hours. We learned how to solve broadband issues, as well as video artifacts and audio aberrations. We learned new troubleshooting techniques, new program controls and plugins in vMix and Zoom that helped us achieve acceptable production values, even in remote locations. It was a learning experience, but after a while our engineering staff became quite competent at it. At the end of 2019, to reduce costs, we decided to move to a smaller and more efficient studio space in the Finance Factors Center at 1164 Bishop Street. We found that the smaller space was actually much more appropriate to our operation, and a great benefit for our staff. We didn't realize exactly how advantageous it would be until a couple of months later. Then came COVID, and we found that the smaller space was a great blessing. Because of our experience with remote production, we were well prepared for the pandemic. In early 2020, we started doing all our shows on Zoom. This turned out to be much more convenient for our hosts and guests. They didn't have to come to the studio. It was also safer and more convenient for our staff. They could do their work with less interaction and more time to innovate. All things considered, our move was a very lucky break. The virtual geographical reach we have developed over the past few years gives us a great opportunity to cover more national and global issues. We have organized new talk shows and webinars on these issues with hosts and guests from around the world. And we have expanded our email advisories to promote these new productions. In short, we want to deliver content beyond just the things people would like to hear about. We want to deliver content about things they don't know about, but should. It's all part of our long-standing mission to raise public awareness in every way we can. That is the end of this chapter. Some of the dedications in this chapter are as follows: Cynthia Tai, Carlos Juarez, Nicholas Sussman, Carl Baker, Carl Ackerman, Peter Hoffenberg, Gilbert Nuagira, Rupmati Kandakar, Michael Davis, Mark Shklov, Joshua Cooper, Kartiki Mishra, Avi Soifer, Chang Wong, Tim Apicella, Marco Mangelsdorf, Ken Rogers, Shackley Raffetto, Russell Liu, Andrew Zimmerman, and our Executive Vice President Carol Mon Lee. Thanks to them all and to so many others that helped us during this period of our development. More to come, of course, in the next segment. Stay tuned for our next exciting chapter, Achieving Impact. Thanks for watching. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is called It's Not Just Trump, It's the Base. A lot of people blame Trump for our national divide. Yes, he continues to do his dog whistle-coded instructions to his acolytes and his base, and they continue to listen, echo, obey, and support him. Thomas Friedman's recent article in the Times points out that people are afraid to call him out, and that's what gives him his power, just as autocrats have come to power elsewhere over the last 100 years. Anne Applebaum tells us how the Russian communists took over Eastern Europe after the war. People who knew better were afraid to say anything. If they had only said something, history might have been different, and for that matter, perhaps we wouldn't have Trump now. Tens of millions of people in this country blindly accept what Trump has to say, never questioning or calling him out on his crimes and misdeeds, blind to his narcissism, arrogance, and incompetence. They have made themselves collaborators in his efforts to destroy our decency and our rule of law and civil society. They repeat his lies, insults, and threats. They give him their hard-earned money even when he is picking their pockets. They go along when he surrounds himself with yes-men whose only mission is to help him break the rules and the law. It doesn't bother the base that those acolytes are completely unsuited to be in or anywhere near government, even those that are lawyers from Harvard and Yale. Shouldn't their schools call them out? Has the ABA said anything? The base accepts Trump's every falsehood, and it has ignored and excused him for all the investigations, impeachments, and insurrections. When Trump says he is a victim, they cheer him on, not recognizing that it is they, not Trump, who are the victims. When he attacks and calls for violence against our law enforcement, intelligence, and national security agencies, the base joins in the disparagement and the threats. It's hard to understand this. What is the base thinking? Did they not go to school? Do they not know what is happening? Have they lost all concern for the country? Do they believe that Trump will somehow help them when it is so obvious that he will throw them under the bus, just as he has so many others? Do they not know that they're on the list too? Does it take a genius to see that a sworn misogynist and racist cannot and will not bring our country together? Does it take a genius to know that fomenting divisiveness, unrest, and violence can only break the country further apart and empower Trump and no one else? What we are seeing in the base is a strange wish for a kind of national suicide. Trump is their Jim Jones. Do his followers not see what is plainly written on everything he does? It is a national tragedy for so many people to be so confused, troubled, and disconnected, and it reveals profound sociological flaws in the country, if not also the species. Is it anything less than madness to repeal long-standing rights, put guns in the hands of people who will shoot school children, take their books and send their teachers away? Is it anything less than madness for the base to suppress their own votes, cut their own benefits, and allow criminals to run free in government? Do they think that will work in their favor? No, it won't. They and we will have to find out the hard way. As Thomas Friedman said at the end of his article, quote, "It is impossible to exaggerate what a dangerous moment this is for our country." End quote. We've been through inflection point after inflection point with Trump. Sadly, even with the current indictments and the other indictments that may be coming soon, he gets worse. Those who nevertheless continue to support him are helping him destroy our society. It's time to call them out. Maybe then they will reconsider. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click the like and subscribe button on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Check out our website, thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Hey guys, you guys want something to drink?
You know soda is too sugary for your child, but did you know sweetened fruit drinks are often just as bad? Companies use words like juice, natural, and vitamin C to hide the sugar that can lead to tooth decay, weight gain, and diabetes. Water or unflavored milk is the healthiest choice. Don't fall for the beverage industry's sweet lies. Learn more at sweetlies.hawaii.gov.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Tommy Tuberville is out of his freaking mind. So who is Tommy Tuberville? Well, he is a Republican pro-life retired football coach. He has been in the U.S. Senate representing Alabama for not quite 2 years. He has never served in the military, but has somehow been appointed chair of the very powerful Armed Services Committee. He is completely unqualified for that position. For the past 6 months, as chair of that committee, he's been holding up confirmation of military promotions, holding some 300 of them hostage and in limbo. This is all on his demand and condition that the DoD change its policy on paying travel expenses for women service members who want to have an abortion. Although this issue is legally a matter of DoD policy, unless the Senate accommodates his demand, he will continue to stand in the way of all promotions. This includes the reappointment of Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who is scheduled to retire on October 1st. Tuberville's actions are unforgivably ignorant, destructive, and stupid. He has effectively paralyzed promotions in the United States military. With all that, he is still chair of the Armed Services Committee and still able to block these promotions. In a time when we rely so heavily on our military to do its job in dealing with so many threats in the world, this is sheer madness. Is Tuberville operating alone, or as a proxy for Trump and Trump's followers? We tend to think it's exactly that. It's a brand new politicization and only for political purposes. And although the GOP pretends to support the military, this is a huge swipe at the rank and file. In any event, it's an insult to the Senate and Congress, and the government in general, and the voters of all parties, and the country. It's certainly an insult to the military, not just the officers he is holding up, but all the officers and all the men and women, in all the branches who serve the country. Where is the Senate leadership? Where is Mitch McConnell, assuming he's still capable? Really, can't Tuberville be removed from this committee or from the Senate in general? Where is the DoD and the Chiefs of Staff, and the White House? Where are the officers' associations? Where are the service academies and their graduates? Where are the military lawyers? Shouldn't they be screaming at the top of their lungs? Can they do nothing? And what do our American veterans think of what is happening here, the ones who have already served, and have risked their lives in years past? The adverse effect on our national security, and on our military morale, leadership, initiative, and readiness is unprecedented, profound and obvious. We spend nearly $1 trillion a year on military and national defense. This kind of thing pulls the rug out from all of that. At the very least, it is a huge chink in our national armor. And what do patriotic Americans just like you think about what is happening here, those who care about the country, and who understand that we need to defend ourselves, and that we have an important role in global security? And what do our allies think of us? Perhaps again that we are a laughingstock, and not to be respected or trusted. And worse, how will our enemies, like Russia and China, capitalize on what Tuberville is doing, and how will they exploit this new weakness? They say the U.S. government is more and more non-functional, and that the country is falling apart. Sorry to say, but this is just one more indication that that is clearly so. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Dear ThinkTech hosts, guests, viewers, and supporters, here are some unsolicited comments from recent donors. I love ThinkTech Hawaii's content. Now, more than ever, independent media outlets such as ThinkTech Hawaii are vital to the survival of our democracy. Thank you for fighting the good fight. I deeply appreciate the discourse and dialogue your team does, and keep us thinking and hopefully moving forward toward making our precious islands even better and better. Yes, we work hard 24/7 to achieve better content and production values with better and better video and audio quality. And of course, we greatly appreciate this kind of recognition. We also greatly appreciate your participation as host, guest, or viewer in helping us serve the community with this great daily content. But the fact is that we also need your financial support to stay on the air. In a word, we can't do it without you. At this point, we need your donation, however big or small, for our Spring 2023 fund drive. Please make a donation and also share our message with your friends and colleagues. Please make your tax-deductible donation to ThinkTech Hawaii. It is very important for us, and we believe it is also very important to raising public awareness for the community. You can make your donation by PayPal or with a credit card. To do so, please click on the Donate button on thinktechhawaii.com. You can also send us a check. Please send it to ThinkTech Hawaii, 1164 Bishop Street, Suite 603, Honolulu, Hawaii, 96813. As contributors, you are part of our family, and we are deeply grateful for your support. Thanks so much.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Trump has unloosed a torrent of destructive time bombs into our society, and has given us a legacy of chaos operating not for our interest or to improve our lives, but only his. Congress is dysfunctional, and will be a basket case after the midterms. The judiciary is a train wreck from the Supreme Court to the lower courts. How can we have confidence in these people and in our government? You don't have to be a genius to know that the system is disintegrating. The true administration of justice is the firmest pillar of good government. That's a quote from George Washington inscribed on the courthouse at Foley Square. It means we need to have public confidence in our government, or it will surely fail. Trump has taken that confidence away from us. Ask anyone, and they will tell you that they are not confident. Trump has lied to the people thousands of times, he has enlisted acolytes to repeat his lies, he has demanded that public officials lie for him, and he has created a media that spreads his lies and propaganda. These are out of the autocratic playbook. He has done this not to serve the public good, but to dismember our democracy and representative government. More than anyone who has occupied the office, Trump has damaged the First Amendment, our right to the freedom of speech, religion, petition, and assembly. Step by step, Trump and his fanatics have been bent on reducing and terminating our personal, civil, human and political rights in this country. Clearly, there's more to come. When MAGA takes over both houses in November, we will see a further degradation of those rights. If you think a GOP win this year will not affect our rights and daily lives, think again. Remember Germany in 1933. Think about what the loss of the rule of law and the protections of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights will mean to you. What the loss of a moral, compassionate, responsive, representative government will mean to you. Think about what incompetence and corruption, indefensible pardons and a shameless wealth divide, will mean to you. The stakes are higher than we think. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency carries out laws to ensure all Americans are protected from significant risks to human health and the environment.
The agency uses a balanced three-pronged strategy, combining science and regulatory enforcement while developing new solutions to environmental problems with stakeholders.
EPA doesn't create or enact environmental protection laws. That's done by Congress. The agency's role is to write regulations and carry out the laws passed by Congress to meet the goals laid out in the legislation.
EPA delegates some of the permit issuing and policy enforcement responsibilities to states and tribes.
EPA is led by an administrator who reports to the President of the United States.
The agency is divided into program offices that handle various environmental media, like air, water, and land, or other functions like homeland security, research and development, and emergency management.
With its headquarters in Washington, D.C., EPA relies on its 10 regional offices nationwide to ensure the agency's efforts to clean our air, water, and land is implemented at the local level.
In terms of restoration,
the regions help build partnerships and address the unique needs of individual communities.
Decisions made rely on the sound science conducted at EPA labs across the country.
The labs monitor pollution to help set national standards and keep track of progress to cut pollution. They also serve as a leading source of environmental data in the United States.
EPA accomplishes its mission in many ways. Nearly half of the agency's budget goes into grants for state environmental programs, nonprofits, educational institutions, and other organizations. They use the money for a wide variety of projects, from scientific studies to community cleanups.
During national disasters, on-scene coordinators partner with other federal agencies to provide assessment, monitoring, response assistance, and evaluation. EPA even has mobile laboratories and an air monitoring airplane that provides some of the critical scientific data necessary for informed policymaking.
From scientists and scuba divers to attorneys and enforcement agents, the agency employs a diverse workforce to carry out its mission. By using the breadth of these agency capabilities and resources, EPA is able to effectively protect human health and the environment.
Welcome to the Sports Playbook, where we discuss solutions to issues that impact sports. I'm your host, Angela Hazlett. Today's guest is Jeff Wilson. He is a sports strategist who serves as a consultant to sports agencies. Today, we're going to discuss sports strategies and consulting around the world. Let's get to it. Welcome, Jeff. How are you today?
Angela, it is so good to see you and great to be on the show. Really looking forward to the next 25 minutes and getting into some interesting topics.
Jeff, I'm excited to hear some of the things that you've been up to as a sports strategist. You've worked with some incredible agencies around the world, but let's start off with learning a little bit more about what is a sports strategist and how did you arrive at this endeavor?
Yeah, great question. It probably started whenever I took a job at the Irish Football Association in Belfast in Northern Ireland, where I started to work in marketing and corporate strategy programs. And then what sort of happened between work that was happening within UEFA and FIFA and other organizations, they started to ask for some assistance on programs, development programs that they were working on. And as time went on, a lot was really focused on creating strategic plans, a roadmap. And that's where I've been spending a lot of my life over the last, number of years, really looking at creating those plans. So it's been an interesting journey.
Yeah, creating a roadmap, that's really important, and looking ahead to the future and what kind of improvements you can make. Let's talk about the work that you've done recently with FIFA, with the World Cup in 2022. The World Cup in 2022 took place in Qatar, and there was some concerns from FIFA about hosting there, that Qatar's bid might be a little high risk due to lack of support and infrastructure. But you were hired to do some work for the World Cup. So talk to us a little bit about your work there.
Yeah, I spent 12 days in the country looking at it from a fan's point of view, a fan's perspective, looking at the fan's journey on and around the game day. Fascinating insight. And suppose it's an interesting question to pose to people who listen to the podcast here. Have you ever went in the shoes of your fans to your event? What can you learn and what can you take away? You will be surprised. And that, in essence, is what we did. We took everything before game day, buying a ticket. We looked at heading to the game outside the venue. We looked at when you're buying a product or piece of merchandising or food and beverage. We looked at pre-game, during game, leaving, and after the game. And what we did is we analysed that experience from the view of a fan. And really, those are those key touch points. What do you have to do well? And what needs to be a wow factor to make that a great experience? So we did this with a number of the games. I think it was in total about 9 different games. And we started then to create models and touch points that can be used for future events. Great experience being able to do that, but to map that experience out.
So you get to walk in the shoes of the fans, experiencing their journey and identifying where there might be problems. Do you think the journey that you experienced is similar to what other fans experience as well? Or is it possible that fans might have a different experience than you did?
Well, I think there will be different experiences depending on the time that you arrive at the stadium that you go to, etc., etc. And if we take it outside of football or soccer in the States, you also have the difference of an outside venue and, in essence, an inside venue, the likes of the NBA. So there will be nuances, but the touch points are still the same. You still arrive at the venue. You still will have food and beverage. And what's the quality of that experience? What's the quality of the people you're engaging with? Are they knowledgeable? Or even more, are they welcoming?
In your experience, where are the biggest pain points from the experience of fans as they engage at an event?
Yeah, another great question. I would say it becomes when you're interacting with people. So when you interact with a steward or somebody that's representing the organization in the ticketing, that experience can be broken or can be strengthened depending on that individual. So I think where there's an individual and keeping that at a really top level is really, really important. I think in a simple point of view, food and beverage, we should not be happy with an average hamburger and chips. Because why? Just because it's sport, we should be pushing that bar to have a great hamburger and chips that people talk about, and I will buy back and back, time and time again. And I think the third is the engagement and that experience when you're inside the stadium. And that will differ from sport to sport. Some sports, might be really engaging, the likes of maybe basketball or ice hockey. Maybe football might be a little bit more traditional, but what still is that engagement? That engagement might be having a tribe around you that can join in singing, etc., etc. So those are three important things from my point of view.
I would imagine it's a little challenging when sports organizations that are hosting events are working with third parties. They're working with vendors for concessions, as you mentioned. They may have even contracted for people to provide guest services in a facility. And talk to me about the distinction or the challenges that may go with working with these third party contractors in this space, and how do you ensure high quality experiences for the fans?
Yeah, I think this is one area that many events can resonate with. You might have a supplier that might be a food provider, they might be merchandising provider, it might be your security provider. And how do you make sure you have a strong terms of reference, a strong service level agreement, but more importantly, just a strong partnership between the two, that everybody is aiming for the same goal? Too many times, if the stadium is not owned by the event, you've got to use their suppliers, and that does not maybe resonate with the values of your event. So I think having strong service level agreements, terms of reference, strong that you're getting the best suppliers, not just the average because they give more money, but the best suppliers is really important for sport. You know, we, as the Gen Z and the Gen Alpha get older, we've got to make sure that experience is wow. We have to make sure that experience is wow. And that includes the partners that you deal with. So we should not take okay in sport. We should always raise the bar and continue to raise the bar on a regular basis.
And the younger generations, as you mentioned, are looking for something that captures their attention and the wow factor in those experiences. So looking ahead, it's important for sports organizations to think about providing those experiences. And especially for the price that gets paid for to attend these events, and you pay for concessions. So I think that would be appreciated by fans as well. And so you were doing this analysis during the World Cup in 2022. And this is not something that you've done for the Women's World Cup. Is that correct? Can you talk to us about maybe why the focus was on the Men's World Cup and not the Women's World Cup?
Yeah, it was predominantly just due to this was something new, a new project. So trying to get that baseline together. And I think obviously it was very difficult in the timings to make this happen because it's very detailed program. And I think we all learned on this program. And for me, I think what was really, really good is that the organization took this effort to improve and to see what the experience is like, and then to approve it for future events. Suppose, again, the question I pose is, if you're involved in a club, if you're involved in a team, if you're involved in a franchise, have you done it? and what have you learned from it? And how are you bringing that into the organization to make the organization better? Let me give you a quick example. I've worked with the United Arab Emirates Pro League in Dubai and the Dubai area. And we did the same. We got a number of clubs to develop an assessment form. We got them to follow the model that I've co-produced with some colleagues. And they then went and they got different adults. They were male, female, kids, to really measure their experience across all the touch points. And all I can say is I think they were surprised at things that they thought were better than what the fans were saying, no, this needs improved. On the other side, there was things that were good, so they need to consistently keep that at that level. So what's good? Other leagues are starting to do this as well.
Yes, that's great. And they're catching on. Do you see a big distinction between men and women's sports, or can FIFA use the lessons learned from the Men's World Cup and apply that to the Women's World Cup as well?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. I think first of all, within the women's game, there it is, you know, really fast growing sport, and that is great to see. I've probably done now about maybe 25 strategies within football federations to grow the women's game. And number one, we need more women in leadership positions. We need more clubs that are driving their and supporting the women's clubs at senior, right down to girls and youth levels. But I think people have got to remember as well, from a sponsorship and a commercial point of view, sometimes you're also looking at a different fan base. There is a difference in the fan base that follow the men group, the men's, and that follows the women's game. So that opens up different opportunities from a commercial point of view. But it is my dream. It is my dream that we don't talk male, female, we talk football. And there's equal opportunities both on the field or on the court of play and off the field or off the court of play. And everybody is treated equally, and all of the game is growing in totality.
I think that's great, and it's really important. And women's sport is growing, particularly in certain regions of the world. And you mentioned there's different fans, and they may have different interests and maybe different sponsors or partners that want to engage with those organizations as well. And that may impact the fan experience. And talk to me a little bit about working with different size companies. So FIFA is a really large international organization, but what about more on the grassroots level? Do the strategies change for those organizations?
Well, I think what differs, whether you're at the amateur game or at the elite game, will be the resources at your disposal, and that will be financial and human resources. So at the amateur level, it might be more heavily geared to volunteers. Therefore, you need to make sure you bring in great volunteers and you reward them in a good way, and you give them the training that is needed. That might be coaches, administrators, etc., etc. But believe it or not, many of the principles will be the same. You're always talking about competition. You're always talking about youth and pathway. You're always talking about coach education. You're always talking about good governance and administration and improving that administration. You're always talking about having a strategy. You're always talking about facility development. So I'm involved, yes, at the elite end, but my passion is also at the amateur end. My dad started a football club in my local village, and it has brought the community together. And the same principles that I'm applying here, I can apply here. Yes, there's a couple of nuances that I've already mentioned, but we need to ensure that we build these bases out and have strong structures and strong processes in place for these amateur clubs to develop and grow, both again on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court of play. But just to finish that off, we in my amateur club, we created a strategy. In my amateur club, we have brought in about £450,000 worth of facility development. In my club, amateur, we trained 26 coaches. In my club, we have boys and girls youth pathways, all amateur. And it takes a good driver to drive it forward and to have the vision and then the people and the structure to implement that at that amateur level.
That's huge. And the sustainability of that as well is important. Talk to me a little bit about these. You mentioned these kind of pathways and the structure in place, but the European model is quite different than the American model. And the European model is more of a pyramid type of structure, and players may move vertically through that structure. Whereas In America, it is more horizontal and separate, and that the pathways may not exist. So talk to me a little bit about those distinctions and how that changes things.
Yeah, and let me start off by saying I love both models, the pyramid model and, let's say, the American franchise model. And none is right and none is wrong, let's say. But from Europe, we do have a different model. And that model is more the pyramid style, where you've got the elite at the top and you have at the bottom, you will have, in essence, let's say, amateur or community, for example, football, rugby, basketball. And this allows these people at the bottom to grow right the way through and go up to an elite. And there's a famous model, it's called a double pyramid. It could be on the pyramid of the amateur side or the pyramid of the elite side. Now, my son plays for an amateur club, and he has played 6-year-old, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, which he is now. But his club goes right the way up 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and then senior teams. So they have, from being a senior to being, in essence, a 6-year-old, you can stay in that club and you can progress in that club and play football from the cradle to the grave. And that keeps it really strong. And it creates that community aspect and that proudness to play for that community club. But if over a time he does really well, he might go to the elite side and maybe join one of the elite clubs because he's developed really well. Or he may stay on the amateur side and play for another club. But the bottom line is you can always progress from a youth pathway. And when you're at the senior level, you can also progress like what you see Wrexham doing at the minute. Lots of people are talking about Wrexham because of the two famous owners. They are at a certain level. They've now moved up. And they have the opportunity over X amount of years to progress, to potentially play in the Premier League. And that's what makes it exciting.
This is exciting. What do you see about so if you were consulting an American organization, association, and their model's very different, how would you approach that because of the difference in the structure?
Yeah, for me, everything starts with research. You've got to sit down and you've got to talk to the various stakeholders about what is working and what is not working. And you will find if you do as many stakeholders, you will start to see some common themes that come along. And when you start to see those common themes, you can start to create the framework of a strategy and then how you implement it and you monitor it. At the end of the day, when I look at all of this activity, it's all about, especially if it's a franchise, it's about talent spotting, getting the right people and using the data to do that, coaching and coach education, philosophy of play and place, and then into play comes the commercial side, the administration side, and the facilities to go with it.
And COVID-19 was a big change for everybody. Do you see any long-term changes that affect either the consumers and how they access and use the sports and engage in sports? Or do you see any distinctions in how associations are approaching delivering sports? What do you see as the long-term changes and impacts of COVID?
Yeah, I do think there has been an impact. I think participation levels obviously went down, and after COVID, it's taken a while to get the participation levels back up again. That means, for example, a young girl may not be as fit as what they were before COVID because they're not exercising the same amount of time. So we've got to remember that, yes, sport is an industry. Maybe it's part of entertainment or leisure, but in essence, you will be part of a community that is good for your health, whether it's mental health with people around you or whether it's your physical health because of the exercise that you're doing. So for me, participation levels have struggled to get back up again. I think, secondly, the volunteers volunteerism just hasn't been as strong in certain countries or certain regions as what it previously was. And I do think there's a little bit, I'll just watch TV. I'll just put on the fantasy game. There is nothing wrong with esports. Definitely not. But we want our kids to be active. We want our kids to be healthy. And whether we like it or not, sport can play a massive part in that, both mentally and physically. And we've done many programs that looks at the mental and at the physical side. So for me, I think volunteerism, participation numbers, the impact of those elements have really had an impact on us. So we've got to bring sport back on our government radar.
Get it going again, because the disruption can affect the chain, right? As far as those who are going to continue to stay in the sport and continue to encourage others to be in the sport as well. COVID has also had an impact on encouraging sports facilities to increase the use of technology in their in their spaces. And for example, we have a new technology coming out, artificial intelligence facial recognition, that is part of the Phillies and Major League Baseball. And these are kind of going to be scanning people's faces and recognizing them as ticket holders and allowing them to enter the stadium. A lot of these contactless type of actions have been maybe ramped up and accelerated since COVID. What do you think this is going to do to the fan experience?
Yeah, I think contactless is providing a quicker and a more effective engagement. So I will tap the card, away I go. I will be facial recognition, in I go. I will be able to see the length of the queues in car parking or the length of the queue for the food. So all of this, how do we reduce that using technology, will be a big thing. I hate to say to the Phillies, but your technology will be old technology. We will have a chip in our head or a chip in our hand. There's a reason why it's in animals. There's a reason why it is in animals to test. And I honestly believe, and I've wrote a blog about it, that this chip will be your passport. So when I'm coming to see you, Angela, I will go to the airport. The chip will get me my passport details and say, you have got your visa to come to America. I will go to your game with you. The chip on my hand will get me into the stadium. When I get into the stadium, the chip through beacon technology will send a message to my phone to say, do you want a hamburger but with no cheese? Because I know that's what you like with personalization. I will hit yes. I will go and collect it. I will go to my seat. I will then see when we score a goal. This will then tell my health and health related where my heart rate is. I'll be able to see all of that, because what will happen, we will have more connected devices, which creates more personalization through that technology, and it will always be linked to the chip in your hand or your head. People might think I'm a bit nuts. It's coming. And in certain cases, it's already here. And when you look, there's already cases of it. That is how we will buy and sell in the future. And it will be all personalized. And the data, that is why we're getting more data and the more servers to allow us to analyze that data, and then for artificial intelligence to go on top of it.
A lot of ways to customize the fan experience through that opportunity. And talk to me a little bit about how you measure success. What kind of indicators do you look to determine that your strategies are successful?
Yeah, so there's a couple of areas. So first and foremost, you look at the strategy itself and you do the progress of each objective. Has the KPI been met? And I normally use a RAG column for red, amber, green in terms of, has that been met? In other words, this was the target, what's been achieved? So that's one element. Number two, with the fans, experience the fans in terms of what's the brand sentiment Are they more likely to, to buy and to go to games? Are they more behind you as a brand? Will they put your club logo on it as a tattoo because they're even more excited about you? So that whole brand value bit is really important. And I think that also will widen out into other stakeholders like government and sponsors. If they are happy, they will come back. Treat them right and they will come back. And there is other areas you can get social media and all of that data. But you know what? And I'm going to go against all I've talked about with data. You know yourself. If you have organized good events, you know it. If you have done something great, a great conference, you know it. Sometimes a gut feeling is good in addition to all these other areas that I've touched on as well. You just know that it's making an impact. You can see people playing football, playing basketball, whatever the sport is that I deal with. So I think there is strategy, there is data in terms of sponsorship figures, brand figures with the sponsor, stakeholder analysis, all of those bits. But I'm old school. I still like, this feels right.
The feeling, the gut feeling. Jeff, if you could point to one thing other than it chips embedded in people, what does the future of sport look like? Briefly, what could you tell us? What's one thing?
Yeah, it's going to be much more contactless. The stadiums will be more entertainment focused, and there will be a greater focus on not only sustainability, community, but also making the fans really part of the overall experience.
Multiple nuggets. Thank you for your insight into that. And thanks for joining us today and sharing with us about sports strategies and consulting around the world. I appreciate your time, Jeff.
Thank you so much. And it's great to be here. And I wish everyone a lovely week. And go and remember, in sport, you're doing something amazing. Leave a legacy.
I love that. Leave a legacy, just like you are, Jeff. We appreciate that. And I know the people in your community must appreciate that too. Thank you to our viewers for joining us today on the Sports Playbook. Our next episode and guest will be Roxanne Steinhoff, who will discuss sports tourism and law. We will see you then.
Ai sera nanni nevano e saliette, tu sai adò, tu sia ingrato più dispiette, farme non può. Adolo poco cocce nassi fuie, te lassa sta. E non ni corre più da presumiante, farme non può.
Dear ThinkTech hosts, guests, viewers, and supporters, here are some unsolicited comments from recent donors. I love ThinkTech Hawaii's content. Now more than ever, independent media outlets such as ThinkTech Hawaii are vital to the survival of our democracy. Thank you for fighting the good fight. I deeply appreciate the discourse and dialogue your team does, and keep us thinking and hopefully moving forward toward making our precious islands even better and better. Yes, we work hard 24/7 to achieve better content and production values, with better and better video and audio quality. And of course, we greatly appreciate this kind of recognition. We also greatly appreciate your participation as host, guest, or viewer in helping us serve the community with this great daily content. But the fact is that we also need your financial support to stay on the air. In a word, we can't do it without you. At this point, we need your donation, however big or small, for our Spring 2023 Fund Drive. Please make a donation and also share our message with your friends and colleagues. Please make your tax-deductible donation to ThinkTech Hawaii. It is very important for us, and we believe it is also very important to raising public awareness for the community. You can make your donation by PayPal or with a credit card. To do so, please click on the donate button on thinktechhawaii.com. You can also send us a check. Please send it to ThinkTech Hawaii, 1164 Bishop Street, Suite 603, Honolulu, Hawaii 96813. As contributors, you are part of our family, and we are deeply grateful for your support. Thanks so much.
The Solar Energy Technologies Office, or SETO, as we often refer to ourselves, supports innovation across the solar energy spectrum to reach lower costs of electricity and to support the transition to a decarbonized economy. We release several funding opportunities each year, and these funding opportunities come with topic areas that are designed to address critical spaces where we really want to accelerate innovation. Sabio has a long history of supporting innovation in solar energy technologies. And these innovations, coupled with other advancements in the industry, have enabled solar costs to drop dramatically over the past decade, 70 to 80%. This is making solar electricity one of the cheapest forms, and in many areas of the country, the cheapest form of new electricity generation today. It's critical that we continue to innovate and drive costs down further. Doing so will enable our electricity supply to be more affordable, and it will also accelerate solar deployment. The Biden administration has set a goal of 100% clean electricity supply by 2035. Solar is going to have a huge role to play in getting to that goal. Solar could provide as much as 40% of electricity in a clean grid. That's 10 times more than it's providing today. With the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, we see the industry poised for dramatic growth, both in deployment as well as in manufacturing, supporting good-paying jobs and rapid growth toward our goal of having a clean electricity grid. It's a really exciting time for solar, and it's a really exciting time to be at the Department of Energy, to be working in solar technology.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling It's Our Flag, Too. By now, we should all be sick and tired of seeing Trump and the MAGAs draping themselves in the flag as if that somehow makes them patriots. When they do that, they are defacing the flag just as they deface our democracy, hoping to deceive us yet again. They are not patriots. They are shameless liars, abusing our democracy and our flag. This flag has guided us through the challenges of our storied history, and has seen us through the Civil War and 2 world wars over hundreds of years. More than any other American icon, it embodies our democracy and our principles. Trump and the MAGAs have no faith or interest in our democracy or our country. In fact, they are bent on its destruction. Yet, paradoxically, they brandish the flag, the same flag that thousands of us have worked and died for. They act as though they own it, and that's an incredible insult to the flag and to those who have given so much to protect it. For Trump and the MAGAs to take false ownership of the flag while they work so hard to destroy our country is just another inexcusable machination that we must identify and reject. We should do what we can to point this out and to reclaim the flag for those who deserve it. Our understanding of history, civics and law, and any military or government service we have had should give us a deep-seated conviction for the country, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the rule of law. Not so for them. We should be outraged that Trump and the MAGAs attempt to capitalize on our flag and to cast themselves as patriots when they are just the opposite. Have they no honor, no respect, no shame? Let's all resolve to take the flag back and urge all kindred spirits to do the same. Trump and the MAGAs wear flag pins. We should wear them too, and fly the flag every day in every way. Let's do this to show that we care for the country and that we do not accept the cynicism of those who would use this precious symbol of our democracy against it. Their misappropriation of our most beloved icon is reminiscent of the fake electoral ballot crimes for which they are now being prosecuted. Let's not fall for that. We must treat the flag as our flag, just as we did saluting in class when we were kids, and we must speak out against Trump and the MAGAs for their unbelievable hypocrisy. We may not be able to stop them from doing what they are doing, but we can demonstrate our love of country by taking the flag back, by displaying and standing with it, hand over heart, not as an endorsement of the divided world they hope to foist on us, but to show the truth of what they are trying to do. They are false patriots, and it is not their flag to use or abuse. It is rather our flag, and we must never let it go. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling It's Our Flag Too. Aloha.
I'm a public defender.
I am a public defender.
I'm proud to be a public defender.
80% of Americans accused of a crime will get appointed a public defender.
Everybody from a speeding ticket to capital murder.
For every dollar we spend on public defenders, we spend $3 on prosecutors.
Public defenders have to do pretty much everything on their own.
Social workers, counselors.
Investigating is another piece of it.
The average public defender holds 300 cases annually.
You never feel like there's enough time.
Public defenders have health issues all the time.
A lot of people give up and say, I can't do this work anymore.
Gideon's Promise trains, mentors, and supports public defenders.
There are a lot of people who say that they would not still be public defenders, but for Gideon's Promise.
It's fueled me to continue on in this fight.
Gideon's Promise has changed the face of public defense.
People see us as troublemakers.
Good trouble, Mon Lee.
We don't make it easy. It should not be easy to take away someone's liberty.
This ThinkTech commentary is dedicated to the Federal Trade Commission. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled, Looking for Consumer Protection in America. Lord knows we have a myriad of serious issues to handle in Congress, but with the current GOP lockup in the House of Representatives, we won't be able to get anything done on any of those issues, or anything else, anytime soon. With all our other problems, consumer protection is undoubtedly low on the list of things we need to do for social or economic justice. But in fact, to raise public confidence in government, which is something we absolutely have to focus on, we need aggressive national measures that will achieve new vitality and sweeping reform on consumer protection. Let's look at the Federal Trade Commission. It's hard to know what they do, or that they do anything much to protect consumers. In these days of our new, upside-down federalism, the FTC is most likely to take a pass, or to deflect a consumer complaint back to the states, where it often winds up in bureaucratic oblivion. Much or most of American commerce is now directed to national markets. For the federal government to leave consumer protection to the individual states is leaving it to multiple systems which differ substantially from state to state. This in turn leaves the consumer in a quandary as to what law, what state agencies will help, and what relief might be available in each. Likewise, much of American commerce is on the web. But since the web, and social media in general, is really not regulated in this country, it has become a feeding ground for scams of every kind and nature, leaving consumers exposed to the worst attacks without the slightest protections. To simply advise consumers that it is their responsibility to be careful to avoid these scams, is really no protection at all. Sorry, but Better Business Bureau type organizations just take your complaint and listen patiently to both sides, but do not actually decide disputes or enforce the rights of the consumer. All you can do is put something on file against a scam or unfair practice. While the limited availability of that information may be a warning to other consumers, it doesn't help you recover what you have lost. And don't forget the adhesion contracts, which are ubiquitous in this country. They are the result of targeted efforts by corporate lawyers and lobbyists over the decades. They are in fine print, far too long, with far too many anti-consumer provisions. All the power is on the side of the business, and none of it is on the side of the consumer, making it all the more difficult, or impossible, for the consumer to recover. So you're on the West Coast, but the adhesion contract says that the dispute must be resolved by arbitration, where you have to pay your own legal fees plus part of the costs of arbitration, and that the arbitration must be conducted thousands of miles away in a state that favors the business. And those provisions are generally enforceable under state law, effectively leaving you at a tremendous disadvantage. What's wrong with this picture? Yes, there have been attempts to reform consumer protection laws in some states, but not in others. And there have been uniform laws that have been adopted, in varying forms, in some states but not in others. That leaves it to the consumer to research the laws of multiple states, and most consumers are not in a position to do that. At the end of the day, there is no uniformity, and the only thing predictable is that there are multiple obstacles to any kind of relief for the consumer. Yes, some states do have consumer protection offices, but it remains that these will differ in size and authority from state to state. And the competence, availability, and ardor of the people who staff them will likewise differ from state to state, as will their rules and attitudes about helping consumers from out of state. You really can't be sure about the politics, or the help you will get, from an office thousands of miles away. This is a national problem, and it's getting worse all the time. Leaving it to the private bar to represent disadvantaged consumers is not a realistic solution. Many consumers do not have the funds to pay for a lawyer, so they just take the loss. Consumer protection should be handled actively by the FTC or some other reinvigorated federal agency. Congress must act to make that happen, but these days, don't hold your breath. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha. Where did ThinkTech come from? Chapter 1, Origins. It all started as a Building Owners and Managers Association meeting in spring of 2000. But the Prince Hotel was not available that day. So we booked the brand new convention center instead, with a much more ambitious subject, a program to showcase technology in Hawaii. Lots of speakers, lots of attendees. Lori Akau and David Lassner were on our program committee. We called the program ThinkTech Hawaii. It was the beginning of what is ThinkTech today. From covering the Pearl Harbor Court of Inquiry that investigated the sinking of the Ehime Maru in spring of 2001, and then a meeting at the Sori Bowl Korean restaurant, we connected with Kayla Rosenfeld of Hawaii Public Radio to set up a talk show. After that meeting, writing down Kapiolani, Gordon Bruce said to Lori Akau and Don Mangiarelli and me, "You know this will change our lives." We agreed. He was right. The four of us began our talk shows on HPR in the fall of 2001. Kayla Rosenfeld was producer. Gordon brought glasses and wine, and the shows were great fun. Station manager Michael Titterton told us to cut out the wine. But even then, we had a ball doing these shows anyway. We built a website, and focused on tech. In one of our early shows, we were talking about a certain software program. A listener called to complain. He asked how could we possibly cover a software program without first explaining what electricity was. We were all unprepared for that question. I turned to the studio guest and said, "Hey, this one's for you." The poor guy then stammered for an answer. It was pretty funny, but also very memorable. One of many such things that went into our scrapbook in those days. The show on HPR continued every Wednesday for 7 years. We had some great guests and great shows. My all-time favorite was about fallen Russian nuclear scientists. We had former consular official Pamela Sprotlin in the studio. We had an NGO guest from Washington, D.C., who gave the Russian scientists money to keep them out of trouble. We had an official from the Russian Far East State Technical University in Vladivostok. And for color and culture, we had a Russian poet from the University of Washington, all on the phone at the same time. We were going way beyond tech, and there was friction with HPR about that. Finally, we left public radio. I started writing for the Honolulu Advertiser and doing a talk show on Salem, AM radio. We also started doing video. First in my office, then in a utility space Jay Scheidler let to us on the ground floor of the Davies Pacific Center. We produced talk show videos once or twice a week, uploaded them to Vimeo, and played them on our website. David Day and Bill Sharp were our principal hosts, and Nicole Horry was our cameraman. They were great. We installed a green screen and a talk show table. We went to 2 cameras, and a switcher. We learned a lot. We had gatherings and events. One big one was in an empty retail space Jay Scheidler let us use. Lots of people showed up, and it was an inflection point for us. We were able to enlist underwriters. The first ones were Jay Scheidler, Galen Ho, Harry Saunders and Connie Lau. We are very appreciative to them and all the underwriters that followed. They made it possible for us to develop and grow. Soon, however, we had to find another space. Luckily, we found a great studio space in Pioneer Plaza. We took on more volunteer hosts, a studio engineer and a floor manager. We did more shows. Carol Mon Lee, a retired attorney and businesswoman, joined us as vice president. Retired TV professional Michael Cooper helped us. We started live streaming and did some shows that streamed and played on Salem radio at the same time. Then came a big break. HPU wanted our space at Pioneer, so Steve Metter of Pioneer moved us to Suite 888, a lucky number, and built it out to our specifications. Now we had a separate studio space, a separate control room and a separate reception area, which we called the salon. We outfitted the place with more cameras, mics and studio lights, and a wrap-around green screen wall. We grew the number of hosts, guests and shows. We were almost ready for another even more creative phase in our developments. Then it happened. We were searching for a database program to manage and keep a record of our productions. With the advice and counsel of our old friend Malcolm Makaru, we found the FileMaker database program. Using FileMaker, we programmed a custom application that helped us manage and schedule all the shows and communicate with all the hosts and guests. It was a critical breakthrough, and has been central in our operations and development ever since. That is the end of this chapter. Some of the dedications in this chapter are as follows. Gordon Bruce, Laurie Akau, Don Mangiarelli, Kayla Rosenfeld, Michael Titterton, Jay Scheidler, Galen Ho, Harry Saunders, Connie Lau, David Day, Bill Sharp, Nicole Horry, Michael Cooper, Steve Metter, Malcolm Makaru. And Carol Mon Lee, who became our Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer and who has been instrumental from then till now. Thanks to them all and to so many others that helped us during this initial period of our development. More to come, of course, in the next segment. Stay tuned for our next exciting chapter, Outreach to the World. Thanks for watching. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are surely hear that Mr. Trump says he will resolve all burning issues within several days, including the Ukrainian crisis. We cannot help but feel happy about it. And in return, Trump said that he will end the war in a day if he's re-elected, and has called for withholding funds to Ukraine until the DOJ and the FBI investigate Joe Biden. This reflects the transactional relationship between Trump and Putin, and is terrifying. We should have known how close Trump is to Putin. That's what his attempts to manipulate James Comey and the FBI were all about. Trump was trying to avoid being investigated for his ties with Putin, and the help Putin gave him in the 2016 election. We've heard much more about it since, and it is now undeniable. Remember that Trump's first impeachment was based on his attempts to use a government appropriation to corrupt Volodymyr Zelensky to investigate Biden's son for Trump's political advantage. But Moscow Mitch McConnell blocked the impeachment trial in the Senate, and we never got to the bottom of it. Remember how Trump repeatedly complimented Putin for being so smart and clever. Remember how Trump had strange private meetings with Putin in Helsinki. Remember how he insulted the American intelligence agencies when he appeared there with Putin. Remember the dossier that British intelligence agent Christopher Steele gave us about the golden shower compromat that Putin had on Trump. Trump denied the contents of that dossier, of course, but there's much more reason to believe it now. Trump was reported to be trying to build a hotel with Putin's help in Moscow. Trump denied it, and lied about it again and again, but the fact is that it was true. And it was a major business transaction.
Aloha! Welcome to Finding Your Piece of the Rock on ThinkTech Hawaii. I'm your host, Abe Lee. I've been a licensed real estate agent since 1973. I'm the owner of Century 21 iProperties Hawaii and work with close to 100 wonderful agents in real estate. I started Abe Lee Seminars in 1980. I have taught over 10,000 students to help them get their real estate licenses and have taught continuing education for licensees to renew their license every 2 years. Our show is dedicated to helping buyers and sellers understand the process involved in a real estate transaction. Our special guests will talk about legal issues, escrow, title, getting a loan, surveys, home inspections, insurance, contracts, wills and trusts, and much, much more. Today, we're privileged to have a return guest. Ethan Okura from Okura and Associates is a law firm that specializes in wills and trusts estate planning and also focuses on Medicaid, which is a highly not understood topic. So Ethan is going to talk to us about the secrets of Medicaid and your real estate. So Ethan, thank you so much for being with us. Second time.
You're welcome. Thanks for inviting me again, Abe. It's good to be here.
Yep, very much so. So the first time we met, we talked about wills and trusts, which is basic. But today, I want to get into what is Medicaid. And so can you tell us what's the difference between Medicaid and Medicare?
Sure. And that's a really great question. A lot of people have heard these terms Medicare and Medicaid, and they sound similar. And so a lot of people confuse them for each other. But there's a big difference, and it's not just the air and the aid ending. With Medicare, that's your Social Security retirement health insurance program. So everybody who's retired can get on Medicare to pay for some of their health needs. Medicaid, on the other hand, is a needs-based program. So like welfare health insurance, and there are asset and or income limits depending on which program in Medicaid you're qualifying for. Medicare, on the one hand, does not pay for long-term care for nursing home costs, but Medicaid can pay for long-term care in a nursing home. That's the big difference.
Okay, so really we should be more concerned about Medicaid because everybody gets Medicare.
Correct.
Right? Because my wife and I are over 65 now, and we're on Medicare, and they take out several $100s a month for Medicare insurance. But Medicaid, we wouldn't qualify unless we had certain specific, I guess, income limits or whatever. So tell us, Ethan, you talk about top 4 myths about qualifying for Medicaid. What are those myths?
Sure. The first one we've already alluded to. The myth number 1 is that Medicare can pay for my long-term nursing home costs. And that's not true. Some people have come to me, clients have approached saying, well, but I know that my nursing home was paid for by Medicare. I remember. If a nursing home cost is covered by Medicare, it's not for long-term care. They can only cover for short-term rehabilitation purposes. So if you had an accident or an injury, a fall and broken hip or a stroke or something happened, and you had to go to the hospital for at least 3 days, and on the 4th day or later, you're discharged from an acute waitlist bed to a nursing home so that you can go to rehab and you can try to improve, then Medicare can pay for rehabilitation costs, but there's a maximum of 100 days that it can pay for. So there's no more than about 3 months. And on average, it only pays for about 26 days of rehabilitation before they cut you off. So that's one of the myths, is that I can get Medicare to pay for my nursing home. But if you're in long-term care, you need Medicaid. The second myth is that I don't want to go on Medicaid because I don't want the government to pick which nursing home I go to. I don't want to have to go to a poor quality nursing home. Some people have heard that you don't get to choose. That's not true either. When you're in long-term care, if you're in a facility that can handle skilled nursing facility level of care or intermediate care facility level of care, so this long-term care, 24-hour care that's needed, most of the facilities that are what they call ICF or SNF capable here in Hawaii do accept Medicaid. And whether you privately pay or qualify for Medicaid, you can be in the same facility for most of those. There are a handful that either don't accept Medicaid at all, or they limit the number of beds that are Medicaid available. You know, for example, Kahalanui is pretty well known in town as one of the nicest nursing homes around. And they only have a couple of beds available for Medicaid patients, 2 for each, 2 for men and 2 for women, basically. And other than that, they have to be private pay. But almost all of the other major nursing homes in town that you'd hear about that do long-term care can also qualify for Medicaid. Now, some of these are more of assisted living facilities, and those often do not get Medicaid because you can't get Medicaid for assisted living. It really has to be for intermediate care or skilled nursing care level of care. But the government doesn't pick which nursing home you go to. You choose the nursing home, and if it is a Medicaid accepting facility, then you can qualify for Medicaid and they can pay for your care there, no matter where it is. The third myth is that you have to use up all of your assets on your own care before you can qualify for Medicaid. Sometimes people hear it as the requirement to, quote unquote, spend down. And I think that that's often the worst advice people can get. They think that they have to spend all of their assets before they can qualify for Medicaid. And that's not true. There are asset requirements or limits, but with careful planning, there are often ways to qualify for Medicaid without having to spend everything on your care. And you could save some of your assets for family members, especially for a spouse or for your kids. And it really is a highly technical area of the law and specialized. So many times, even lawyers I know have given advice to people, or people who are specialists, maybe not lawyers, but a consultant for Medicaid, that have given advice to people, or social workers at the nursing homes or whatnot. And a lot of them have some experience with helping people qualify for Medicaid, but they're not Medicaid specialists in protecting assets from nursing home costs and qualifying for Medicaid. So I often have people come to me where they've gotten bad advice from someone else that caused them to lose all their assets, or that would have cost them to lose all their assets if they followed it. So that's a third thing that's a myth, is that you have to use up all of your assets before you can qualify for Medicaid. Not necessarily so. The fourth myth, and this is another big one, is that if you gave away any assets, you can't qualify for Medicaid for 5 years. And that's not exactly true either. And the reason why a lot of these myths are so prevalent is because there's maybe a kernel of truth to them, or they're close to the truth, but they get misinterpreted and misunderstood by most people. So there is a 5-year look back period to say when you apply for Medicaid, if you did give away assets, we have to look at what the value of those were to see if there was a penalty for giving it away and how long that penalty would be. But it doesn't mean you can't qualify for Medicaid for 5 years just because you gave away some assets. In fact, sometimes the penalty could be shorter than 5 years, 1 month only, or the penalty might be many, many years, 10 years. So you have to be very careful in just assuming that, hey, if I just give away asset, I only have to wait 5 years before qualifying for Medicaid, or I can't get it before 5 years. Sometimes you could qualify much sooner than 5 years, and sometimes it might be much longer depending on how you failed to plan, I guess.
Wow, Ethan, that is a mouthful. And for most people, it goes over our head, right? So let's get to a little more detail then.
Sure.
What are the requirements to qualify for long-term care Medicaid? And, what's the financial requirements?
Yeah, so to qualify for long-term care Medicaid, there's two components. One, you have to have a medical need. So you need to be medically needy. In my current health state, even if I were flat broke and met all of the financial requirements, I couldn't qualify for Medicaid because I don't have a medical need for it, right? So you do have to hit that. But assuming you meet the medical need, then there's a financial need requirement. And this is a part that gets a lot of people confused. There are limits to the amount of assets you can own and still qualify for Medicaid. And a lot of people get confused between assets and income. And part of the confusion here is because of the different types of Medicaid programs. For someone who's not in long-term care, someone who just has low income and they need this welfare health insurance, they have income restrictions to see whether they can qualify for Medicaid to pay for their to pay for their health insurance, but their assets are not counted. So someone who's not in long-term care, who just wants Medicaid, regular health insurance, we don't even look at their assets. We just look at their income to see if they qualify. And if you're poverty level income, you can qualify. However, if you are going for long-term care, the opposite is the case. We look at what your assets are, and it almost doesn't matter what your income is. Even if you have a lot of income above poverty level, $5,000, $6,000 a month, if your income is not enough to pay for your care, as long as you meet the asset requirements, then you could qualify for Medicaid for long-term care, and they just make you use some of your income to pay for your care, and Medicaid will pick up the difference. So that's one confusing point, is the income versus assets. Should I move on to what are the assets and the asset requirements and the types of assets?
So let's talk about the medical need first. You're saying that somebody really needs help and they can't do it themselves. What are the tests of what you can or cannot do to qualify for the long-term care needs as, say, a physically disabled person or mentally disabled person?
Sure. If you're comatose in a coma, you automatically qualify, medically needy. But short of that, there's an assessment done by your physician or sometimes the admitting nurse in the nursing home or the physician affiliated with the nursing home, and they fill out this form that the Department of Human Services here with the state of Hawaii, they have a form 1147, and that's an evaluation of your abilities. They will look at your hearing, your vision, your short-term memory, long-term memory, your ability to communicate your needs and wants, whether you can go to the toilet by yourself, whether you can bathe yourself, whether you can dress yourself, your ability to transfer in and out of bed to a chair, to a wheelchair if you need one, whether you can walk, do you need a cane or a walker or assistance or supervision or a wheelchair, whether you can eat by yourself or someone has to feed you, whether you can prepare your meals. So there's this whole list of things that they go through and will assess points, 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4, depending on the categories. Some of them have fewer than 4. But when you add up all the points, you need to meet a certain level that's determined to be at least intermediate care facility level of care before you can qualify for Medicaid and being medically needy. Generally, if you hit 15 points on the 1147 form, you're in good shape that you will be considered intermediate care facility level of care, and then you've met the medically needy requirement.
So as a pun or as a joke, you have to qualify to not be capable, and then you qualify.
Exactly.
Okay. So that's the one side on the physical need, right? Now, on the financial need, it's a little more complicated. So can you go onto that?
Sure. On the financial side, like I mentioned, there's a difference between income and assets. So income is what comes in every month. That's why they call it income. Did you ever think about that? So Social Security, pensions, salaries, investments, rents, any of that would be income. But if we set that aside and we just look at your assets, it's what's in the bank, right? What you own, what you have in your bank accounts, your stock accounts, even your retirement funds, your IRAs, your 401ks, your real estate, your cars, all of those things are considered assets. Anything that you own is an asset. And when you're trying to qualify for Medicaid, we make a distinction between exempt assets and non-exempt or countable assets. So we have 2 categories. And there's a long list of exempt assets, and 90% of it doesn't apply to most people. For one example that could apply in Hawaii is if you had been held in an internment camp in World War II as a Japanese American citizen, and you got a reparation payment of $25,000, which started in the 70s, then you kept that money separated, and you could say, this is that $25,000 that I got as a reparation payment for being in an internment camp, then that's considered exempt. But, that doesn't apply to most people. So the ones that do apply that we usually look at are a home. If you own a home, that's an exempt asset, and you don't have to sell it before you qualify for Medicaid. If it's your home that you're residing in, your residence. If you have a car or cars, the cars are exempt, and you can own those and still qualify for Medicaid. And when we say motor vehicles or cars, it could be a passenger car, a truck, a van, a bus, even a motorcycle. But unfortunately, the category of exempt motor vehicles does not include a boat or an airplane or a helicopter. So if you have one of those, you're out of luck.
So you have to give up your airplane, Nathan.
Yeah, that's right. And besides that, you can have a wedding ring and an engagement ring, assuming you're married. And you could also have a funeral plan and a burial plot. So those, like if you had a prepaid funeral plan, right? When you purchased it to say, hey, this will take care of my funeral when I pass away, or a burial spot, which could be a cemetery gravesite, or it could be a niche for Buddhist style, that any of those would count as an exempt asset. But if you have more than one burial plan or burial spot, then those would be considered non-exempt if you have more than one for each person in the household. So those are the exempt assets that most people would, that would apply to most people, right? What they can have. Anything other than that is non-exempt. So all of the stocks and bonds and bank accounts and cash and gold coins and money in your mattress stuffed at home, that's still a non-exempt or countable asset, and you have to declare that when you're applying for Medicaid. How much can you have? You can only have $2,000 in countable non-exempt assets when you're applying for Medicaid. If you're a married couple and one of you is going to a nursing home, then the one in the nursing home can have $2,000, and the healthy spouse could have up to $148,620. So that's called the community spouse resource allowance for the one who's healthy, so that they can keep surviving, right, while their needs aren't being met by Medicaid. But if you're a married couple and both of you are trying to get long-term care Medicaid in the nursing home, you can only have $3,000 combined. So that's the assets in terms of exempt and non-exempt and how much you can have.
So let me get this straight. If the husband is needy, he cannot have more than $2,000.
Correct.
The wife can have up to $148,620.
If she's healthy, living at home, not in a nursing home herself.
Okay. So if she has more than that, what happens?
If she has more than that and you apply for Medicaid, husband will be denied. They'll say, sorry, you have too much in assets. Come back again when your assets are under the limit.
So how do you take care of that, then qualify?
That's the secret sauce. And it depends on what types of assets you have. But I can give you one simple strategy. And one quick warning here is this is not legal advice. This is not financial advice here for anyone, because your specific situation might require a totally different plan, or there could be something that's much better to do that's different from this. But one possibility is there are certain types of annuity contracts that you can purchase for the healthy spouse that does not count as an asset as long as it meets several strict requirements. And most insurance companies don't sell an annuity that qualifies for Medicaid. So a lot of people will go out and buy an annuity thinking that they could do it for Medicaid, and it doesn't work. In fact, it can actually backfire and be worse, and in fact count as a penalty for you for Medicaid because you bought this annuity. But if you buy the right kind of annuity for the healthy spouse, you could put all that money in that annuity for the healthy spouse, and it doesn't count as an asset. It counts as an income stream for the healthy spouse, and the healthy spouse can keep all of their own income. So we've had clients with a few $100,000 extra in the bank. Maybe let's say there's $500,000, but they're only allowed to keep the $148,000. So we could take the extra $350,000 or so, put into an annuity contract for the healthy spouse. The healthy spouse gets all that money back after, well, month by month in an equal payments over 4 to 5 years. And when that money's coming back, it counts as income for the healthy spouse, so we don't have to contribute it to the nursing home like the needy spouse would have to pay their income. But the healthy spouse can keep all of their income. And so for one moment when we're ready to apply for Medicaid, we have less than $148,000 for the community spouse, and all the money that went into the annuity doesn't count as an asset. We apply for Medicaid and get approved. Once we're approved, the healthy spouse can keep their income and grow their assets over $148,000, and they're not penalized. So that's one technique to temporarily reduce your assets and yet get it back for the healthy spouse within a few years.
Ethan, is this $148,000 annually?
No, the $148,000 is not an income, it's an asset.
Okay.
That's when we're applying for Medicaid, we look at what your assets are at that point in time, a snapshot of assets at that point in time. And if we're under that amount, $2,000 and $148,620, then we're approved. If we're over, we're denied. And if you're approved, then even if the healthy spouse invests their money and grows over 148 or gets more income or annuities pay out and it grows back to $500,000, the healthy spouse can keep that money and it doesn't get the nursing home spouse kicked off.
Okay. Now, how about a home? You said there's no limit if certain conditions occur?
Right. So we said your home was an exempt asset. Well, that's only partially true. The home is an exempt asset, but there's two caveats there. One is there can be an equity limit on how much value or equity you can have in your home. And it was set at $750,000 adjusted for inflation back in 2006. So currently you could have $1,033,000 home, and that's all exempt. And if you have if your house is worth more than $1,033,000 and you don't have any mortgages to reduce the equity, then it would not be an exempt asset because anything above the $1,033,000 is a countable asset. But there's an exception. If you have your spouse living in the home, the equity limit doesn't apply. So you could have a $2 million or $10 million home, and if your spouse is living there, the whole thing is exempt. You can still qualify for Medicaid.
Wow.
If it's not the spouse, you can have a minor child or a blind or disabled child of yours, not someone's child or any child, but your own child who's an adult who's blind or disabled, or your own child who's a minor. And in this case, it's federal law minor, so under 21. And then in that case, you could have a house worth more than $1,033,000 and it's still exempt to get you qualified for Medicaid.
Now, I heard somewhere that if an adult child moves in to your house and takes care of you, then is that house exempt without a limit?
That's a good question. That's not true, actually. It's still exempt and you wouldn't qualify for Medicaid. But the adult child with 2 years living with you and helping to take care of you, this is actually an exception to the 5-year look-back rule where there's a penalty for transferring assets. So if you transfer your asset to your child, let's say you own a home that's worth $2 million and your spouse has passed away, you're a widow or widower, and you don't have a minor child or a disabled child, then you try to give your house to your child to say, now I don't have an asset. Well, that gift would create a penalty with a 5-year look-back period. But there's an exception. If you give your home to your adult child who lived with you for 2 years and helped provide care to delay your entry to the nursing home, then there's no penalty for giving your house to that child, whether it's $1 million or $10 million or $2 million. Any value of home is no penalty on transferring it. But if you don't give it away to that child and you keep that home and it's worth more than $1,033,000, you can't qualify for Medicaid because your equity is too much.
Wow. Amazing.
It's complicated, right?
It is extremely. Now, time is flying. We only have little under 4 minutes left, but you had 5 tips to qualify for Medicaid. So can you tell us your tips? And then maybe at about a minute left, we're going to have to cut it and then bring you back again.
Sounds good. And maybe we'll have to do another session to talk about strategies we can use or something.
Sure. That'd be wonderful.
5 tips, I would say. First is when you're trying to qualify for Medicaid, work with a qualified specialist to maximize your chances of getting qualified for Medicaid without getting denied. And in this case, there are often social workers or Medicaid consultants who can be helpful. As long as you don't have significant amount of assets, often they're really helpful to help you get qualified and make sure the paperwork's done correctly. Because if you submit your application and it's denied, the problem is you might have a nursing home bill of $10,000 or $12,000 or $15,000 a month that's racking up. And if you made a mistake in the application and then you get a denial 60 days later and you reapply, well, you just racked up 2 months of nursing home bill that you might have to come out of pocket to pay and you don't have the money for. And so get help when you're applying for Medicaid. The second tip would be don't necessarily just spend down your assets before seeking assistance from a qualified attorney who specializes in Medicaid qualification and protecting assets from nursing home costs. Sometimes the social worker or Medicaid consultant who's helping you will tell you to spend down so that you can qualify. And that might be the wrong advice, but they don't know any better. Everyone that I've met and worked with, the social workers or consultants, are good-hearted people who are trying to help, and they do a great job to help most people who just need help with an application to qualify for Medicaid. Sometimes they give advice without realizing that it's not the right thing for your situation because you have assets that could be saved and they don't know how to save it because it's really complicated, as we can see. So I would say don't just spend down because you heard you have to qualify. It's worth getting some advice, a consultation from a specialist to see if there's something you can do to protect those assets. Number 3, make sure you have a very good, durable power of attorney for financial matters that allows your agent to make gifts on your behalf if you become incapacitated. Because if you don't have special language allowing them to make gifts for you, they can't do that. And even if there is a legal way to give your assets away to your spouse or your kids to qualify for Medicaid, if you're incompetent, they can't do it for you, even with a standard power of attorney. The state form, the default form, only lets you give $17,000 per person per year if you even allowed for that gift. So that's an important one. The most important thing, I think, is make sure you have a good power of attorney before you become incapacitated.
Okay, we're at the well time mark, Ethan. So we're going to have to bring you back for sure.
Sounds good.
Because there's a lot more stuff that you could go into detail without rushing. But man, this is just an amazing amount of information that the normal Joe public doesn't know, do they?
No, almost everyone I see that comes for help with their Medicaid planning, even if they've done research online, even if they've talked to friends, some of them even work in the business. In fact, we had someone who's a Medicaid eligibility worker who approves and denies people's application recently come to me for advice on how to plan for protecting their assets and qualify for Medicaid if they need it in the long term. So even the people whose job it is to approve or deny the applications don't necessarily know it all. Yeah.
Ethan, thank you so much. Let's have you back again for the continuance. Okay, I think people would like to know more about that. Folks, thank you so much for being with us. Go to ableeseminars.com if you're interested in learning more about the real estate education side. And of course, Ethan is at Okura Law. And so he's on the website as well. Thank you so much, Ethan. We'll see you again.
You bet. Take care.
Okay, take care.
Stronger searching can be the difference between planning a trip to Paris, France, or Paris, Texas. Here are 4 tips to take your Googling above and beyond. Catch the travel bug from your coworkers' vacay pics. Use reverse image search to find picture-perfect spots, even if you don't know the name. Do your research using credible sources. Searching Paris, France transportation will bring up results from travel agencies, bloggers, and anyone with internet. Adding a site search like site:.fr can help you restrict your search to info from local sources. You can also use site search with a specific domain or website to find artwork from your favorite painter for a trip to the museum. Pick a prime Parisian pâtissière with Boolean search. Find the best bakeries to get one of your favorite French treats by adding or between two queries. Then again, why not have both? Bon voyage!
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which deals with how COVID has changed us. There's no question that COVID has had a lasting impact on us individually and on society as a whole. We gave up our masks, perhaps too early, but in the pain of these last 3 years, we now seem to have given up our memory of how it has been, and what, if anything, we have learned from it. We have endured a fair amount of isolation, and our social connections have frayed in the process. The fear or guilt of failing health has dominated our lives. Worries about jobs and security have made us feel vulnerable in so many ways. The political climate, including the violent outrages of people like Trump, a rise in autocracy and global failure to deal with climate change, have made us wonder if the next generation has even a fighting chance. Many of us have largely spent our time indoors, experiencing job loss or terrifying transition into uncertainty. The activities we once actively enjoyed have taken a back seat. As time passes without the seasons of sustained effort and success, our dispositions may have declined while we weren't watching. And we have changed. Our communities have changed. The world has changed. The memories of life before are distant and fragmented. Actually, in the words of Thomas Wolfe, we can't go home again, and indeed the notion of home is likely to have changed for us over these past 3 years. When we wake up from this Rip Van Winkle sleep, the streets where we live may be the same, but we have all moved to other places. Some people have experienced dramatic transformation, while others have had more subtle changes. Whether we recognize it or not, the 3-year hiatus we have had is a major denominator for our collective worldview. Our perspectives on the country and the social fabric have been torn. National optimism is not so easy anymore, and we are left unprepared for a continuation or repetition of the trouble we have seen. Some people are energetic enough to see this as a time of opportunity and advantage, but frankly, most of us feel like victims. Our view of the future has been altered. We are less comfortable with our lives and the world we had 3 years ago. We live with the prospect of further deterioration, uncertain of what will happen to us and our kids. Yes, we could lose another 3 years to this or other pathogens, and that could have a huge effect on us and everything around us. So, what happens next? 3 years could turn into 6, and 6 into 9. We find ourselves trapped in this troubled discomfort, yearning for a return to normalcy, whatever that was and whenever we lost it, just as some other people less thoughtful yearn for a return to time when America was great, whatever that was, and whenever we lost it. The path to better times is elusive. We are not yet at the end of our discomfort, and we cannot yet see the end of the tunnel. We are rather living in a time that demands that we take inventory, that we acknowledge the realities and risks facing us, and that we find the moral strength to move on to better ways and days. This applies to us individually and collectively. Over these 3 years, we have lost something precious as a society. We can no longer claim to be the city on the hill, or the greatest generation, or most exceptional nation. Our concern for each other and our belief in the future simply isn't what it was, and what we have lost may not be recapturable. It's time to break from the emotional lockdown of the last 3 years and gather and connect again, perhaps in a more dedicated, motivated, and caring way than before. We know what we have to do, and after suffering the loss of these years from our lives, it's now time to do it. Or else. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please like us and click the subscribe button on YouTube and the follow button on Vimeo. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, and donate to us at thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. It may seem early to think about the 2024 U.S. House and Senate races. Unfortunately, it is not. Political parties are drawing up lists of the most vulnerable seats right now. Whatever happens in the presidential race, control of the House and the Senate is essential to either stopping a president you don't like or advancing the agenda for one you prefer. Complaining is easy. Action is harder, especially when you feel alone, weak, and far from the action. The one thing we have right now that can make a difference is money. Even a small donation to a campaign right now can make a difference as potential challengers are deciding whether to run. Obviously, politicians prefer you donate more money than less, but the number of small donations, including from out of state, also helps them determine whether entering or staying in a race is viable. Many believe money is too powerful in politics, except for the very rich and those running corporations and organizations who spend freely to retain access and influence. They, of course, firmly believe in the power of money. It is a rotten way to run a country, but it is our way right now. And while some believe in studying a politician's positions and voting record, it remains that choice of political party is still the easiest and quickest guide to whom to support. So, pick a nonpartisan political news outlet like Roll Call, Cooke's Political Report, Politico, or The Hill. Search their site for most vulnerable House and Senate seats in 2024. You will find, for example, that 8 Democratic senators are vulnerable, but no Republicans are. Think what control of the Senate means right now, with 50 Republicans, 47 Democrats, and 3 independents who caucus with the Democrats, and what it will mean next term when at least one more Supreme Court seat becomes vacant. So, if you like the incumbents or their party, give them a few bucks. If you don't like the incumbents or their party and their likely presidential candidate, give to the challengers. Later, other activities and more money will help. Right now, for better or worse, it's about money. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled You Can't Go Home Again. Trump always talks about making America great again, assuring us it was great at some point before. Not so clear. See the Stefan Ehrenreich article in the Washington Post on July 29th. And lots of people talk about going back to the normal that was before, or maybe a new normal that will be reminiscent of the old normal but isn't. Again, not so clear. Exactly what was normal the last time we thought things were actually normal. Perhaps that means before Trump, and before COVID, and before the troubling deteriorations and threats we have in our world today. Some years ago, Jack Balkan, constitutional law professor in New Haven, appeared on ThinkTech.
In a discussion of what could be done to reverse the things that George W. Bush had been doing, Balkan provided some guidance. He imparted that everything counts. You may want to go back home, but you can't go home again. It's not like a yo-yo forward and back, but rather a journey that always moves ahead, a journey where everything that has happened is built into the future. Trump is built into the future. So is COVID. And like it or not, all of their implications and legacies, and all of the hard lessons and landmines they left, are all built into the future. We've been waiting to return to normal for 6 years at least, but the prospects of going back to the way it was are not good. We know that many things will be permanently changed. Think of your own quality of life, and your daily and long-term priorities. We know that things will be different, but we don't know what the changes might be. In the complexity of what is happening in our world today, we can only make wild guesses. The quality of your family life and your local and national life has probably changed, and is likely to change a lot more, and maybe very soon, and these changes will take us in directions far away from what we have hoped to return to. So get used to it. Appreciate that it will never be the same as before, not better, and not as good as you may have wished, but if you can appreciate and examine this dynamic, you will recognize that you still have the benefit of being here on the planet, and that is a good thing. Even at a time where it is difficult or impossible to predict the future, we should be happy to be alive and have some possibility of improving things for ourselves and hopefully others. Cheer up, it could be worse, and maybe it will. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Mahalo.
An official message from Medicare. Unfortunately, scam artists are using the coronavirus pandemic to try to steal your Medicare number and other personal data. But you can protect yourself. If you get a call or email offering COVID-19 items like a test kit or a mask, and they ask for your Medicare number, hang up or delete the email. Guard your card. For more info, call Department of Health Senior Medicare Patrol Hawaii at 586-7281 or visit smphawaii.org.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Ukraine is thanking us, we should also be thanking Ukraine. Timothy Snyder is a history professor at Yale. In view of Volodymyr Zelensky's trip to thank the United States, Snyder gave us 10 reasons why the United States should also be thanking Ukraine. This is a summary of those reasons. The first reason. Ukraine, the sole victim of Russia's aggression, is fulfilling NATO's mission, even though it is not a member of NATO, and for 3% of the U.S. defense budget, it is providing greater security for the West. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The second reason. Our defense budget has never been audited. The Ukrainians have helped us do an audit in practice, and have shown that with only a small part of our defense budget they could win the Battle of Kyiv, the Battle of Kharkiv, the Battle of Kherson, and half the territory that Russia invaded in February of 2022. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The third reason. Ukraine has also brought us greater security in the Pacific, by allowing us to reallocate our military power to Asia, and to show China that an aggressive attack against Taiwan will be much more difficult than they thought. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The fourth reason. Ukraine has been a huge source of food for the world, especially Africa and Asia. The Russians have weaponized this by mining the fields and bombing the dam and the ports. Ukraine is nevertheless trying hard to open the Black Sea and get the food out. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The fifth reason. Ukraine is making nuclear war less likely. They resist and ignore Russian propaganda and threats about nuclear weapons. Their refusal to capitulate diminishes the risk of global nuclear blackmail and proliferation. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The sixth reason. The Russian attack on Ukraine is a direct and violent attack on democracy. Ukraine is doing all it can to defend democracy, to give democracy a chance, and to show us that it can prevail. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The seventh reason. In Ukraine, people talk about freedom, not as a cliché, but as something to make sacrifices for, and as a way to realize their own possibilities. It's not the same in an autocracy. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The eighth reason. Ukraine has shown us courage. Zelensky stayed in Kyiv, even as the bombs and rockets were falling. Ukrainians take huge risks, and thousands have died. They demonstrate remarkable courage every day. For their courage and patriotism to their country, we should be admiring them and thanking them. The ninth reason. Even in the face of war, the Ukrainians exemplify a search for truth, history, culture, and creativity. They never stop doing that, and it replenishes their spirit and keeps them going. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The 10th reason. All that has happened since Russia's invasion has given the United States the clear opportunity to be on the right side, and to find our moral compass in these troubled times. We need to see and act on this. And for that also, we should be grateful to Ukraine. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Ukraine is Thanking Us. We should also be thanking Ukraine. Aloha.
When to use a COVID-19 self-test kit. If you have had COVID-19 in the past 90 days, you do not need to be tested unless you have new symptoms. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, self-isolate away from others and get tested as soon as possible. If you've been in contact with someone with COVID-19, take your test at least 5 days after exposure. If you don't have symptoms and have not been exposed to someone with COVID-19, consider testing before attending an indoor event or gathering. What to do if you test positive for COVID-19? Self-isolate away from others for 5 days. Wear a mask when you need to be around people for 10 days. Inform those who need to know, including your employer or school and any close contacts. Monitor your symptoms and contact your healthcare provider if necessary. What to do if you test negative for COVID-19? There is still a chance you could have COVID-19, especially if you have symptoms or have been exposed to someone with COVID-19. Consider repeating the self-test 1 to 2 days later, or seek PCR testing. Taking more than one test can help you be sure that you do not have COVID-19. Check out these additional resources to learn more about keeping yourself and your family safe. This message was brought to you by the Hawaii State Department of Health.
This is a ThinkTech commentary, dealing with the question of whether Putin can come back. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this commentary. Can Putin come back? For now, probably. But he'll have to work at it. He is clever and retributive enough to deal with the current loss of face, but it remains possible, if not likely, that what has happened will undermine his long-term ability to retain control, and will make him more vulnerable and more dangerous in dealing with other threats that will arise for him in the future. We don't know exactly how, but we do know that things in Russia have changed. Certainly, the insurrection has damaged Putin at home. His relationships with the generals, the oligarchs, and the bureaucracy, were profoundly affected as they watched the Prigozhin and Wagner Group march on Moscow. Although the Russians who have remained in Russia have been reluctant to speak against him, it is likely that many of them, especially those who have lost their children in his inexplicable war, now question him, damage control propaganda, or not. But what are his options? Will he be able to repair the damage? Should we be concerned about the things he will do to escape his embarrassment? We know he will do lots of propaganda on state TV. He will develop a dangerous new friendship with Prigozhin and the Wagner Group. He will buy off or jail oligarchs who might question him. He will initiate more false charges against those he sees as adversaries. He will persecute scapegoats wherever he can find them. He will terrify everyone, perhaps even more than before. Putin's reputation has also been further damaged in the international community, where he doesn't have the same control as at home. He will try to reconnect with autocratic allies like China that may now have less confidence in him. He will do everything he can to get our attention and to recover and project power on the world stage. That includes doing unthinkable things in Ukraine like threatening a nuclear catastrophe at Zaporizhzhia, just as he did by blowing up the Kakhovka Dam, and by repeatedly attacking civilian targets to show he is still in charge, and still out of control. There's no doubt that Putin will continue to foment unrest in the countries of Europe, including France and in the United States, to fragment our political will. Remember, Prigozhin was Putin's social media disinformation chief, who helped him support Trump in 2016. Putin will also give the Wagner Group open license to continue its war crime operations in Africa, the Middle East and Central Asia, and in the process to have us all forget about the insurrection, and to distract and defer us from providing the necessary support for Ukraine. The bottom line is that the insurrection in Russia has changed things profoundly, in ways we don't yet know. So we should be watching what Putin does, and how all of this could affect Russia, Europe, Asia and the United States. Of course, we'll continue to cover the story going forward, so stay tuned for more.
Welcome and aloha. My name is Mark Sklarz. I am the host of ThinkTech Hawaii's Law Across the Sea program. Today we're going across the sea to meet with Gerald Thomas in Kobe, Japan. Gerald Thomas, or he lets me call him Jerry, is a Canadian barrister and solicitor, but he's lived and worked in Japan for over 25 years. He is the founder and president of Thomas Consultants International, which provides services to international businesses and the community that comes to Japan, and Japanese lawyers. And I've asked Jerry to tell us what he has learned about life and law, how he got to Japan, and what's it like to be a Canadian barrister and solicitor working and living in Japan. So welcome, Jerry. How are you?
Thank you very much, Mark. Very nice to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Well, I find your story, if I could call it that, very interesting. And I want to first point out, you're in Kobe, Japan. And Kobe, if we could put up a map, is on the southern part of Japan, in Honshu. And that's where you live. And that's where you are now. And I want to ask you, I want to go in a little bit more, and let's talk about how did you get to Japan? I mean, you're a Canadian. Here you are, Canadian barrister and solicitor, but you spent a substantial amount of time in Kobe, Japan. Well, how did that come about? Give us the background.
Well, Mark, it's a simple love story, if I have to put it that way, because I met my wife, who is from Kobe, during my law school years, or actually right before I went to law school. And she was studying in Canada. And prior to that, I had no relationship with Japan at all. I mean, I did martial arts, I did karate, but I had never been to Japan. But I met my wife in the summer of in the summer of '88, and that was it. And so, as I went to law school, I thought that the role or the life of an international lawyer would be very interesting. So I focused my studies on international law, specifically looking at Japan as a market. And it all evolved through that. And so I was lucky I had an in the sense that my wife being from Kobe. And then my practice kind of evolved. After I finished law school, I was going every summer back to Japan. I married my wife in '88, or '89, actually, sorry. And so during my law school years, we would go back in the summertime. And then after I finished law school, I went to Japan for a year to study Japanese and to work. And then I got called to the bar in 1991, or in 1993, sorry, at the end of law school after my 1 year in Japan. And I went to Japan again for another year, I thought a year or two, to, again, focus on the law and working with Japanese lawyers. And I enjoyed it so much, I just never went back and opened up my own consulting firm. And it all started from there.
Okay, so it's all about love. That's what I hear. And
that's right. That's the base. Love is the base.
Well, that's a good story. I like that. And you love Japan. You love Kobe also. I guess is that right?
Now, Japan is a beautiful place to live and to work. I mean, it has its challenges without a doubt, especially the language. But there is support, and I always had, in a sense, family in Japan. My wife and her family, because they're from Kobe. And so it was something where my time in Kobe, especially initially, was always with support. So I'm very grateful for that. And in the international legal community, I had some key supporters, which really were wonderful. And that's the way Japan works.
So what did you do? I mean, when you got to Japan, were you able to work? You weren't. I suspect that you weren't able to be a barrister.
Well, that's a good point.
What did you do?
Well, most non-Japanese that come here, if you're a native English speaker, you teach English. And that's what I did before I got called to the bar. I taught English as a second language. I taught that with a language school. And through that teaching, because my focus was business, I met many many business people, Japanese business people that wanted to practice or work abroad. And so I came into contact with that market. Once I got called to the bar, I did 1 year working with a Japanese law office in Osaka, which is 25 minutes away from Kobe. And so I had 1 year of actual working in a Japanese law office. After that, I saw the opportunity to work with many law offices, and that's why I started my own consulting firm, so that I could provide my services to a number of Japanese law offices working on international projects on a per-project basis. And that's how things kind of evolved that way. I am not licensed to practice law in Japan. And so to get around that and to follow the law, of course, because it's very important to follow Japanese laws, I made the Japanese lawyers themselves my clients. And so the worry is, among people that are practicing without proper licenses, is that you're going to damage the public or that you're somehow going to mislead the public. But if my clients are the lawyers themselves, nobody was misled. And I was able to support the lawyers as I say, a silent partner in the background, helping them with their international negotiations, helping them with their documents, proofreading, translating. And that's how my business evolved.
Okay, and I do want to ask a little bit about that, but first I want to ask you, you were a foreigner. I mean, you spent a lot of time in Japan before you started working. You got married to a Japanese lady in Kobe, and you lived there, and you had family there. What are the pluses and minuses about being a foreigner? I mean, was it hard just to be a foreigner that lived there and tried to work, or how did that come about for you?
Well, as a foreigner, I always compare it to a dancing bear in a circus. If you look at a dancing bear in the circus, everybody claps and says, "Oh, that's such an interesting dancing bear." But you don't want to take him home with you, right? And so it's something where there are pluses and minuses to being a minority in Japan, and a visible minority at that. And Kobe at the time didn't have a lot of foreigners where I lived. You know, there was a foreign community, an expat community in Kobe, but I didn't live there. I lived actually very close to my wife's family, just on the outskirts of the city. So it's something where I was really where I was. I was the only foreigner in the community. And that has a plus and a minus. I mean, the plus side is everybody knows I'm clearly not from there. And Japanese people were generally very supportive and very helpful. On the other hand, you had to get used to being stared at. You had to get used to the kids smiling and laughing and pointing. And like I say, you take the minuses with the pluses. The pluses outweigh the minuses by a lot. You know, so
and you've obviously like it and love it, as we've learned, and enjoyed your life there. And now, tell us about your business. What is your consulting business, Thomas Consultants International? What do you do? What's that about?
Yeah, well, my clients are all Japanese lawyers, primarily. That, you know, I do work with some of the biggest pharmaceutical companies because I do corporate training as well. So actually, I taught presentation skills 25 years ago, before the pandemic and Zoom and everything made, you know, video conferencing a normal part of working life. But it's something where back then, lawyers really didn't have resources to help them get training, you know, on how to speak or how to proofread their documents or translation. And so I provided that kind of support service. So I would meet the lawyers, they would have projects that they'd be working on, and I would help them perform their work in the background. You know, and because I'm not licensed in Japan, I could never take clients on my own for legal work. But I was very happy to work with the Japanese lawyers, and they took the credit for the work. And at the same time, though, lawyers understand and they're appreciative. And, you know, I got the respect of, they knew that I was helping them do their work. And so that's how my business evolved. It's really one of the first and the only company I know that's actually doing this in Japan. And 30 years ago, it was very controversial because some people were concerned whether I was practicing illegal or not. And so I actually had a meeting with the largest organization of lawyers in Japan, the Japan Federation of Bar Associations. They brought me in front of their committee to see if I was practicing illegally. And I showed them I wasn't. And so I was able to continue my business. So
that's interesting. And then I note that you also do some mediation and arbitration. But so you serve as a bridge and a support for Japanese lawyers. And what's the mediation and arbitration about?
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, I am allowed to practice as a foreign arbitrator. That is allowed, even though I'm not licensed in Japan as a lawyer. I'm allowed to practice as an arbitrator under the rules. A mediator now, that is something that I am also allowed to do, provided it's in an international context. So if one of the parties is non-Japanese, I am allowed to serve as a mediator. So for example, international marriages, you know, when they're talking about custody of the kids, things like that, or partner disputes, certain commercial disputes between a foreign company and a Japanese company, I can serve as a mediator. And that's where I primarily do my work, not on the arbitration side, but on the mediation side. My own philosophy of working is much more to support the parties to reach their own conclusion, rather than being a judge that says, you win, you lose, and that's it, it's over. And so my background really is cross-cultural negotiation. Before I went to law school, I was a psych major for behavioral and educational psychology. And I found that that applied very well, dealing with parties under stress, helping them find a solution to their problems. And that's where, you know, I enjoy my work the most, is as the mediator.
You know, it's very, very interesting. All of your background leads you to where you are. All the things that came into your life from your, you know, before you became a lawyer, before law school, and now meeting your wife in Canada, and then becoming a lawyer. And it's leads you. It seems to me all of these little factors. Where do they come from? And then you're there.
Steve Jobs said it best, right? He said, "No experience is wasted," and I really believe that. So
yeah. Now, one thing you mentioned, you talked about working on divorce cases, and I have handled some cases involving children and who gets custody. How do you deal with that in Japan? Because children, I know in Japan that's a treasure. And so how do you deal with that with the cultural custody issues?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's the Hague Convention, which really rules in terms of where the child should be in custody. But in Japan, between two Japanese people that are getting a divorce, the children usually go to the mother, and that's a cultural thing. It's practical on one side, but the courts are supposed to find the best environment for the children, and there is a general tendency that those children are best with the mother. When we take that into an international context, it makes it very difficult, because even if the father was the primary caregiver, if the mother was a professional woman, for example, a flight attendant or a doctor, the case is being made that, well, the children are still better with the mother. They get to use, if the father is the non-Japanese and the mother is Japanese, well, the children get to develop their Japanese skills better in the mother's home. And seeing that makes things very complicated. And a lot of times I have to explain to the father that this is not a prejudice in terms of you as a foreigner. But in Japan, between two Japanese people, the children often go to the mother too. And that's very difficult. And so these child custody cases are very, very emotional. And my heart bleeds for them, both sides, and the children especially. Japan does not have joint custody. That's a very big difference between the U.S. and Canada, where we can say, well, you can share the custody of the children as long as you guys can do it responsibly as adults. Japan doesn't have that. It's one or the other, 100%. And the other person gets visitation, if they're lucky, a couple of hours a month. That's it under the court. So it's a very different system.
And you, as a mediator, I guess you that because your knowledge of culture in Japan, you try to express that to the parties, so that the result is peaceful.
Yeah, well, that's right. And what I say to the parties is that it's much better for you guys to forge a solution together than to have some judge come out as a third party and say, you get this, it's over. And if you can do it together, that's better for it makes you want to hold to the rules that you've agreed to. If you agree to the rules, you tend to follow them better than when somebody imposes them on you. And so a mediated solution, I believe, is by far the best than one that's given by a third-party judge.
Right. I agree with that. Now, I want to talk a little bit about Kobe, because Kobe has had some experiences very similar to Maui. But first, let's just put up a photo of Kobe and tell me what Kobe is like, what the city is like.
Yeah. Kobe is a beautiful city. I mean, it's about 1.5 million people. And it's very similar to Seattle or to Vancouver in Canada, because it's on a port. It's a port. It's a port city. And you've got all that international transportation, trade. And actually, Kobe was the first city open to foreigners, 1867, basically. And for that reason, there was a foreign settlement in Kobe very early on. Now, that has changed over the years. But Kobe is a beautiful city. It's a half hour from Osaka, which is, 8 million people. It's a little bit further from Kyoto, which is considered, the seed of Japanese culture. And so it's a beautiful location with the mountains and the water and the port. It's a really nice place to live.
Okay, now I want to now focus a little bit on kind of the experience we've had in Hawaii quite recently, and ask about your experience. In January 1995, Kobe was hit by a massive earthquake, the Great Hanshin earthquake. What can you tell us about that? Where were you? What happened?
Yeah, well, I was living in Kobe with my family. I had 2 children at the time, and my wife was pregnant for a third. And we live in a place called Arima, which is part of Kobe, but it is a hot spring town, similar to Banff, Alberta, Canada. It has a hot spring, and that is, it's 90% of tourism is what keeps that city going. And I was there with my family in my wife's hometown. And at 5:46 in the morning, suddenly the ground left me. I was in air because the first shock of that earthquake was what was vertical drop. And then things started shaking and everything came off the walls. It was just, I'd never been in a major earthquake before. Japan always has smaller earthquakes, but this was a massive earthquake. We had cracks in the walls. We had everything come down. It was shocking. Fortunately, the roof was fine and the walls could be repaired. But it was just shocking. And I remember saying to myself immediately, this is an earthquake. And I remember that during, for example, the Great Tokyo earthquake, the Kanto earthquake in 1923, most people died from fire. So I immediately went outside and I shut off all the gas in the houses on my row. And there was just thinking like a machine. It just, self-preservation. People started coming out of the buildings, and it was just shock. Where we were not in the epicenter. We were about 5 kilometers away. So we were actually 1/10 of what had happened, what had happened downtown was 10 times on the scale, one level on the scale higher than what we had experienced. But what we experienced still caused massive damage.
What about the people of Kobe? How did they were affected? I mean,
the final count was 6,400 dead.
Wow.
And now you've got to understand, Kobe was a very confident city. We had not had a major earthquake like that for hundreds of years. So Kobe, despite other places in Japan having sizable earthquakes on a regular schedule, almost every 70 years, every 50 years, Kobe was really spared all of that. And so we didn't have earthquake experience like that. And then this massive quake was just, beyond anything.
And very similar to Maui in a way. I mean, Maui was not an earthquake, but the result was the same. Now, we hadn't experienced that exactly, but there was a lot of death involved. And how did Kobe handle it? How has it handled it? What did it do? And what has been the result of the people in Kobe having to deal with that disaster?
Yeah, well, it's very interesting because actually that earthquake was considered a turning point for volunteerism in Japan. It was very interesting because we had massive influx of volunteers supporting the people in Kobe. And the national government of Japan actually made January 17th National Volunteer Day. And it's become one of those turning points where volunteerism just expanded exponentially from that time due to what happened in Kobe. And so many laws were changed regarding support to the local population in the event of a disaster. And the volunteer communities will rush to the scene of an earthquake or natural disaster in Japan based on the experience that was found in Kobe. And it was very it was very newsworthy. A lot of people reported this. And what was very interesting, even the local Yakuza organization, Kobe actually has one particular Yakuza organization, which is one of the biggest in Japan. And the organized crime organ actually was one of the first people to set up support networks to get resources and supplies to the people whose houses had fallen down. 400,000 buildings became uninhabitable at that time. And everybody chipped in. And I think that everybody chipping in the local community and the extended community was really something noteworthy about this earthquake.
Well, we're seeing a lot of help come from all around the world and within Hawaii also from various people. We're still at the beginning stages here of trying to get back to where we should be. But it sounds like what happened, some good came out of this. Some good people coming together and a positive thing came out of this. Now, I want to ask you, were did, were lawyers involved? Were the Bengoshi, the Japanese lawyers,
Yes.
or involved? And how were they? And there's been some criticism of lawyers being involved in these type of things. But just what happened in Kobe and what happened with Japanese lawyers?
It's surprising because when we think of lawyers, we don't usually think of them as an essential service like doctors and firefighters. But the reality is that there are a lot of legal issues that happen as a result of these disasters. For example, many of these buildings became uninhabitable. And the landlord said, I'm sorry, but you have to leave. And these people said, well, what do? We pay you rent. We want our money back, or we want our deposit back. And there were a lot of legal issues about that. Of course, a lot of legal issues about insurance. But these people needed a way to be able to express their need. And the lawyers often would help them fill out the forms, would help them fill out the insurance documents so that they could make a claim, so that they could get compensation. These things where the lawyers are so important because many of the people are elderly or have no legal experience. The role of lawyers is essential, and especially also the role of the law societies to support this and make sure that the legal support that's being given is being properly given. And so that nobody's taking advantage. When I think of Maui and I think of the situation there, I say all this property is suddenly going to be available. And you have to make sure that you don't get, the foreign interest coming in or people taking advantage of people in a weak position. And lawyers can help with that. And especially, like I said, the bar associations can really support the Hawaiian population, or in a disaster in Japan, the Japanese population get access to the compensation they need.
So,
very
you've seen the positive aspect of lawyers helping after the Kobe earthquake, and we're seeing it too. And our bar association is stepping up, and so are lawyers. There is some, sarcasm and negative comments. How should lawyers deal with that type of thing when somebody, says things about, well, you're just doing this for the money?
Yeah, well, there is a significant social activism that lawyers participate in, and people sometimes forget that we're in this. Of course, it's our career, but on the other hand, there's so much pro bono work being done. There's so much work above and beyond, because lawyers truly want to contribute to their societies. They truly want to contribute to their communities. And those that are the most sarcastic, often don't really know what the lawyers are doing or what they're trying to do. And once again, the bar associations can help coordinate that and make sure it's done in a proper way, because lawyers only exist because they're able to help society. Otherwise, there'd be no role for them. And it's something where in a disaster like this, the lawyers should be stepping up and helping, and they can help so much on the document side, helping people get access to information. There's always going to be naysayers. There's always going to be those types of people, and the lawyers have always functioned with that, and we will continue to function that way. To avoid, just ignore those people.
And so some of the important things that lawyers and bar associations have to do is educate people. Also, just send out the word and tell them what we're doing and how it's beneficial. So there is that. Now, you've your story began with love. You walked through a disaster in Kobe, also, and you've been working hard in different aspects of the legal community and the international community in Kobe. I want to ask you just some general questions. What have you learned about life and people from your time in Japan, especially with respect to the disaster of the Kobe earthquake?
It's interesting because I think the thing that I learned the most is that as human beings, we go through the same emotions and the same points of our life: birth, marriage, death. All of these things, even though we may be from completely different cultures, we feel the same way. And we go through the same range of emotions. A disaster in Hawaii or a disaster in Japan, people cry the same.
So
they deal with it. you know.
You're saying we're all connected. We are
very much all connected.
We're not different races. We are the human race. Is what I hear you saying.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, those same feelings on life and death, they cross cultures, and that's where we can really connect with each other. And that's where I think the volunteerism and the support from country to country, when we have a disaster in one place that other countries contribute, they send their teams and things like that. It's so valuable because we share a common humanity.
Is there anything in Japanese culture or Canadian culture that has helped you?
I think that, you know, Canadian culture is very, very international in the sense that, you know, we have a lot of immigration. In Japan, they don't. And it's something where Japan has issues regarding population decline. And simply they have to open up more. And I think that as they open up more, they're going to see the benefits of that. And it's going to be something that is going to help them reach a better economy and a better appreciation for the different races and different cultures. So between Canada and Japan, they're very different, but there are some common themes that I know they share. And living in Japan has been really wonderful to be able to see those from both sides.
So the background you bring from Canada can contribute and help in Japan also.
I think so. Yes.
We have just a few seconds left, Jerry, and I just do you have a couple words that you could tell people on how to deal with disasters, including you went through a disaster.
Yeah, it was the worst year of my life, without a doubt, that year.
What words of wisdom or advice would you give to people to deal with disaster?
You know, you never forget those moments, but you can move on and change, and things do get better. You know, and that's the thing that it's going to take years to recover, but piece by piece you will. And Kobe now is a beautiful, vibrant city again, different than it was before the earthquake. But
there's a beautiful picture of it.
Yeah, and we still, you know, every January 17th at 5:46 in the morning, there is a group getting together with a candlelight vigil every year. So we never forget, but we can come back from that. And Kobe has come back with it, and I'm sure Hawaii will too. I'm sure that Maui will come back. And yeah, and that's what you have to remember, even in the worst times. Things will get better.
Well, Gerald Thomas, thank you very much for being my guest today and providing words of hope and inspiration. And your own experience has been very helpful. And it was good to hear your story. So thank you very much. Aloha.
Thank you, Mark.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Wake-Up Calls Are Coming More Tragically Now. Maui didn't see it coming, although maybe it should have. After all that, and after all the wildfires, heat waves, droughts, rain, and floods on the mainland and around the world, and the damage and disruption that inevitably follows, we should appreciate that climate is really out of the bottle and very possibly out of control. Al Gore wasn't kidding, and it's coming home to roost, pretty much everywhere, including right here at home in Hawaii. And we find that it's not just another primetime news event from a faraway place. It's life and death right here on a huge scale, including the dead and wounded and missing and the wholesale destruction of our homes and buildings, and a considerable piece of our state economy. Maybe we thought that Hawaii, with its distance, was somehow exempt from these things. We have to admit that complacency on climate, and on so many other things, has ruled the day, here and elsewhere. No, we are not exempt, and now climate has clearly caught up with us. You can put solar on your roof and drive electric cars and be just as green as you want, but it would not have stopped what happened in Maui, because this is a global problem, isn't it? What happened there is not a question of living well and sustainably. It's more like a question of Herculean effort at resilience, to protect what we have, to prevent unknown levels of existential risk, and to clean up and fix up all the destruction that took place, largely beyond our expectation or imagination. No easy task, but maybe now we'll spend more time and lots more money in dealing with it. Of course, we all know that this will happen again. It's not necessarily limited to wildfires, although that is certainly possible. But other things like, for example, extreme weather, like Hurricane Iniki or worse, on any or all of our islands. What have we done to protect ourselves from that, and to recover from it? Look around and ask whether we are working on dealing with the next disaster, and the one after that. What happened on Maui should not be seen as a one-off, but as an alarm bell for many other threats to come. All these threats still exist, and they are being exacerbated every day by global climate change. So let's see all this as the canary in the coal mine, as a message for the future, as an alarm we really need to listen to, and a lesson we really need to learn, or else we'll be even more vulnerable the next time. It's really much more than playing the proverbial blame game, as human nature likes to do. More important, it's time to redouble our public awareness and our efforts to open our personal and legislative pocketbooks and develop an agenda and organize our resources, so we won't be caught so badly the next time. Face it, the world is different now. If you don't think so, consider what it will take to rebuild Maui and so many other places that have been damaged or destroyed, and ask yourself whether this fire is the last of it or just the beginning. We need to think and act on this every day, and the media needs to cover it every day, not just in the aftermath of the tragedy, but in the very real possibility that it will happen again, and possibly soon, and possibly worse. Tempus fugit. Are we ready? Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
At a time when misinformation is all too common on social media, we take great pride in bringing you the news that matters, that impacts your family, news you can trust. Local broadcast journalists bring you the facts, covering the stories breaking in our community and across the globe. Text TV to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on local journalism. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Feeding Hawaii is saving Hawaii. Hawaii has had a rich and diverse food culture and history. So many great foods. But we lost plantation agriculture, and never seriously built a diversified local agriculture industry. Remember that we're an isolated island state, and we now import nearly all of our food, and that's ironic and sad because we do have the land, the water, and the agricultural experience. We talk about building an agricultural industry, but we're way behind. We have CTAR to do R&D, but sorry, it hasn't made much of a difference. All in all, we've squandered these resources. If we get extreme weather, a drought on the West Coast, or a failure in the global food supply chain, we're in deep kimchi. We are at great risk for all of this, and we don't have a plan B. We have not followed through on a statewide agricultural co-op to help farmers sell and bring their produce to markets around the state. And even worse, we dropped the idea of an inter-island ferry which could help farmers transport their goods around the state. While some legislators are passionate on the subject, state government as a whole has not done nearly enough to incentivize agriculture in Hawaii. The coming legislative session might be a good time to take some long-awaited steps to do the work to develop agriculture in Hawaii. But what can we do? And what steps can we demand that our government take? How about some things like this? Incentivize farms and aquaculture, give them state land and ocean leases, long-term. Incentivize capital investment, give tax credits to investors, and guarantee loans. Incentivize farming entrepreneurship, give them free tuition at UH and tax holidays. Incentivize the marketing of local foods, create a ferry, a co-op, and storage and marketing facilities. Incentivize the sale of local foods, reward hotels, restaurants, and markets. These are just a few of the things the state can do. There are many other things too. We should do a broad array of these things, with political will and gusto, right away. Of course, all incentivizing an agricultural industry will involve money, lots of it. But it's well worth it, don't you think? We can make Hawaii the food capital of the Pacific. Although this has inexplicably remained at the bottom of the list, it is critically important, and we need to put it at the top of the list. Hopefully, the next administration can do this. The tragic ghost of Christmas future is that we continue to lose our workforce and therefore our tax base, and expose ourselves to the terrible risk, pain, and loss of going hungry. No, we don't want to go hungry. Neither do the tourists, the hotels, or the restaurants. Without food we can bid a fond and permanent farewell to the hospitality industry and our economy. Consider writing to all our legislators, all reps at capital.hawaii.gov and allsons at capital.hawaii.gov. Tell them to drop the secondary stuff and put local agriculture at the top of the list. Let's save Hawaii together. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, We Only Have So Much Time. We have to spend it wisely. We must avoid frittering it away when so many things are threatening us. Let's consider the priorities we really need to attend to. Helping those in poverty, illness, and ignorance. Stopping those who lie and deceive us. Removing officials who violate their oaths. Recovering our precious democracy. Preserving our American moral principles. Supporting and saving Eastern Europe. Facing down aggressive autocracies. Reforming Latin American immigration. Protecting Africa from systemic violence. Preventing recurrent global pandemics. Preparing to deal with new climate tragedies. Saving our environment and our world. Everything on this list is high priority. We must think about each of these things every day and not forget any of them. On the other hand, some things are not a priority at all. Expanding gun rights is not a priority. Blocking abortions is not a priority. Reinforcing racism is not a priority. Curtailing voting rights is not a priority. Slashing the social safety net is not a priority. Cutting energy and infrastructure is not a priority. Of course, focusing on the priorities requires constant attention. Avoid distractions by Trump and his enablers. Deal harshly with those who spread misinformation. Vote every time and vote smart. Send money to worthy nonprofits and candidates. Do it now. Otherwise, we will all pay dearly later. Remember that this is a biblical test for all of us, as never before. The stakes, the preservation of our civil society, could not be higher. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, We Only Have So Much Time. Aloha.
Loneliness is far more than just a bad feeling. Being socially disconnected, which can range from feeling alone to being isolated, is bad both for individual and societal health. Research shows that loneliness and isolation are associated with a greater risk of heart disease, dementia, stroke, depression, anxiety, and premature death. In fact, lacking connection can increase the risk of premature death to levels comparable to smoking daily. Loneliness and social isolation are also far more common than we might realize. About 1 in 2 American adults report experiencing loneliness. Everyone can be impacted across all ages, socioeconomic conditions, and geographies. This widespread disconnection presents profound threats to our health and well-being. Social connection is as fundamental to our mental and physical health as food, water, and sleep, and it affects our performance and productivity at work, school, and in our communities. Now is the time to invest in building social connection. This first ever Surgeon General's advisory on our epidemic of loneliness and isolation shows us how. The keys to connection are simple. Answer a phone call from a friend. Invite someone over to share a meal. Listen and be present during conversation. Seek out opportunities to serve others. These steps may seem small, but they're extraordinarily powerful. By strengthening our relationships, we can improve our heart and brain health, reduce our risk of diabetes and high blood pressure, boost our immune systems, and lower our risk of depression. We can build lives and communities that are healthier and happier, and we can ensure our country and the world are better poised than ever to take on the challenges that lie ahead. Visit surgeongeneral.gov/connection to learn more.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
With more and more people working remotely these days, it's as important as ever to keep you and your company's data safe. Around 90% of data breaches are caused by human error. So with that said, here are some examples of the security risks that come with working from home and how to solve them. The most obvious risks are physical. It's much easier to have a laptop or phone stolen than a desktop computer that's permanently located in your office. When working from public places, never leave your devices unattended. Always keep your devices within reach. Put them away and take them with you even if you plan to only get up for a second. Be sure to also watch out for looky-loos peering at your screen. Avoid working in areas where people can look over your shoulder, such as in front of windows or in the middle of a cafe. Even when you're working from home, be vigilant about children and pets. They can easily delete work by accident or access files that shouldn't be tampered with. It's good practice to create separate accounts for work and personal use with different passwords for each, and to get in the habit of locking your screen when you walk away from your computer. You can even place your computer in a locked cabinet or room for extra safety when you aren't working. The less obvious risks are digital and can come in many forms. Many personal computers may not have the proper antivirus and anti-malware software installed. This can leave you wide open to phishing scams and hackers hijacking information. Whether you are using your personal computer or a work computer, the best method here is to never open emails from people you don't trust or click on links or open attachments that seem suspicious. You should also always use company-approved software for your work. Not all software is developed with the same security standards, and third-party software can easily compromise the security of your device. Password security is also extremely important. Leaving post-its with passwords attached to your monitor or reusing the same password for all of your accounts is like having no password at all. It's best practice to use a password manager, which makes it easy to create and update strong, individual passwords for all of your accounts. Just remember that the password manager software you use should be approved by your company ahead of time. Lastly, whether you're connecting to the internet through a private home network or a public shared network, VPNs are the best method to keep you as secure as possible. VPNs work by routing all of the data coming from your computer through a private server, essentially blocking any unwanted visitors that may be connected to the same network. Follow these guidelines while working remotely to ensure you work as securely as possible.
Aloha, everyone. We hope you will think about, and learn from, the story told in this ThinkTech commentary. Here's the story. After Kristallnacht in 1938, many Jews fled from Europe to the safety of Shanghai, in China, where thanks to the kindness of the Chinese, they could enter without a visa. But after a while, the Japanese invaded and took over Shanghai. A Japanese military commandant was appointed to be in charge. One day, a German ship appeared in the harbor. The captain visited the Japanese commandant and asked him to put all the Jews on the German ship to be returned to Germany. The Japanese commandant called a meeting with the rabbis of the Jewish community to have them make arrangements for all the Jews to board the ship the following morning to return to Germany. One of the rabbis said, "Commandant, you understand, don't you, that when they take us back to Germany, they will murder us in death camps? That is why they are here. It is the Holocaust." The commandant was surprised to hear this, and said to the rabbi, "For them to want to take you back to Germany and murder you that way, they must really hate you. Why do they hate you so much?" The rabbi gave this answer. "Commandant, we're really not sure why they hate us so much. But we think it has something to do with our origins, that we came from the Fertile Crescent between East and West, and along the Silk Road from the Orient. In short, we think they hate us so much, because we are in part Asian." The Japanese commandant thought about that, and in the morning, he told the German commander that he was not going to order the Jews to board the ship. The German ship then went back to Germany, empty. This story was told to us by the daughter of that rabbi. It is a true story, as reflected in a movie that was later made about the Jewish community in Shanghai, called the Shanghai Ghetto. Thank you for your consideration of the story told and the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. No, the United States is not over. Contrary to the views of the depressed, our greatest strength, our greatest vitality, is our diversity. Diversity is not just people from faraway cultures that are arriving today. It's also people who have arrived before and who are making their way, finding what they and their families have longed for, realizing their destinies, becoming embedded sometimes painfully in our America. People who manage to go to school, even against the odds, who become teachers, scientists, professionals, and entrepreneurs, just as they had hoped in their American dream. People who are free to express themselves, to find expertise, to listen and speak up on social and political issues, who run for office and bring clear-eyed altruism to the national conversation, which we need so desperately. It's a new and promising generation. They were pubescent 10 years ago and are now ready to take the mantle of community awareness, people who care about others and have enough guts and vision to go around. We need to appreciate and encourage them. We need to help them. We need to let them have their way, to make their greatest contributions. And we must avoid the inexcusable sins of cynicism, racism, and bigotry. We must care for them as they care for us, not because of our respective agendas, but because of the highest common values of our democracy, and because we will all benefit if we build a kinder, gentler city on the hill for everyone. We must all be free and allow others to be free to live this American dream. From a world of threatening complexity, we must build a world of enlightened mutual respect, and thus a much more productive and perfect union. What have you done to build that world today? Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thanks so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And please check out our website. That's thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Money laundering happens in TV, movies, crime novels, and here. Yep, money laundering can happen anywhere, including right under your nose.
In my sandwich?
No, not in your sandwich. That was a metaphor. In 2020, the United Nations estimated that $800 billion to $2 trillion disappeared through money laundering. Want to learn how to stop money laundering? First, you'll need to learn how it's done. Money laundering is the process of making dirty money clean. No, not like that. Money laundering is the process of making dirty money clean so that criminals can actually use their ill-earned cash without getting tracked down. The first stage of money laundering is placement, when the dirty money is placed in a legitimate financial system like a bank or a business. Cash-intensive businesses where transactions aren't closely regulated, like bars and pawn shops, are especially vulnerable. So let's say you illegally got 10.
Hello, thank you for joining me on ThinkTech Hawaii. I'm Shayna Park, your host for Money Talks. My guest is Ha'aheo Scanlon. She is a doctor of acupuncture and area director with PSI Seminars. Welcome to the show, Ha'aheo.
Aloha. Thank you for having me on the show.
Thank you for being on. I love chatting with you. You're just a bundle of joy. And I would love for you to share with everyone about yourself and who you are and when did you do PSI Seminars?
I am, as he said, you said, a doctor of acupuncture. I am also the area director for PSI Seminars. I actually took the course in 1987. I am a mother of 7 and a grandmother of 13. Wow. And my youngest is just 4 months old, my youngest grandson.
Oh my goodness. A big family.
A big well, my oldest granddaughter is 26. So there's a big range between them.
Well, that's always the best. You have the oldest, the youngest, and you just get to keep on playing with all of your grandkids all throughout your life.
Yes, I love it. It's my favorite occupation is being Nana to 13 grandchildren.
I believe family is the most important thing in the world, and I can see you feel the same. So tell me about your family and, tell me about PSI Seminars.
Well, I'll tell you that I took the basic in 1987, and 5 years later, my husband passed away suddenly. And I gave birth to my youngest son at 3 days later. And I know that it's the work that I've been involved in with PSI and how I've been able to raise my children to be very productive individuals in the society. And so my oldest son and my middle son and my younger son work for the movie industry. And they are definitely facing some challenges right now. And so we all work together as a family to support each other. My middle son is the president of the IATSE union, which takes care of all the people that are in the movie industry here in Hawaii that do all of the work behind the scenes and in front of the scenes. And then my daughter is, I was pregnant with my daughter when I attended in 1987, and she now owns her own salon at Le Monde, and she is actually a curl specialist. So she would love to do your hair, Shayna.
I would love to get my hair done.
And then my youngest, who was born after his father passed away, is a very successful professional entertainer. He's also on the board of directors for Ola Brew, and he is their celebrity farmer. So he plants all of the tea leaf that they're going to use for their newest product.
Wow.
So all of my children are quite successful. My youngest daughter teaches preschool, Hawaiian immersion preschool. And my oldest daughter, Taimani, works for me. So she works with me at PSI seminars. Did I cover all my children? I think I did.
It's great to hear how successful all your children are. And would you say it's a result of PSI seminars?
I definitely would say we have classes for children 5 to 12. And so my oldest and my number 2 went to the class when I first started. And my children are very tall. And so my son was probably about 6'2" when he went to the children's class. And he said, "Mom, this class is for babies." And I said, "Well, I'm sorry." And in order to go to the adult basic for free, he had to attend the children's class. So I said, "You don't make $450 back in 1987, so you need to go." And by the second day, he loved it. He was so happy. They learned tools to be successful in school. They learned tools to communicate as a family. And so it was very amazing for my 2 children to start the work. And then every one of my children went at 5 years old. The only one, my youngest, his teacher, his preschool teacher, was the facilitator. And when he was a little over 4.5, she said, "He's ready." And his first goal was to attend Kamehameha schools as a kindergartner. And he
Wow.
got in. He wrote it down, he drew a picture of it, and he was accepted in kindergarten.
Wow. He created that.
He created that with his.
Wow. And, you mentioned your daughter and how she works with you. I work with my mom, and I believe with PSI, because I've done the work myself, that what I have learned in PSI seminars helped with my relationship with my mom and communicating. And you have a personal relationship, but a working dynamic as well. I feel at times it could be a little tricky. However, thanks to PSI seminars, we have a great working relationship because of all the tools that we have learned in the class.
Yes, I would definitely agree. When my daughter was young, we did not have the greatest relationship. She had an amazing relationship with her dad. And when he passed away, it was very, very difficult. And we struggled. And we kept using the tools. And we kept going back to one thing that PSI has offered for 50 years is that you can go back for free anytime you want to. And so I took her to the class and we kept working on this relationship and communication. And if you had told me when I first took the class 36 years ago that my daughter and I would work together, I would have told you it's impossible. And today we have an amazing working relationship, amazing communication. And for her birthday, she decided to go to the Beyonce concert in Kansas City, Missouri, with her 26-year-old daughter.
Wow.
And I was able to help them buy the tickets to go to the Beyonce concert.
Well, first and foremost, big, that is such a big thing to attend the Beyonce concert and for you to help her. I can only imagine how expensive the tickets were. I don't know if that was her birthday concert. I've heard about it, but I heard the tickets are crazy.
Yes, she bought the tickets to the concert, and then she discovered that tickets to fly were pretty high. And so through creativity and through one of my other friends who I enrolled in the basic, she flew to St. Louis, Missouri instead of Kansas City. He picked her up and her daughter from the airport, and they drove to Kansas City, which saved them about 50% for their ticket.
Wow.
And he said he's been to concerts all over, and he said this was the best concert ever.
I love that. And a lot of times too, for me at least, before I took PSI seminars, when I would hit a block in any situation, I would just say, oh well. But I realized, and with the story you just shared, after doing the work, you become solution oriented. And no is not an answer. It's okay, what other way are we going to do to figure this out to make it happen? And that's probably one of the greatest things I learned in PSI, because seriously, if I just stopped at all the things that I had challenges with, then I really don't think I'd be where I'm at today.
I would agree. During COVID, there's so much that went on. And even for us as a company, we had to pivot because we do in-person seminars. So everybody sits together in a big room. And in most cities across the nation, across Canada, we were not allowed to meet in person. Now, I am grateful to say here in Honolulu, we have had 50 years of in-person seminars. And so we were able to find solutions. We met at the Blaisdell. We had a room that seats 300, and we were only allowed to have 50 people in a room that seats 300. Everybody set apart. The facilitator was in Denver. They couldn't fly here. And so we had a 10 by 10 screen. And my son, who did audio for an audiovisual, I'm not sure what you even call that, for the Fast and the Furious in Kauai. And he's also the union member who does it at the Blaisdell. And he set it all up so we could stream the facilitator. We could have microphones set up so it was as if the facilitator was in our room, and yet he was on a 10 by 10 screen.
Wow.
And so we're grateful to say we are the only city that continued in-person seminars during the pandemic, and everybody else, but also with seminars, we had to pivot, and they created online seminars so that people from Bali to Turkey and everybody in between and all around the world can now participate in PSI during our basic seminar.
So what I'm hearing is, although there was COVID and it was a very rough time, you guys took a pivot and a great solution came out of it, which was online seminars, and now everyone can do it all across the world.
Yes, my friend from Bali, I met her in 2019, and she was on the first online seminar. She started at midnight, and it didn't end until 8 in the morning. I know. And I was feeling bad that I had to wake up at 5:30 here in Hawaii. And she was able to use the tools, because during COVID, most of Bali shut down. Their medical system is not up to par with ours. And so she had a hotel, she had some stores and a coffee shop, and all of them are successful. And then she opened an ice cream parlor during COVID.
Wow.
By using the tools she learned in the basic online. She said it was worth waking up at midnight.
I would say it's worth waking up at midnight as well. So for you and your experience, I want you to share your background and really go into detail how PSI changed your life. I know you shared about your kids, but what did it do for you?
Well, I would say that when I took this seminar in 1987, my mother asked me to attend. She told me there was a money back guarantee. And I thought, I'm going to get my money back. That's a picture of my mother, my two sisters, and I. And we all did the women's leadership class together. And today we have 4 generations of my family of women that have participated in PSI seminars. And when I took the class, I didn't tell my mother that I had a house in foreclosure. I was struggling financially. And so the $450 that it cost, I told her I couldn't afford that. And she just said, you have to pay because I've already paid and I want you to go. But she told me there was a money back guarantee. And I thought, well, great. I'm going to get money back and she'll never know that my house is in foreclosure and that I am struggling so bad. And then I learned so much in the first few days. I met a woman who sat next to me. And when I shared with this stranger that my house was in foreclosure, she said, I can sell your house for a profit. And I said, well, everyone has written to me to say they'll just buy it for what I owe or a little less than what I owe. And she said, no, I'll sell it for a profit. And she came to my home in Kaneohe and she asked for a pan and cinnamon. I said, why do you need a pan and cinnamon to sell my home? And she said, it gives the essence of apple pie baking and it allows people to feel a home. I thought, that's the craziest idea I have ever heard. I handed her the pan, I handed her the cinnamon, and I left. And she sold my home for a $50,000 profit over what I owed.
Wow.
In very short order before the foreclosure. And so I was able to at least find solutions. And I thought, there's something about this seminar that works, that a stranger I met in a class that was, back then it was 4 days, now it's 3 days, could create solutions for my financial struggle. Seemed so amazing to me. And so I've never stopped. We are able to go back for free for the rest of our lives. And I say, I have probably gone back over 300 times. I've lost count because I always learn something new and something that serves the situation I'm in. And so, like I said, my husband passed away 5 years after I started. And I supported my children in making sure that they continued so that we'd at least have a common communication with their, whatever they all have different, well, I shouldn't say they all, they have different behavioral styles, which you learn in the basic. And so I learned to communicate with them in the way they need to hear it. And it's just been a way of life for me.
Yes. And
30.
now I want you to share about your life now, because we just talked about some exciting, I don't want to share it. I know we have some slides that will come up, but we have some exciting things that happened for you in terms of, you were talking about going into foreclosure, but now where you're at and with the property you own, please share about that.
Yes, so I'll start out by saying my realtor is Zenny Kai, and she works for Team Lolly Real Estate, and all of their employees attend the basic seminar, and I believe all of their realtors attend the basic seminar. And so my goal was to buy a house. And I will say, and I was working with my son and my daughter, and I will say that Zenny put in 8 offers that were declined. And so one of the things we talk about inside seminars is resiliency and that there is a reason for everything. And so one night at 1 o'clock in the morning, I was searching Zillow and I found a house and I found a property. I should say, I found a property. And that property had a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath house that said it was ready to move in, and a 6-bedroom, 4-bath house that said in the listing needs work on the 2nd floor. That's all it said at 1 o'clock in the morning. And as soon as I saw it, I just felt like we had been declined for the other 8 to prepare us for this one. It was under $1 million. And I said, I wrote to her in the morning. I said, I want to put in an offer. She said, the house is not listed. You're not able to put an offer on a house that's not listed. And I said, yes, you are, because I was a realtor in 1993 and I knew you could. Not that you know what they want. I said, I gave her the amount. I said, put the offer in. We've already been rejected 8 times. It's the worst that could happen. And so we put the offer in. And it was definitely under what they were requesting when they finally listed the homes. And so I was in the basic seminar, and I believe that is such a key. I was in the basic seminar working in December of last year and December of 2022. And she sent me a text that said, they have countered your offer. And I said to her, accept the counter. And she said, well, you don't want to do that because it's higher. It's got some contingencies. They're not going to pay any fees. She gave me a whole list. I said, accept the counter. Because I knew that if I liked the counter offer, they wouldn't be able to talk to anyone else until I declined. And so some of the requirements were they weren't paying any seller's fees. We had to close in 45 days. And what was the other? Oh, they weren't doing any renovations. So if we found something that didn't work, too bad.
That's on you.
That's on me. And so they countered with $975,000. And I said, we're going to make it work. And what we discovered once we accepted the offer, what their counter was that they had subdivided the property. So we could get a mortgage on one of the buildings, and we had to pay cash for the other. But what was left was what I had in the bank. And so we paid cash for the 6-bedroom, 4-bath, which is still floating in the air on pallets. We've applied for permits and we're in the permitting process. There it is.
Wow.
You see how it says needs work on the second floor? Might have been a little incorrect. I said, I don't know what that means in the listing. And so we got a mortgage on the livable house, and we were able to buy the whole half an acre for $975,000.
Wow, that is incredible.
It is. And I'll tell you that some of the offers we put in were $1.2 million for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house on 7,500 square feet of land. And had we been successful with that, we wouldn't be able to buy this house today.
Wow.
So I'm very happy.
I'm happy for you. You created that.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
It was just clear. We teach a formula in the basic that says 100%. You can get 100% of what your intention is if you follow the formula.
Yes.
And get results. And I put that to work. Now, if you see that car in the front, that is yet another example of my 100% intention, because I have wanted a purple Tesla for 4 years.
And you definitely got one.
I got my purple Tesla parked in front of my house, and my little Maltese, which I've always wanted a Maltese. So all dreams come true. And we believe Seminars is all about hope and possibilities.
Yeah, I believe Seminars turns dreams into reality.
Yes.
By just doing the work. And with that being said, what are some major success stories that you've seen from a person who did PSI seminars? I know we had talked earlier and you had helped this lady go on Shark Tank, and she's a millionaire now. So please share.
Well, I will tell you, I didn't help her go on Shark Tank. I helped her go. She was on a team. I facilitate a 90-day program, coaching program, and it's about goal achieving. A lot of people take goal setting seminars. We have goal achieving. And in Honolulu, the mantra is best game ever. Remember that, Shayna. Best game ever. And so my Liu was playing a PLD game, pace setter leadership dynamics, and I was her coach. And she set a goal. She had created an invention called the Korea Clip, and she set a goal to present it on the Oprah Winfrey Show. And she called me to say, it's leaking. I said, why does it have water? And then I said to her, you're already there. You might as well do the presentation. And she was selected in the top 5. She didn't get selected as number 1. And I won't tell you what she found out. I'm not sure if I can share that. Anyway, what I'll say, Home Shopping Network was watching the presentation. And once she didn't get selected as number one, they came and offered her an opportunity to be on Home Shopping Network. She went on, she sold out, I believe it was 3,000 to 5,000 units in 15 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
And she went on to continue her career clip very successfully. Recently, somebody said, why don't you do your videos in different languages? And instantly, she became more successful. And then she applied for Shark Tank and she got on and she won.
Yes,
And
I heard of that story. I believe I watched that story too. I'm a big Shark Tank fan.
oh, I watched it over and over. I was so proud of her. It's like she was one of my children. And recently, she has always wanted to be a mom. And recently, she just gave birth to a baby in November. And they are traveling all around the world. She took her baby to Canada, where her parents live, and then to Germany, where her husband's parents live. And she is living a beautiful life. And she has rental properties on the Big Island in Waikiki. And she is extreme. And she says she owes it to all that she learned in PSI seminars.
Yes.
She's just one. Do you want to?
I agree with all my success and you sharing that success story, that if you don't work on yourself, there's a lot of things to work on when it comes to personal development. And I want to ask you, Ha'aheo, what is the cost of the seminar and what is the cost of not doing personal development work?
I would say the cost of the basic is $795. Oftentimes, if somebody wants to enroll, I can get a $200 off certificate so they could call me personally. And I believe the cost of not attending is not living your dreams. And especially the ones that are so far of a stretch that you won't even write them down.
Mm-hmm.
All of the tools that we've taught, we've been teaching for 50 years. And the most successful are those who actually do the work and come back over and over and write down your goals and dreams.
Just talking to you, you're re-inspiring me over and over again of why I love the work and why I continue to share about PSI seminars. I've told many people about it. A lot of people have done the basic, including my other half. And I know it has helped our relationship, our communication, and just like how you shared for your family, it has helped my family as well. And PSI seminars, I look at it as a gift that just keeps on giving.
Yes.
It really is. So when are these classes?
Our next basic is October 13th to the 15th at the Hilton Hawaiian Village. And then we do have an online basic October 20th to the 23rd. And then our next basic in Honolulu is December 1st to the 3rd at the convention center.
Okay, great. I will be there. I will be there because, like Ha'aheo mentioned, you are able to take the class for free for your whole entire life. So I have gone back to the basic, gone back to the seminars time and time again. And what she had shared earlier too is that wherever you are in your life, when you attend again, you get feedback on how to excel for personal growth. And for me, before PSI seminars, I was in a fixed mindset. And investing in yourself and your dreams, you become going into a growth mindset. And dreaming is not dreaming. With PSI, they turn it into reality. And I'm very, very, very grateful for the seminars. And I'm very grateful for you, Ha'aheo.
Well, I appreciate you for inviting me. I wasn't sure what to think, and I feel so blessed and honored that you asked me to be on your show. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Thank you all for joining me on Money Talks. I hope to see you all at the next episode. I am Ashina Park, a Gen Z inspiring lives and liberties. Thank you.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
America's power grid is under threat. A major hurricane, wildfire, or other natural disaster in one area could potentially take out power across an entire region. In fact, it's a scenario that could happen anywhere in the U.S., and climate change is only increasing the risk. You might wonder how this is possible. It's because what makes the grid so remarkable, its interconnectedness and vast reach, also makes it vulnerable to massive power outages that can cascade through the system. Fortunately, there's a solution to lessen the impact of these threats while supporting day-to-day reliability in times of calm: microgrids. As the name implies, microgrids are small, localized, and self-sufficient. They can even help restore power to the main grid when it goes down. In the future, microgrids could seamlessly fit together as building blocks for the larger grid. It's something the Office of Electricity is working on. Our microgrid research and development program offers insights into increasing resilience and lowering costs, and decarbonization for the private sector, states, and utilities to deploy microgrids across the country. But we're not doing it alone. We're partnering with research institutions, including national labs, and industry to create trusted relationships across a diverse stakeholder group. So what exactly is a microgrid? A microgrid is a localized energy system using on-site energy sources to meet on-site energy demand. Traditional microgrids have been around for decades. Microgrids are a key solution for remote communities to use local energy resources without needing access to the main grid. They can also be found on hospital campuses, commercial and industrial sites, in communities, and on military bases. With the development of new advanced microgrid controllers, these systems will be able to further optimize on-site renewable generation and energy storage to support the larger grid, increasing resilience and lowering energy costs for everyone. While microgrids are an attractive solution, issues involving ownership and regulations, value, and security still need to be resolved. To address these challenges, the Office of Electricity has developed a microgrid program strategy with support from the Department of Energy's national laboratories, together with industry, universities, and the broader energy community. The strategy identifies 6 key areas of R&D. Reducing the time and cost it takes to deploy microgrids. Using microgrids to support grid reliability and resilience in the future through the integration of distributed energy resources and renewable generation. Developing microgrid controls to support real-time grid needs. Developing tools to design and operate microgrids that can fulfill unique requirements specific to where they are being deployed. Identifying and communicating the value of microgrids. Enabling regulatory frameworks and new business models that spur microgrid investment. Microgrids have the potential to become building blocks of our future electricity grid. These integrated systems would provide added reliability, local resilience, and affordability, all while contributing to decarbonization to help lessen the effects of climate change. Join us on our mission to support microgrids and learn more about the Office of Electricity at our website.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Do We Want IT Billionaires Running the Country? Let's talk about Elon Musk. With his control of the Starlink satellite internet technology, he can and does upstage American foreign policy in Ukraine. He's ridiculously rich, despite his losses on Twitter. His net worth is more than $250 billion. He can do what he wants, and that includes ignoring government. He has Tesla, and X, formerly called Twitter, and also SpaceX and Starlink. We should have lost confidence in him when he made all those strange moves in acquiring Twitter, and when he then offered to have Trump resume his tweets. Yes, Musk is brilliant, but we should have seen that he is also unhinged and morally lost. His moves with Starlink are especially troubling. He intentionally cut Ukraine's internet connection and blocked an attack that Ukraine had planned in its counteroffensive against Russia. He did this because he decided, on his own, that he wanted to do something to help Russia. What Musk did was diametrically opposed to American foreign and military policy. How dare he support our enemies? What he was able to do shows flaws in our system, and the way our capitalism works for people like him. First, we should ask how Musk can be permitted to get rich and powerful enough to do this. If the Biden administration is going to tax the wealthy, how about starting with Musk? It's not healthy to have individuals in our society who are that rich and powerful, and unleashed. We should ask how Musk can be permitted to control strategic technology to advance his unhinged agenda. Is there no law, no authority, no branch of government that can stop him? His move has obstructed Ukraine's efforts, undermined American foreign and military policy, and has had a materially adverse effect on the course of the war. We know that it's against the law for an individual to engage in diplomacy. That's reserved for government. And it's also against the law to provide weapons or strategic technology to our enemies. Can we afford to allow Musk to turn strategic technology on and off in an ongoing war against one of our allies? Couldn't we invoke the Defense Production Act, as Trump was supposed to do to manufacture COVID respirators? Couldn't the government invoke the antitrust laws to break up Musk's monopoly and encourage competition? Even in the face of the recent Maui fires, the only satellite system available was his. There was no competition against his monopoly. Why hasn't the government built its own system, or taken control of the one that Musk built? We give nearly $1 trillion a year to the military, and billions more to science and space. Why were we caught short by this one wayward individual? Perhaps we expected that the government had its own satellites, but now we find it doesn't. Instead, we find that an IT magnate is running the show, and making big bucks in the process. Capitalism gone wild, even when we know that's not a good idea. And where are Musk's stockholders and lenders? Are they not interested or concerned about these irresponsible uses of their investments? They've allowed Musk to do this, and thus to create a precedent that he and other mega-capitalists can do it again. Musk is not the only one. In the old days, they said follow the money. Now we should follow the IT and the data they collect with it. Congress hasn't done anything to deal with these huge social media conglomerates, and has left them free to spread disinformation without any significant regulation. These organizations have shown that they cannot be trusted to monitor their content, and Congress has likewise shown that it cannot be trusted to monitor these organizations. X, formerly Twitter, won't do it. Musk terminated Twitter's in-house monitors. Mark Zuckerberg, who controls Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and others, is much more interested in the bottom line. Their power is dangerous for our democracy. They have already badly damaged us by permitting the proliferation of lies around the country. Of course, they will continue to do that in the run-up to 2024. We need to rely on Congress to get a handle on this. But that's not likely anytime soon. Just as these unregulated monoliths can control our foreign policy, they can control public opinion and thus our domestic politics and policies. With the power of their IT and the data they collect, they get to be bigger, richer, and harder to manage when it comes to lobbying and influencing our electorate and governmental institutions. These tech and social media organizations politicize this behind the First Amendment. To survive, we need to take a fresh look at this politicization. When the Biden administration tried to limit the disinformation that is being spread on social media, a Louisiana state court enjoined him. Watch out for what the Supreme Court will do. Don't call this a democracy. The power of these IT billionaires is more like the road to fascism, and a wrecking ball to our future. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. We are calling this commentary, Let's Send Our Guns to Ukraine. There are more than 400 million non-military guns in the U.S., way more than the population, and per capita, way more than anywhere else in the world. Do the math. While some people have no guns, others have well more than one. Why in the world do they want to have so many? Of those, a huge percentage are military-grade assault rifles, which are by far the most popular for those who would like to show others how powerful they are. And to make matters much worse, those gun owners can buy unlimited amounts of ammunition, and thus murder huge numbers of people. We know these guns are very efficient and deadly. They are state-of-the-art killing machines. Great on a battlefield, but not so great on your neighbors. You can shoot far more people with a high-capacity assault rifle. That's what they're built to do. They're the most dangerous, lethal products in the marketplace, and they're ridiculously easy to get. With these guns, misguided individuals can do some real damage, and in fact, they do some real damage. With these guns, we kill thousands of innocent people every year. Senseless, shameless murders on a national scale. No, there's no excuse or justification whatsoever. It's murder, and frankly, it's madness. Without getting to the insanity of the gun manufacturers, the gun lobby, the gun owners, and the not-so-esteemed members of our Supreme Court, we can only say that at this point we are really well prepared to kill each other, and we are getting better armed and better prepared every day. Does this make us safer? Are you kidding? No, it most certainly does not. Anyone who tells you otherwise is off his rocker. We would all be better off if all these guns were gone, wouldn't we? Honest answer, yes. We really don't need them, do we? Honest answer, No, we don't. At the same time, the courageous people of Ukraine who are doing our work for us to protect the free world don't have enough guns or ammunition. They could really use the huge surplus of weapons we have right here at home, and that we regularly use against each other for all the wrong reasons. Here's an idea. Please listen. Want to be a real patriot and not just a mindless acolyte who wraps himself in a bevy of false flags, which is not patriotism, courage, or character at all. Want to really help the country and the free world? How about using your guns to protect the survival of democracy in Eastern Europe? Yes. Then how about giving these deadly weapons to people who are being invaded, and who are at war, whose lives and families are threatened every day, and who really, really need them? The amazing people of Ukraine need you, and you can help them. The U.S. has not been able to keep up with their requests for weapons. Someone truly patriotic, truly idealistic, truly caring, in a world of hate and hostility, needs to step up and help them. How about you? Yes. Let's send these guns, which are so completely useless and destructive for us, to the Ukrainians, to help them defend their lives, their families, and their country, and send the Russians home. What do you think? What do you say? Now's the perfect time. Do the right thing. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Well, you know, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, you know, the social impact and their, you know, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up, and it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still, with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and Keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle course set up, and it used to thrive with Keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue than I thought, you know, all of these tents out here, you know, I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our you know, beautiful natural resources be basically trashed and disrespected, it's very tough to see out here. They definitely need more efforts to clean this place up and keep it activated so that these types of situations can't happen in the future.
What we have to first start is clean up, and then we need the community to help us vision what really is the highest and best use of this space. Well, camping, legit camping, I think would be awesome, but not in this current environment. But we are screaming for more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline. And with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of the kiavi, maybe even some beach renourishment. I mean, look at this. This would be a phenomenal camping experience for visitors and our families. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. You know, to get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put before the cubes start turning and it turns into chaos, you know, once again.
being the only park we have here in town, in downtown Honolulu, you know, I take very much pride in this place, and to see it being disregarded in such a manner is unfortunate. But you know, hopefully working together with DLNR and everybody, we can fix this place back up and get it back to a place where tourists want to come and want to visit. To see the state funds used to just clean up after these people is not the best use. You know, I think prevention would probably be a better use than coming in and cleaning up and just dumping all of this stuff into trash cans. So hopefully we can, like I said, do more prevention, get more security, maybe so these can't set up all these camps and tents around the park. But it's unfortunate, and we got to do what we can to keep it clean, but hopefully in the future we won't have the same situation.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, "Will Trump be able to get away with it?" He's intentionally gotten into contentious litigation cases by the thousands during his life, so he's no stranger to legal stress and strategies. Further, he's been manipulating the media for decades, so he's no stranger to fooling reporters, broadcasters, and interviewers. Finally, he's been telling bold-faced lies and spreading disinformation for years, so he's no stranger to deceiving everyone around him. Although he is hopelessly ignorant, he's intuitively good at demeaning, threatening, and attacking his adversaries, and creating fear and chaos. Trump's appointee Aileen Cannon is likely to let him get off the hook on the Mar-a-Lago case, and she will go down in history for that. In the D.C. case, Trump will try to subvert the jury, the DOJ, and the witnesses. He will also challenge Judge Chutkan to put him in jail for contempt, but she is not likely to do that. Phony Willis has a very considerable burden with so many defendants, witnesses, and issues in the Georgia case. It is not clear she can convict Trump before Election Day. The complexity of selecting juries, presenting evidence, and arguing pre- and post-trial motions will allow Trump a myriad of possibilities to delay any conviction. For a criminal conviction, the verdict needs to be unanimous. So if Trump can intimidate, suborn, or otherwise convince just one juror in his favor, he can beat a conviction in that case. This may be a significant obstacle. In any event, it's not clear that a conviction in any of these cases can be final of appeal by Election Day. We can count on Trump to delay everything, and to slow things down by criticizing the officials and the system. And don't forget, there are a lot of Trump judges on the appellate courts, so there is no guarantee that a conviction will not be reversed or remanded on appeal. And of course the Supreme Court is more likely than not to rule in his favor. He will make himself a Bonnie and Clyde folk hero by stirring up the media every day. This will help him entertain and provoke his base, and of course raise more money. On top of all that, there is at least a fair chance that these indictments will lose their relevance and their immediacy by Election Day. Things will change in the world. People will get tired of these cases and move on. While Joe Biden is busy doing the best job he can, Trump will nevertheless be attacking him in every way possible. That, along with Trump's entertainment approach, may cost Biden the election. While Trump entertains, Jack Smith properly doesn't talk about it. Televised trials or not, Trump will have the floor, and he will exploit it all the way through. Remember, too, that Trump will be sending dog whistles to his base, and that there will be threats of violence by unhinged followers at any time in the process. So don't hold your breath for accountability or preservation of the rule of law. Trump will do everything he can to disrupt and distract us, and break the system. There are two ways to stop him. First, focus laser-like on getting him convicted and sentenced to prison. Yes, prison. Also, get a more aggressive Democratic candidate. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, "Will Trump be able to get away with it?" Aloha.
I've always felt like the environment's a very special thing, and that even if it's one small move, like not getting electric buses, that changes everything.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Down the Road on Guns. Back in the day when Trump was president, we had these remarkable pitched battle street scenes in Seattle and Portland. There were armed law enforcement actors in unmarked uniforms attacking civilians. They were never held accountable. It was reminiscent of the brown shirts. With the expansion of guns and the right-wing base in this country, one wonders whether these events will repeat and expand into a daily cross-country Christmas tree of shootings, where more and more unhinged people have more and more guns and are shooting more and more victims in more and more places everywhere. The common denominator is that these shootings are always initiated by people armed with more and more powerful weapons against ordinary people who are unarmed, defenseless, and completely vulnerable. Like, for example, children in a school. How can we stop these mass murder assassinations? How can we come back from this nightmare, where murderers are well-equipped and free to kill whoever they want, where Congress does nothing, where the Supreme Court makes it worse, and where state legislatures simultaneously expand gun rights and guns? It's madness. We seem oblivious to the deadly terrorism across town, or maybe across the street, and the fact that the world looks at us and wonders whether we've lost our minds to let this happen. At the same time, there are those in other countries who have started to
Yeah, bingo. Welcome back to ThinkTech. This is History is Here to Help, and I'm Jay Fidell, and the handsome young man is Carl Ackerman. Good afternoon, Dr. Ackerman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fidell, and you are, again, the supermensch that I always love to talk to.
Today we're going to ask a question, a rhetorical question. Can Joe Biden hold the line, or will the GOP chaos undermine his campaign? We forget that he has a campaign running, too. All we see is Trump in the headlines, on the channels, on the cable channels, on the news, the analysts. They all talk about Trump's campaign, but they don't talk about Joe Biden's campaign. In fact, he has a campaign going. And of course, his campaign, the success of his campaign is going to run on two things: how well he does and how much criticism he gets and lies from, the Trump campaign. It's a combination of things. So how has he been doing in running his campaign against the GOP MAGA campaign? There's a lot of things happening, a lot of factors in play. Can he swing the public opinion in his favor? Because right now in the polls, he's not doing all that well. Will the voters understand the constructive things that Joe Biden has provided and is providing to the country, as against the damage and the criticism and the insults that Trump has done to him and his administration, and the country? How will all of this change history? Because you will have to agree with me here on History is Here to Help, that we are living in, again, an inflection point, an historical moment in the world, in the history of the United States and humanity. How is this going to work out? Carl, do you think that Joe Biden is going to prevail in this election just a little more than a year from now?
Jay, I'm maybe I'm one of the few people, but I'm very optimistic about President Biden's chances. And the reason I am is because, and I had mentioned this to you privately at one point, is that if you take all the people that voted for Joe Biden in the previous election, are those people going to change their mind? And my answer to that question is, and especially if Trump is the other candidate, I think not. The only way that I think that Joe Biden will not win is that if people do not show up at the polls. Or we have a different candidate besides Trump, who happens to be the former Trump appointee to the United Nations. That could be a tough one. But the way things are going now, and the proof in the pudding is in New Hampshire. Right? These national polls are showing, Trump and Joe Biden, former President Trump, President Biden, kind of equally aligned, in the 40 percentage points. But in New Hampshire, Joe Biden's up by 10 or 12 points. So if I think if it goes state by state, that's going to be, a different outcome. And of course, if you go to, blue states like California, it's going to be an overwhelming avalanche of voters for Joe Biden. Of course, we have to abide by the electoral system.
What did I see recently in one of the newspapers? I read that they're not following polls anymore because they have no confidence in polls. I'm not sure that they're talking about, the polls that favor Trump or Biden right now, because they're in some ways not really believable, or they're just saying that the mechanics of polls these days in the political world in which we live are not reliable. But suffice it to say that we hear a lot about Trump. The newspapers, the cable are filled with Trump. We don't hear as much about Biden. And it's Trump's campaign that seems to be, the news, the entertainment, if you will, the reality show, if you will. Joe Biden is almost hard to remember that he's actually running a campaign against the Republican candidate, which we know very well because that's stressed every day, that Trump is likely to be the Republican candidate. So, I don't know if people are getting it. I don't know if they realize what Biden is doing for us or trying to do, and how he is, a decent, law-abiding kind of guy. I don't know if they fully understand that. They may be looking for entertainment, Schadenfreude, Schadenfreude, where people want to see a failure. It makes them happy to see a failure, and that's what Trump is tapping into. He wants to see Biden look like a failure. He wants to capitalize on anything that goes wrong. For example, Afghanistan didn't do so well, although yesterday General Milley said that he would do it the same way if he had to do it again. I think that was, rhetoric. But bottom line, though, is that I don't think Biden is as exciting as Trump. I don't think he captures our imagination. I don't think he entertains us as well as Trump does. And at the end of the day, this is all one great big phantasmagoric reality show, isn't it?
Well, yes, and I think that, and I'm going to coin this term first here with you, Jay Fidell, and with ThinkTech. And I think what President Biden has to do is he has to talk about his doctrine. And he hasn't actually said anything really about the Biden doctrine. And he has a specific doctrine that he goes back to all the time. And if people understood this within three basic principles. One, internationally, he wants to promote democracy around the world and avoid the autocrats like we see in China and around the world in places like Cuba and North Korea, and of course, Vladimir Putin in Russia. Number two, he doesn't want to put, and this is where the Biden doctrine is not as warmongering as probably the Truman doctrine. I mean, Truman, in his doctrine, he wanted to put troops on the ground. Biden does not. And the reason he doesn't want to put American troops on the ground anywhere is because of his son. And there's no accident that he carries the rosary of his son around, who probably died because of his service in the Army and of those giant chemical pits that he was in. And the third thing, which is new for a doctrine for an American president, is that he is a promoter of everyone getting a fair deal. And what I mean by that is that he is a president that does not tolerate racism, anti-Semitism, any kind of ethnic group. And it's no accident that it was African American women promoted him to be president and were the launching pad for him in South Carolina last time. And so this again, this Joe Biden doctrine is very strong, and he should emphasize that because every time he speaks, you know, most candidates say, "And God bless America," which is a wonderful statement. You know, there's no arguing with that. But that's not what Joe Biden says. He said, "God bless and our troops to make sure they're safe." You know, this is a guy who utters his doctrine every time he speaks, or at least part of it. And the Biden doctrine, we are here on Think Tank to explicate, which I just did, and I think that will help him in his campaign. But he has to hit it hard, and his promotion of democracy is the most important thing that anybody could do at this particular point in history, I think.
There you go, being rational again. It's your credentials, Carl, that make you so rational, and it's your worldview making you so rational. But there's a lot of people in this country that don't have that view and aren't rational, and they can't hear it. You know, for example, we went and looked at the written platform of the Democratic Party versus the Republican Party a week or two ago. And I was really disappointed in the Democratic platform. It goes on and on and on in small type. You can find it on their website. By the way, nobody knows who the chair of the Democratic Party is. P.S. It's Jamie Harrison, who ran against what's his name, Lindsey Graham in South Carolina and lost. And he is no great shakes in terms of a speaker, you know, of a person, a leader. There is no leader of the Democratic Party, I'm afraid to say, except Joe Biden. So what we have is this platform that is really, a dishcloth, washcloth. What do you say? It's sad sack kind of platform. It articulates all the right things and great length, but it doesn't get your blood going, and that's a good reflection of where we are in this time of politics. It mentions, as I remember, it mentions Trump's name like only once in like 50 pages of the platform. It mentions the word Ukraine like only once at the end in this platform. And I'm saying, you know, get my blood boiling, will you? Will you please do that? And I'm not saying that the Republican platform had any meat in it. And you know, it's like the Republicans don't have a platform, but it was more exciting, I'll tell you, and it got your blood boiling. If you're a Republican, it did. So that's one thing. The other thing is that, you know, here on ThinkTech, we have often remarked that Biden doesn't have the energy, and energy counts when you're talking to 330 million people. Energy is really important to win a campaign. And you have got to respond to Trump's energy with your own energy. And we've been, you know, essentially criticizing Biden for not being more energetic when he speaks. He's just so slow, and his speaking does not get your blood boiling. So it's as if the people in the White House said to him, his advisors said to him a few days ago, "Hey, Joe, you got to get more excited about your speaking. You've got to act like a candidate. You've got to respond. You got to, you know, call it out when Trump makes these ridiculous statements." And he did. He made a speech, and I know you saw it, and I saw it after you did, and I was very impressed with this speech. And it was the best speech for my money that Biden has ever given, for sure. And he called Trump out and all that. But you know what? It wasn't energetic enough, and it only happened once. He's got to do that every day, all the time. Whenever Trump makes these outrageous statements, he's got to do something. He has not convinced the Democrats, the people on the fringe, the independents, if you want, and certainly not the Republicans, that Trump is a monster. Now, if we're rational, we know that Trump is a monster. But there's a lot of people in this country that don't know that. And it's up to Joe Biden to establish that. He's being much too Mr. Nice Guy. You agree?
Well, I think that's true. And the other thing is, I think that we have to urge all of our compatriots, everyone on the left and the right, Republican or Democrat, that we have to return to a notion of civility. And I think that's all of our jobs. And, I think Biden, President Biden, I don't want to call people by their last names without their due titles. But
You can do
President
that.
Biden,
You can do that. I'm happy that you're doing that. You're doing that for both of us.
well, thank you. But President Biden, is someone who believes in civility. And, I think that when he calls out on President Trump, and I want to put an aside here. When President Trump was elected, even though I identify with the Democratic Party now, and I have been a Republican in my past, but when he was elected president, I accepted that. I mean, he won duly and he was democratically elected. And I think that what we have to do is convince our brethren in the far right of the Republican Party that that Donald Trump did indeed lose the election, and maybe they will come to this right kind of truthful understanding at some point.
What is that? How do you do that? How do you do that with
I think you
medicine?
just have to keep
A change in diet, perhaps.
I think you just have to keep being calm and saying it. I think that Mr. Acosta on CNN News is I think he's the new Walter Cronkite, because he really is very calm in dealing with these issues. And if you notice, the people on Fox News are always so angry, and I think we have to stop this anger in civil discourse and things like this.
But the reality, Carl, is that these people in that bubble, they're not going to buy it. They're not going to buy what's his name, Robert Costa. He's a brilliant journalist. And I saw a piece, I guess it was a Frontline interview of him recently, and he was fabulous. On the other hand, they're not going to watch him. They live in their bubble. They're going to look at Newsmax. They're going to listen to Sinclair Radio. They live that stuff. And honestly, on the other side of it, you and me, we live in our bubble too. So how do you get from one bubble to the other? How many times today have you called up a MAGA GOP Republican and convinced him to change his views?
Well, I haven't done that today, but there are members of my extended family that are Trump supporters, and I think you just talk to them and say things to them like, for example, are you worried about all of these court cases? And the current court case in New York has to do with corruption, business corruption, and there's you have to think, and when you talk to them logically, you have to say either everyone in the judicial system is against Trump, or alternatively, Donald Trump made some mistakes, and they were pretty critical mistakes, and they were anti-democratic mistakes. So I think I still have hope, but I think with those Republicans who have doubts about Trump, you form a coalition, as the president just did, and the Democrats, and we got a budget from our Congress, and I think that that's the way you do things. And I think that what will happen eventually is, and we saw this just operating in the legislative parts of our government, is because of the far right-wing guys that are, like Gates. With those kind of guys, it's going to be hard. It's going to be very hard, because I think that they have a different agenda, and it's going to be very difficult to work with them. But I think the great majority of Americans are within the great middle, and I think that's something else. I think, though, Jay, if I were running the Biden campaign, I would focus on the same thing that people focused on, when the Republicans offered Barry Goldwater, even though Barry Goldwater turned out to be a fairly upright, standing guy later on in his career, and that would be foreign policy. Because, I initially thought when Trump was elected, there might be hope for him in foreign policy, because no one could figure out what the heck he was going to do, because he was an outsider and he might have had some additional ideas. What I've discovered now is that, he wants to do things that will make him look good only. And the United States is really, far down the line in terms of what he wants in terms of importance. So to give a man like Donald Trump the keys to our nuclear arsenal, I think it's a mistake. Not because he's a bad man, but because he's not educated enough in order.
Oh, I think you're really giving you're giving him much too much credit. He is a monster in every way. If led to his own devices, he will destroy the world. To say nothing about civil liberties, our rule of law, our democracy, our constitution, he will destroy it, and he will destroy Europe. He will destroy everything he touches. When I say he's a monster, I mean it.
I know that, and I think that there are checks and balances that were put into place that prevented him from doing things that were dastardly. But my point of contention here is that, he may have committed monstrous acts and things like that, but I try to figure out, what motivates people, on a personal level. And, his whole motivation comes from self-aggrandizement. And if you read his niece's book, which I did, this comes from the fact that, and I think everyone in America should read it, that he can't accept loss in any form. So this whole election fraud that he has tried to implement comes from this deep set insecurity. And so he really is not qualified in any way to be president of the United States. And of course, if I were an employer, I wouldn't hire him because he's not for the general good. He's only for the good of himself. And let me say one more thing about President Biden. He understands, unlike Donald Trump, under the former president, that Vladimir Putin is someone that you can't compromise with. Meaning, you might be able to, form agreements with big term, but he understands that Vladimir Putin thinks in the following way, that the West is always going to threaten Russia, and the West is decrepit and decaying, and only Russia, Mother Russia, can save humanity. And if you're negotiating with someone like that, it's like negotiating with Adolf Hitler. You have to show him power. And as the Polish president was saying the other day, look, he remembers when the Nazis invaded on one end and the Soviets invaded on the other. If not only President Biden and the U.S. Congress don't stop Putin now, we're going to have to put men on the ground and stop him someplace else in a NATO country. And that may lead to World War III. But Biden's foreign policy, including Afghanistan, I may add. Remember the slogan now during the Vietnam War where he didn't understand that it was not a domino theory. It was, basically people who wanted to settle their own issues in their own country. There was a slogan that said, out now. And what we have to do is make sure that Vladimir Putin is out now from the Ukraine. Because Putin is, a bad guy in history.
You convinced me, Carl. I'm going to vote for President Joe Biden. But the question is whether, the base will vote for Joe Biden, and the answer is probably not. First of all, there'll be suppression of votes. The Republicans have already put systems in place that will suppress a lot of votes, including minority votes and African American votes. So it won't be an accurate representation of what the electorate wants to do, even to start. Secondly, there'll be all kinds of litigation as last time. But what troubles me most of all is the connection, the liaison between Trump and Putin, because I think at the end of the day, Ukraine is right in the center of this campaign. Joe Biden wants to support it. Trump doesn't. Trump is tapping into the populist isolationist movement in this country. And the Republican conservative movement that says we don't want to spend a penny for Europe, for NATO, for the EU, for the United Nations. Let them do what they want to do. None of our business. Okay, and that's really an expression of what Vladimir Putin wants. There was an article yesterday about how Putin was going to use his internet research agency, his social media propaganda machine, to try to get, this is from American intelligence now, to try to get the Congress, and especially the Republicans, but some Democrats too, to go soft on supporting Ukraine with weapons and money. And so far, he's done some of that, maybe a lot of it, we don't know. But if he's able to stop Congress from supporting Ukraine, I think the syllogism is clear. Ukraine's going to lose. And if Ukraine gets swept over by Putin and the Russians in a war of attrition, which is what Putin is doing, then Trump is going to blame Biden. He's going to make that the centerpiece of his complaint against Biden, just like he complained against Biden regarding Afghanistan. Same thing. Biden is weak. Biden doesn't know how to do this, and I alone can fix it. And I am very worried that the effect there is that A, Trump wins and does all those monstrous things. I mean, monstrous things that he will do. B, we will lose our connection, our support with Europe, the EU, NATO, the United Nations, all of those things. Trump will turn his back on all of that. And C, Vladimir Putin will have his way. He will. Right now, he's essentially attacking. He's already got Belarus. He's attacking Poland with his various non-kinetic kinds of attacks. He's attacking Slovakia. We saw that. He's attacking Hungary. We saw that. He's attacking right next to Romania, and right between Romania and Slovakia, Moldova. Okay, all these countries are under his attack right now. And I think that he's moving while we're not watching. It's like a magic trick, what's happening behind his back, which we don't see. I mean, we have to read the paper carefully. But in fact, he's moving west into the old Soviet bloc. And if he is able to succeed at that, we're going to have another kind of world, and it won't be pretty. And I don't think the Republicans or the base or the conservatives or the GOP MAGAs or the people who would vote for Trump understand the stakes here. It's very scary, and it affects you and me. Because if that monster becomes president of the United States, you can kiss your civil rights goodbye.
And, Jay, it's profound that you say that because you're a lawyer and you know more than anyone. You've studied the law in the United States, which you and I both love. And, we think the United States is, just a wonderful country. And I think, when you go back to the withdrawal of Afghanistan, this is part of the Biden doctrine. He wanted to get American troops away from harm's way. Now, in the pullout, it was messy. And I think no one had known how the Afghan army would just collapse so quickly. But, there's some blame to be cast in that debacle. I mean, I don't think anyone can get away from it. And I'm sure if Biden were to do it again, he would do it very differently. In terms of he would withdraw, but probably withdraw much more gradually, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I really don't know. I can't speak for the president. But he does not want, at this point, to be sending American troops into the Ukraine. And if we do not support the Ukraine, we may have to send troops on the ground. And Joe Biden, as part of the Biden doctrine, wants to preserve democracy by giving aid to other countries, not by jeopardizing the American soldier. And I think most people see it this way. And I think the person who said it best was Lynn Cheney. And Lynn Cheney came out and she said, those Republicans who are not supporting Ukrainian aid are appeasing Vladimir Putin. And that's the appropriate word.
Well, you remember where appeasement led in World War II.
Neville
The more you
Chamberlain,
appease, the more likely you're going to have troops on the ground.
That's exactly right. And that's what
Liz
happened.
Cheney is absolutely right. And so is Biden. The problem is, do people understand this? He's got to get up there. This is all a matter of rhetoric. You remember, well, you probably don't remember, but in the 30s, FDR had his fireside chats every week on the radio, and he had a huge effect on public opinion. And during the war, he kept on doing that. He knew that he could not initiate a war, he could not maintain a war unless he had public opinion behind him. Right now, I don't think he has that. This is a big problem. And if it is the centerpiece of the campaign, and I believe it is or will be the centerpiece of the campaign, he's going to lose the campaign. So what has to happen here is he has to get more rhetoric, stronger rhetoric, and he has to do it regularly, and he has to get people to join him. It's just him. Who else is speaking? And you can't say, well, MSNBC, could you deliver the message, please? Could you deliver Joe Biden's message? No, it's just him. Kamala Harris doesn't say boo. And the result is that, he's not a good speaker. I'm sorry. There isn't enough energy going on here. Trump has the headlines. Trump knows how to play that game. And the Democrats are losing that game. If you look at it rationally, and I look at it the same way you do, Biden has done a fabulous job as a decent leader. He has helped our country in so many ways, so many initiatives he has tried. Some he's failed because, they won't agree with him, and they'll block him just so they can criticize him. But the bottom line is that he has been a great president. Historically great president in very difficult circumstances. But the people in the country don't realize this. We have got to make them realize this.
And I agree with you, Jay. And let me be very specific. Besides the Biden doctrine, what Joe Biden has done is he took us out of COVID. We now have vaccinations, and crazy people who don't want to get vaccinated. That's dangerous because they're going to die. As someone who works in medical care myself, every week. And the second thing he did is he put people back to work. He basically put money in people's pockets. And the other thing that he did was the infrastructure bill. So, he's done everything right. And he's done things because at times he can cross over and talk to Republicans. And I think the speech you were referring to, and I'll end here, was the speech that he gave in Tempe, Arizona, when he was talking about his friend, John McCain. And it was interesting to read both John McCain's book and Cindy McCain's book. And I think, John McCain was one of Biden's personal heroes and his friend. And he really thought that he was heroic in not allowing anyone else to be, not allowing himself to go in front of anyone, and in order to leave Vietnam, even though the Vietnamese were negotiating with the United States about that because of his father's military status, and how brave he was, flying soirees over Vietnam itself during the Vietnam War.
And he didn't collapse. He didn't buy into their propaganda.
And he was tortured and everything. And the biggest, the thing that hurt me the most of the many things that Donald Trump has said or done, including, the terrible racist comments about Mexicans and, calling Ku Klux Klanners and Nazis, an equal side to people who were protesting, was, talking about John McCain and other military men as losers. What kind of a man, what kind of a person calls John McCain a loser? In what capacity?
Well, I think he was speaking. Trump was speaking from his bone spur, which got him out of any military service. It's really extraordinary how he escaped the draft. He was a draft dodger, in a word, and then he surrounds himself with military people as soon as he gets into the Oval Office, and he tries to use that as a way to control the military, so he can, rely on for example, the Insurrection Act against Black Lives Matter, if you remember. Listen, I haven't changed my mind. Nothing you have said makes me feel differently about the monster characterization. I haven't seen him do anything good. Everything he does is bad. And if you give him a chance, he will destroy the country.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you about his, about what will happen if we elect Trump again. I think there will be still some checks and barriers against him, but I do think that what one must do is, respect the first time he was elected. He was our president, and I said that Donald Trump is our president, and I said that in argumentation with people who were, on the far left and things like this. And I think that most Americans center around the middle and realize that, and will realize, especially if the campaigning goes on the way you stipulated, Jay, you mentioned that Biden has to hit on specific things. And my point in this conversation is that he has to outline his Biden doctrine, and he has to emphasize that, allowing Donald Trump to hold the reins of foreign policy is insanity on the part of all.
Well, let me close with this because we're running out of time. To allow Donald Trump to run this reality show with himself on the headlines every day is Biden's biggest mistake. He has to respond to him in kind every day, and he has to get people around him in his administration likewise to respond. And I only want to mention one other thing. On 60 Minutes this past Sunday, we had an interview of Merrick Garland. And it was the first interview that Merrick Garland has given as the Attorney General. And it was really impressive. It was pure Merrick Garland, without fear or favor. He's going to enforce the law. The president doesn't tell him what to do. He does it as the Attorney General for the people of the United States. It was a remarkable thing. But the most important part of that interview for me was when the interviewer said to Merrick Garland, "Why are you doing this? What makes you so dedicated to this notion?" And Merrick Garland actually got very emotional about this. I don't want to say teared up, but it was right there. He said, "My parents were involved. My family was involved in the Holocaust. And some of them were killed, murdered in the Holocaust. And I know what it means to live in a country without the rule of law, ruled by an autocrat, a dictator. I know what it means to live in a country without the Constitution. And I care desperately about that." And that speaks for both of us, doesn't it?
It does, and I'll just say that, I always call you the mensch, Jay Fidell, but we should both end this by just saying, thank God for President Joe Biden, and he is a real supermensch.
Okay, but I'm counting on him to wake up and smell the argument. Thank you, Dr. Carl Ackerman. Having this discussion on history is here to help. Can Biden hold the line? And we sure wish he can. Thank you so much, Carl.
Thank you, Jay.
Aloha.
Ransomware is a type of malicious software that encrypts files and data on a device, rendering the information unretrievable and unusable to the device owner. Organizations in every sector, from schools to colleges and universities to government agencies to private industry, have been affected by these attacks, with victims receiving demands of millions of dollars in exchange for the return of the stolen or encrypted data. The nation's education system has experienced service outages, canceled classes, lost learning time, and in some cases school closings as a result of these attacks. If your education agency, district, or school is the victim of a ransomware attack, preparation and a prompt response will be key in reducing the impact and duration of the incident. First, you must stop the attack from spreading. Immediately initiate the steps in your incident response plan. Assemble your incident response team and quickly disconnect all the infected computers or networks to keep the infection from spreading. The next step is to identify the impact. Investigate to determine the source and scope of the infection, the type of ransomware involved, and what data or credentials might have been compromised. Block known attacker IP addresses and review and continuously monitor available logs for additional malicious behavior. The next step is to isolate and remediate the incident. Evaluate systems for infection before bringing them back online. Restore data from backups where available. Reset credentials for any accounts that might be compromised. Work with your cyber team to identify the best options to restore systems and data to a pre-event condition. Consult with counsel to ensure compliance with all applicable notification and reporting requirements. Report criminal activity to law enforcement and notify appropriate agencies in compliance with applicable state and federal laws. Remember that most colleges and universities must report incidents to the U.S. Department of Education. K-12 schools are not mandated to report ransomware incidents to the department. However, we recommend reporting so that you can receive technical assistance and resources. Finally, apply lessons learned. Implement technology and process enhancements to address the root cause. Correct any identified deficiencies or vulnerabilities. Educate users about steps to protect against further ransomware attacks and increase training. For more information and resources, please visit the Student Privacy Policy Office's website, studentprivacy.ed.gov.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, at the end of the day, maybe they won't vote for him. We know Trump has been a gold-plated jerk, but do others see it too? After all, some of his followers may be aging out of his base, and a younger, more independent generation is emerging, and maybe they get it. They know he's been mean to women, mean to minorities, mean to children, mean to his adversaries, and also to his friends. Actually, to everyone. Why would anyone support him? By this time, don't they know he's ignorant, corrupt, bad-tempered, and completely unqualified to be in public office? If that hasn't sunk in yet, perhaps it will sink in over the next year and before the election. Yes, he's a liar who lies about everything, and who is not to be trusted in anything. One really big lie is that he won in 2020. That is a terrible and unforgivable lie, and it is truly amazing that he continues to repeat it. Another big lie is his claim that he is a patriot. That's not at all true. He's someone who organized a plot to bring the election, the government, and the country down by a violent coup. That's more traitor than patriot. His followers must know this in their hearts and minds, but they still support him. No one understands why they do this, but it appears he has found a way to reach them on some primeval level and make them a self-destructive cult. They reject the reality of his 2 impeachments, his 4 indictments, the many judicial determinations that have revealed his lies and conspiracies. and they accept his ridiculous claim of unprecedented national victimhood. They reject the reality that he doesn't care about them, or national security, or our allies overseas. In fact, he will never support the people he has recruited to support him. As a narcissist, he is unable to do so. At some cortical level, his followers know this. At some cortical level, they know he is pathologically primed at destroying us all. Yet they look the other way, playing the role of the inmates at the asylum. We can only hope that the remaining members of the base will see the light and drop out soon, and that the new, more thoughtful generations are emerging to put an end to Trump's dark madness. Hopefully, they'll vote in their own interest and follow the real American dream, a dream of kindness, care, and concern, of constructive collaboration, of loving community, of a moral, healthy, good, and equitable life for everyone. At the end of the day, we are hoping Trump's cult will wake up and realize that he can't and won't get us anywhere near that dream. If given a chance, he will act only in his own interest and destroy our society. But let's be optimistic about the possibility of a new generation. Staying on Trump's road to perdition is no more or less than a self-fulfilling prophecy that will lead to national destruction. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, At the End of the Day, Maybe They Won't Vote for Him. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of "what about" attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do so through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground and vision on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people into oblivion every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Thank for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of "what about" attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do that through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground, and vision, on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people into oblivion every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary.
Avoid legal action?
We need to confirm your Medicare number.
Government assistance?
Wait. If you get a text, email, or phone call asking for personal information, it's likely a scam. There are all kinds of scams, and they can be very persuasive. If it happens to you, it's not your fault. It's nothing to be ashamed of. If you think you might have been targeted, please report it. Contact SMP Hawaii to report a possible scam or become a volunteer.
Good evening, Agent. Your mission is to take down the evil Dr. Ogma. Here's the rundown on tonight's cyber attack at Ogma HQ. It's simple. Gain access, spread the computer virus, destroy the data. Your destination is the application room, located at the core of the building. There is only one way in. First, climb through the Wi-Fi tunnel to the entry portal. Hide yourself in the incoming mail. There may be security guards on duty, but they seldom check. Once you're in the storeroom, wait until the right moment to attack. Your friendly disguise should protect you from being noticed. And the antivirus system is out of date, so you should slip past easily. Next, find the application center and do your work quickly. Install the virus. You may find the computer password protected, but you can usually see the password written down nearby or make an easy guess. Once installed, the virus will spread immediately. Get out before anyone notices. Good luck. I look forward to your update.
Joshua Cooper. Welcome to Cooper Union. What's happening with human rights around our world on ThinkTech Live, broadcasting from our downtown studio in Honolulu, Hawaii, and Moana Nui, Ikea. Today, we're looking at South Sudan, striving for justice, looking at the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 17, right to property and land. Today, I'm joined by Students' Organization for Liberty and Entrepreneurship, SOUL, and very excited to be able to meet with the Executive Director as well as the Communications and Public Relations Officer. David, could you tell me why this issue is so important and what inspired you to first get involved in South Sudan on this important topic?
Thank you so much, Joshua. To be honest, the emblem of South Sudan looks at justice, liberty, and prosperity. When you look at the flag of South Sudan, that's what it entails at all. The human right is also one of the things the country fought for the secession from Sudan by then to South Sudan. So it's a way back story of South Sudanese fighting for the right to be independent. And on that matter, I look at the human right in South Sudan not being respected still. And I look at that aspect of individual liberty, which is not yet granted in the country, land ownership. These are issues that when you move to any court, you get them frequently on the court cases. This prompted me to contribute to the liberation of the country by promoting human rights in the country. And for sure, that has been what has been behind the motive behind me joining this movement, so that I can accomplish the ideology that was put in place for this country to secede from Sudan to South Sudan, and of which I have to also do my contribution. When this was happening, I had no chance of contributing to this new nation of South Sudan. And I thought, instead of asking more from South Sudan, I have to do something for South Sudan. And that is the reason why I had to join this movement.
Thank you so much. Moving to my colleague, John. We know that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights provides the power of ideas to initiate change in the world, but also cultural and historical conditions challenge understanding of universality until deeper dialogues include and involve all of humanity, including, most importantly, directly impacted people around the table for transformation. Can you share with us what inspired you to focus on this important issue, and why is this issue so important in international human rights law?
Thank you so much for having me on this show. I'm so happy and so glad to be here. First of all, it's very important that it's not only the the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, which stipulates that everyone has the right to own property. But even in the Constitution of South Sudan, Part 2, which is on the Human Rights Bill, Article number 15 is also saying every woman has the right to own property in South Sudan. So both the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, also the Constitution of South Sudan, clearly tell us that women have the right to own property. But the most important, the very shocking thing which is happening in South Sudan is, regardless of this in the Constitution, the cultural practices and the beliefs in South Sudan overrides the Constitution of South Sudan and even the Human Rights Declaration, in the way that women in South Sudan are restricted, according to the culture, from owning the property. So you find that if a woman has stayed with her husband for maybe 3 years and they get divorced, so there is no law in South Sudan that tells how much of this property the woman should take home. Or even if the husband dies, all the property belong to the families of the deceased. So the woman is supposed to leave the house and go empty-handed. So imagine if the woman has stayed with her husband for 30 years, that's most of her active life. And then she, after the death of the husband, she leaves the house empty-handed. That means she's going to start life from zero. So with this, it's a contributing factor to promoting poverty in Africa. So that's why, for me as a women rights activist, I would not sit down and see women being mistreated. So that's why we had to stand up and then fight against these cultural beliefs and educate women so they can understand their rights and advocate for those rights so that they can enjoy their rights on property.
Thank you, because Article 17 focuses on the important right to own property alone, which is significant, but also as well as in association with others. It also points out no one shall be arbitrarily deprived of one's property, and Article 17 ensures equality and an ability for people to have land, to exercise self-determination, and be able to provide for oneself, family, and community necessities for a life of dignity. Can you share with us a bit how Seoul actualizes this article and what actions you're involved with, Benjamin, to promote and protect this right in South Sudan?
Thank you so much, Joshua Copper. The way Seoul engage and promotes this right, we looked at equipping the women with the knowledge, because if they don't have the knowledge, that is the basic. If they don't have the knowledge of their basic rights, they will not be able to claim for their rights. Like what John was saying, these are things that have been happening. And even the men in power or the people in power know very well this is not supposed to happen. The Constitution is very clear on this, but still you find these women are exposed and are subjected to this kind of cultural dehumanization, which of course Seoul has taken up an initiative of empowering these women to understand their human right to own land and property. And after owning land, what can they gain from this land to growth? And Seoul has come up with that initiative of giving capacity building to these women, not only to these women who are being victims of this situation, but also to the authority, the men in power, the people in power, to understand this is what they're supposed to do so that these women are protected. The sole responsibility of the authority, the government, is to protect the right and properties of its civilians. And that is one thing we nudged in them. We bring up this as a reminder to them that this is what we are all supposed to do, to equip these women, know their right to owning land and to use the land for generating wealth from it. And that will lead to human growth and the economic growth of the country as well. So that's actually basically what Seoul is doing, to engage the victims, the people who are victims, to also make sure that we have these testimonies, these people who are not hurt, people who were not talking about what is happening to them, they are able to stand bold and say, this is what belongs to me because of the knowledge. We believe that knowledge is power. And when we have the knowledge, we have the power, and we can stand a chance of asking. And to be very honest on this matter, the judiciary system here, which is supposed also to be a kind of an institution, which is supposed to be giving the rights of the people, is also has that oversight on that particular aspect of land property.
And it allows us then to continue the conversation with John. You talked about it being outlined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but also in your own constitution. Can you share with us, with South Sudan as one of the newest nations and members of the UN, how South Sudan still faces fundamental challenges to guarantee all human rights for all, and how Seoul is organizing to be able to assist to make sure this is possible?
Thank you so much. Currently in South Sudan, the problem is both the government knows very well that rights of women to own property is being violated, but yet there is nothing being done on the ground on the side of the government to rectify the situation. So because of this, because of the sense of the government on this issue, that's why Seoul has taken up the task to its shoulder to stand together with some of the international organizations and some human rights activists to raise awareness, also persuade the government to realize the effect of the rights of women which is being violated, so that they can also stand up and defend women's right to property. So because of this, we as members of SOL, Student Organization for Liberty and Entrepreneurship, we have made it a very serious matter to bring to the attention of the government, to the attention of the world, so that they can understand that the violation of property right is still happening in the 21st century, even in the democratic country of South Sudan. So this is what we are doing at the moment, trying to raise awareness so that people can get the rescue of the women to whom their rights to property is being violated. Just as what David has said, we are also to empower these women so that they can also raise their voices. Not only the women, we are also trying to empower the men champions. We are forming some men champion groups who are also along women, supporting them to raise their voices so that the world and even the government can understand their pain and come to their rescue.
That's really important. And then, of course, that really builds on what we're sharing here, is that there's education, mobilization, and then realization to ensure this right. Can you share with us, David, what are some of the campaigns to be able to change the conditions so that women are able to exercise their right to own property? And how is that being coordinated?
Thank you so much, Copper, for giving me this chance again. In South Sudan, there have been a lot of campaigns going on, one of which is run by a certain organization called the Guatemala. The Guatemala is an Arabic word which says the power of a woman. We also have the Mara Sake. She's just a woman. Such campaigns are being done in South Sudan to empower women so that they can be able to stand and say, I also have the same power. It goes back to the gender equality, the equality we talk about always, whereby we give that a woman should recognize that she has power to do something. She has power to claim for what righteously belongs to her. And she has power to do it, has also the other counterpart, like this male partners do it. So these are some of the campaigns going on in South Sudan, in particular, to empower women. And according to the constitutions, the women have been given 25% sometimes back, and now it is 35%, where they have to be represented at all levels. And such campaigns are there to boost them, to give them that morale, and it gives them the space to talk on the behalf of other women, because these are some of the campaigns going on in South Sudan. And if this is taken into consideration, like having more women in power or having more women in in events and exercise like this, it will lead to a better world where women are empowered and are able to demand or to claim for their rights.
Excellent point. And we know that women hold up half the sky. And the points that you're sharing then are examples of empowerment that really, in a way, achieve the UN 2030 agenda as well of global goal number 5 of gender justice. John, can you share some more examples of this campaigns and coordinated actions to guarantee that women are full contributors to the community and to the new country of South Sudan?
Thank you so much. Just like what my colleague David has just said, those are some of the campaigns that happen in South Sudan, and of which Seoul is also part of it. One important thing that I would wish to put across is we are also to put a law proposal, because this is a cultural aspect that we are tackling. We are, in our next move, we are writing a proposal that is supposed to be signed by the local leaders, expressing their desire to support the rights of women. So we are working with a lawyer and also some of the key local leaders so that they can draft up a law expressing their position that they will support women to own property. And this is possible. And if it is signed to law, that means in every community in South Sudan that violates the rights of women will always be referring to this document and upholding it to their best. The way we are coordinating this activity is, we know that as Seoul alone cannot do much. What is, we are trying to coordinate with some of the international organizations that support the women property rights. We have been recently working with Atlas Network, who are also one of our key partners, supporting us in campaigning for the rights of women to own property, and also conducting some TV shows like what we are doing currently. It's one way of raising an awareness, coordinating activities so the world can know what's happening in South Sudan. And also we have a strong radio connection. Like we basically focus on radio talk shows, because with the radio talk shows, we are able to reach a wider audience than when we conduct workshops and seminars. So we have a strong relationship here with the radio stations, where we go normal to the radio stations and try to raise awareness regarding the property right of women and to have.
Thank you. And that builds, of course, very much so of what was being mentioned earlier about the different activism and advocacy to really guarantee
the listeners. And with this, we have been able to reach a very good on the radio. That's how we are to the media. We are also coordinating with the media. So that's what we are doing at the moment. In South Sudan, we are doing the campaigns to raise more awareness regarding the property right of women. And we believe that as Seoul, we are not able to do it alone. That's why we bring in some international organizations, media, so that we can be able to wider community. Just as I said, we are also working with partners like Atlas Network, who are also supporting us in raising the awareness and also conducting TV shows like what we are doing at the moment. Is one way of coordinating the activities and trying to raise awareness so that the world can know what's happening regarding property right of women in South Sudan.
Thank you. And I know, David, you wanted to add something immediately before we get into the next aspect, so please.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to add something on what John was saying about our coordination mechanism and who we work with. We also leverage on the existing structures like the royal families, where we have better connections and with the queen of the land, because in this part we have still a kingdom existing. We have about 2 kingdoms which are still existing. We leverage on such existing structures because they are vocal in the community, and they also advocate for similar things, which we, together with them, make sure that we voice it out. And not only the kingdom, we also look at existing structures that are influential in the community, people who are promoting such ideas in the community. We have a lot of structures like the First Lady herself is also leading campaigns that promote women in South Sudan. She has also been an avenue for us to make sure that we reach to more women and give them capacity building. And that's that, yeah.
Thank you so much. We know the UDHR calls for a coalition of conscience centered around trust and transformation while honoring values, voice, and vision. And on the 75th anniversary, it's important to reflect on the role of human rights in our daily lives and world affairs. Exploration of the right to property in Africa delves into fundamental issues important to all around our planet. And David, if we continue on with what you were sharing, you talked about parliament and people having seats in government to secure. And also, your colleague John shared about municipal actions to guarantee that local laws are in effect. Can you share, in some ways, the champions that are now creating a culture of human rights in Sudan and how you're able to partner together?
Thank you so much. Just before we move ahead, I have to make a correction. This is South Sudan. We already separated from Sudan. We have Sudan, and then we have South Sudan. Like we said earlier, we have champions in parliament, we have champions in government who are representing women in South Sudan. And some of these women are holding executive positions in the government and are very vocal talking about the human right, more especially women right, in conjunction with other UN agencies and other non-governmental organizations. They are really very vocal, and they have pushed the country of South Sudan to also have a fair representation of women in the parliament and in all, even in the judiciary, the executive. They have pushed for this, and at least now we have 35% of women representation in those all positions in the government status. That is about South Sudan. Even when you look at the regional level, like Uganda, other like Rwanda, Ethiopia, and that, you find there is a lot of women in politics who are playing in politics, and they are encouraging gender equality and also the issue of women right and the right of women to own property. And it's something we have a lot of champions that we are able to mention. Like for South Sudan, the speaker for parliament is a woman, and she's very vocal about women participation in politics. She leads the country in terms of empowering women to own property, and more precisely, the women right everywhere she goes, and that is what is there. And you find there are some governors who are also women who are leading and are very vocal about this kind of activism we are talking about. So we have, I will call them hidden heroes because we have not published most of them in the country yet. Those are the ones that are already there and are doing great things for this country.
Thank you. And as we're talking about South Sudan, it also reminds me how it's also a similar situation in the South Pacific, where people in countries such as Tonga, the same situation happens where a woman is not allowed to inherit land, yet her son would inherit the land if something happened to her partner. And so, even though we're talking about Africa and Oceania and different sides of the world, John, you can share how it's a common struggle for these basic rights and maybe expand a bit on the importance of women's rights around the world and how women's rights are human rights, John.
Thank you so much for helping me. Women's rights is very important in the world because when we uphold the rights of women, it's one way of encouraging upholding their dignity. You know, if a woman has the right to own the property and she owns the property and has the title deed to it, so it promotes her dignity and also it allows her not to be very vulnerable, because she knows that she has property and she can use this property to be able to put some food on the table for her kids. So it's very important for us to promote the property right, and also that when we promote the property of women rights around the world, it's one way of empowering them to be self-reliant. because in most cases in Africa, women are looked at like people who are dependent on men. But when women own property, so we find that the woman is able to stand on her own, take care of her kids and even her family, and she is able to stay or to be on her own rather than being dependent. So that's why it's very important for us to promote the rights of women around the world, so that not only men contributing to the livelihood of the family, but both men and women are supposed to contribute to the livelihood of the community. So that's why it's very important for us to support the property rights of women.
Thank you so much. And we know the UDHR Article 17 ensures all are not arbitrarily deprived of property and all are able to own property alone and in association with others to create that vital community you shared. And Article 17 is one way people exercise their engagement for equality and guarantee good governance in every nation and global democracy for our collective planet. The people do desire dignity and are part of this global family for freedom. And we appreciate you both sharing. Can you provide briefly a little bit about the future of the right in South Sudan?
Thank you for having me again. I am seeing a bright future of human rights in South Sudan because everyone is talking about it and everyone is getting empowered. One important thing that I believe is the people who are victims of these situations now are getting to understand, and that is shaping already the future. We are predicting that there will be a good future because people will be informed of their basic human right, their right to own land, and their right to own properties. When they're informed, they will be well prepared for the future.
Appreciate that so much. It's true. It begins with being informed and then being able to influence the institutions and then having an impact in everyone's daily life. John, can you share with us your vision for the future of the right?
The vision of the rights of men in South Sudan is bright because one is they are just owning the project. They are the victims and they know how painful it is to live without property. So we believe that as we are involving them, we are creating more awareness, we are educating them, and also the fact that we are using other stakeholders like the law enforcement agencies, other international organizations, government organizations. We are trying to raise awareness that we are involving them in these activities. So because of this, we believe that these stakeholders soon understand why it's important for us to have the rights of women to be upheld in South Sudan. So as soon as they understand it and they are empowered, and because of the champion groups that we are forming, they will be able to stand on their own and advocate for rights to own property. And we believe once they own the property, they will use this property as collateral to start their own business, and then they will be able to stand on their own. So it's one way of empowering them to know their rights to property, and also one way to empowering them to be self-reliant.
Thank you so much. And we know it's so vital that South Sudan was able to gain its independence, becoming one of the newest nations at the UN, but that the struggle does not end with that act of self-determination, but that we're all committed to still make sure that human rights are for all in your country, that men and women are treated equally, and that everyone has this important right of Article 17, the right to own property. Thank you both for sharing, and more importantly, what you do on a daily basis in South Sudan for a bright future for this new nation. Thank you.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Well, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, the social impact and their, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up. And it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still, with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and Keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle course set up, and it used to thrive with Keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue than I thought, all of these tents out here, I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our beautiful natural resources be basically trashed and disrespected, it's very tough to see out here. We definitely need more efforts to clean this place up and keep it activated so that these types of situations can't happen in the future.
What we have to first start is clean up, and then we need the community to help us vision what really is the highest and best use of this space. Well, camping, legit camping, I think would be awesome, but not in this current environment. But we are screaming for more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline. And with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of the kiavi, maybe even some beach renourishment. I mean, look at this. This would be a phenomenal camping experience for visitors and our families. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. To get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put before the cubes start turning and it turns into chaos, once again.
Being the only park we have here in town, in downtown Honolulu, I take very much pride in this place, and to see it being disregarded in such a manner is unfortunate, but hopefully working together with DLNR and everybody, we can fix this place back up and get it back to a place where tourists want to come and want to visit. To see the state funds used to just clean up after these people is not the best use. I think prevention would probably be a better use than coming in and cleaning up and just dumping all of this stuff into trash cans. So hopefully we can, like I said, do more prevention, get more security, maybe so these can't set up all these camps and tents around the park. But it's unfortunate, and we got to do what we can to keep it clean, but hopefully in the future we won't have the same situation.
The promise of a reliable supply of clean, renewable energy is a very good target. However, wind and solar generation rely on the weather to move turbines or power panels, leading to a variability in the energy they produce. And these systems are also often built in remote locations far away from population centers. Distance and intermittency must be overcome to fully rely on these clean sources of energy. The solution is energy storage. Storage saves up extra energy for use when nature isn't cooperating. Improvements to today's storage technologies can be deployed everywhere and can benefit everyone. At the Office of Electricity's Energy Storage Program, we're doing something about that. We're partnering with national labs, a diverse set of universities, and the energy community to find ways to reduce costs and increase the safety and reliability of storage technology, so that a grid powered by nearly 100% renewable energy can become a practical reality in our country. So what are these energy storage systems? The one you're most familiar with is the battery. The first rechargeable batteries were created in the mid-19th century using lead-acid chemistry, the same type of batteries still found in gas-powered cars. Today's utility-scale batteries on the grid are most commonly made from lithium-ion. Mostly deployed in the mid-20th century, pumped hydro systems use water to store energy. Still the most commonly used type of energy storage on the grid. Today, we're on the brink of a new electric era thanks to advances in energy storage technologies. This new generation of storage has the potential to completely transform our current grid into the grid of the future. All storage systems help balance load and generation to ensure the stability, reliability, and resilience of our electricity grid at all times. System operators did not have this capability before, so the mass deployment of storage technologies creates new functionalities, including a pathway to a decarbonized grid. So what is it going to take to realize the future potential of energy storage systems? Most of today's energy storage technologies store energy for just a few hours. However, the clean grid of the future needs daily, weekly, and seasonal systems for a variety of grid needs. Currently, storage systems can be expensive due to high material costs and reliance on volatile supply chains for critical minerals. Newly developed systems need extensive validation so that they can operate reliably and safely before they are deployed to the grid. Storage technology must lead the way in providing underserved communities with reliable access to clean, affordable electricity. The Office of Electricity develops solutions for all of these challenges. We're funding R&D into affordable, abundant, and domestically manufacturable materials, components, and systems. We're advancing promising technologies that will deliver lower cost, longer duration energy storage. We're providing technical assistance and decision-making tools to utilities, state regulators, and communities on how to effectively deploy storage to meet their unique needs. We're investing in state-of-the-art facilities, developing novel testing and validation capabilities, and supporting at-scale deployments to boost industry support for new storage technologies. We're studying batteries under extreme operating conditions to gain a better understanding of why systems fail and how to predict failure before it occurs. Our breakthroughs in energy storage technology will ensure a safe, reliable, and affordable grid. Storage will play a key role in powering our country with clean, reliable energy. It's a big goal, and we're up for the challenge. Join us on our mission to support energy storage and learn more about the Office of Electricity at our website.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Trump has unloosed a torrent of destructive time bombs into our society, and has given us a legacy of chaos operating not for our interest or to improve our lives, but only his. Congress is dysfunctional, and will be a basket case after the midterms. The judiciary is a train wreck from the Supreme Court to the lower courts. How can we have confidence in these people and in our government? You don't have to be a genius to know that the system is disintegrating. The true administration of justice is the firmest pillar of good government. That's a quote from George Washington inscribed on the courthouse at Foley Square. It means we need to have public confidence in our government or it will surely fail. Trump has taken that confidence away from us. Ask anyone, and they will tell you that they are not confident. Trump has lied to the people thousands of times, he has enlisted acolytes to repeat his lies, he has demanded that public officials lie for him, and he has created a media that spreads his lies and propaganda. These are out of the autocratic playbook. He has done this not to serve the public good, but to dismember our democracy and representative government. More than anyone who has occupied the office, Trump has damaged the First Amendment, our right to the freedom of speech, religion, petition, and assembly. Step by step, Trump and his fanatics have been bent on reducing and terminating our personal, civil, human and political rights in this country. Clearly, there's more to come. When MAGA takes over both houses in November, we will see a further degradation of those rights. If you think a GOP win this year will not affect our rights and daily lives, think again. Remember Germany in 1933. Think about what the loss of the rule of law and the protections of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights will mean to you. What the loss of a moral, compassionate, responsive, representative government will mean to you. Think about what incompetence and corruption, indefensible pardons and a shameless wealth divide, will mean to you. The stakes are higher than we think. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
The Solar Energy Technologies Office, or SETO as we often refer to ourselves, supports innovation across the solar energy spectrum to reach lower costs of electricity and to support the transition to a decarbonized economy. We release several funding opportunities each year, and these funding opportunities come with topic areas that are designed to address critical spaces where we really want to accelerate innovation. SETO has a long history of supporting innovation in solar energy technologies, and these innovations, coupled with other advancements in the industry, have enabled solar costs to drop dramatically over the past decade, 70 to 80%. This is making solar electricity one of the cheapest forms, and in many areas in the country, the cheapest form of new electricity generation today. It's critical that we continue to innovate and drive costs down further. Doing so will enable our electricity supply to be more affordable, and it will also accelerate solar deployment. The Biden administration has set a goal of 100% clean electricity supply by 2035. Solar is going to have a huge role to play in getting to that goal. Solar could provide as much as 40% of electricity in a clean grid. That's 10 times more than it's providing today. With the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, we see the industry poised for dramatic growth, both in deployment as well as in manufacturing, supporting good paying jobs and rapid growth toward our goal of having a clean electricity grid. It's a really exciting time for solar, and it's a really exciting time to be at the Department of Energy, to be working in solar technology.
Are masks over now? Like fidget spinners and the Macarena? Definitely not. You should still wear a mask if you're over 65, immunocompromised, unvaccinated, at high risk because of your health, or a caregiver. It also makes sense to mask up anytime you're indoors around lots of people, like concerts, stores, offices, restaurants, and medical facilities. To mask or not to mask, learn more at ourbestshothawaii.org.
Aloha. Thanks for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is about politics. Politics are not all local anymore. If you hadn't noticed, elections have gone national, and most of us regularly get email from candidates who are running in other states asking for money or support. Indeed, these candidates and political organizations are asking strangers in distant states for help because they think we can help them. And yes, maybe we can. Sometimes they're in battleground states that have national importance and really need to hear from us. Sometimes they just need to get money from outside because they can't raise enough at home. The bottom line is that congressional elections, and even some state elections, have become national. You shouldn't just delete the email you get from candidates in other states. It's worthwhile to take a look at it and figure out who these candidates are, and what they stand for. Reading the newspaper could help. Then maybe you can decide which ones are worthy of your support, and possibly even consider giving them some money. We need to refresh the composition of Congress. It's increasingly clear that there are some real bums in Congress, especially in the Senate. We need to throw them out, and the only way we can do that is by recognizing this reality and making contributions to worthy congressional candidates running in other states. Maybe this can ameliorate the problems with the Electoral College and the 2-senator per state rule. In a way, contributions are kind of like voting, aren't they? Voting is good, but remember there are a number of red states where the GOP has passed legislation to reverse the popular vote and turn the system upside down. Of course, you can only vote in your own state. If you want to have an effect on what happens in other states, the best way, the only way, is to give money to the candidates you like. Sure, you can travel to the mainland and walk door to door, or get on a phone bank from home. You can also send mass mail or mass email if you have the resources, but that could be expensive. It's much more efficient to do the research, get on the internet, and send a few bucks to the candidates of your choice, wherever they are. If they can do it on the mainland, we can do it from here. Thanks so much for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency carries out laws to ensure all Americans are protected from significant risks to human health and the environment.
The agency uses a balanced, three-pronged strategy, combining science and regulatory enforcement while developing new solutions to environmental problems with stakeholders.
EPA doesn't create or enact environmental protection laws. That's done by Congress. The agency's role is to write regulations and carry out the laws passed by Congress to meet the goals laid out in the legislation.
EPA delegates some of the permit issuing and policy enforcement responsibilities to states and tribes.
EPA is led by an administrator who reports to the President of the United States.
The agency is divided into program offices that handle various environmental media, like air, water, and land, or other functions like homeland security, research and development, and emergency management.
With its headquarters in Washington, D.C., EPA relies on its 10 regional offices nationwide to ensure the agency's efforts to clean our air, water, and land is implemented at the local level.
In terms of restoration,
the regions help build partnerships and address the unique needs of individual communities.
Decisions made rely on the sound science conducted at EPA labs across the country.
The labs monitor pollution to help set national standards and keep track of progress to cut pollution. They also serve as a leading source of environmental data in the United States.
EPA accomplishes its mission in many ways. Nearly half of the agency's budget goes into grants for state environmental programs, nonprofits, educational institutions, and other organizations. They use the money for a wide variety of projects, from scientific studies to community cleanups.
During national disasters, on-scene coordinators partner with other federal agencies to provide assessment, monitoring, response assistance, and evaluation. EPA even has mobile laboratories and an air monitoring airplane that provides some of the critical scientific data necessary for informed policymaking.
From scientists and scuba divers to attorneys and enforcement agents, the agency employs a diverse workforce to carry out its mission. By using the breadth of these agency capabilities and resources, EPA is able to effectively protect human health and the environment.
Are masks over now? Like fidget spinners and the Macarena? Definitely not. You should still wear a mask if you're over 65, immunocompromised, unvaccinated, at high risk because of your health, or a caregiver. It also makes sense to mask up anytime you're indoors around lots of people, like concerts, stores, offices, restaurants, and medical facilities. To mask or not to mask, learn more at ourbestshothawaii.org.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Well, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, there's the social impact and their, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up. And it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still, with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and Keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle.
Aloha, welcome to American Issues Take One. I'm Tim Appicelli, your host. And today's title is Mega GOP Set to Disrupt the Federal Government. Let's just go through some of the quick examples of what the Mega GOP is up to. Number one, we all know that they're trying to impeach President Biden. Doesn't seem to be a lot of evidence to back that up, but there they go. Number two, they're blocking all military promotions. That's Senator Tuberville. And that's been going on for some time. That is not helping the military one bit by leaving this void of promotions in place. They decry the law agencies, the FBI, the Department of Justice. Formerly, the GOP used to be very supportive of law enforcement. Not anymore, not with the GOP that's run by the megas. They're trying to shut down our current government right now in 4 days, trying to make sure that there's no passage of a continual budget. And we'll see what happens by Saturday. Last but not least, remember when they tried to stop the federal debt, the federal government from paying its debt obligations, the federal ceiling, they tried to stop that. These are just a few examples of what the mega GOP is up to, the wrecking ball of the GOP, I call it. And with that, I have my co-host, Jay Fidell, and we're going to discuss this topic. Good morning, Jay.
Morning, Tim. It's a topic that should scare all of us, because when you draw the line between all those things you mentioned, I mean, some of them have a little hope, most of them have no hope. When you draw the line between them, you connect the dots between all those things, what you get is a group of people who are kidding around. It's a disaster. They're like teenagers, adolescents, pubescents. And what they're doing, if you connect the dots, is they're trying to disrupt and destroy the federal government in some kind of bizarre, misguided attempt to advance some kind of ideology, although it's hard to say what that ideology is, because a lot of the pieces you described are inconsistent with each other. The thing is, the bottom line is it's destructive. And, I'll tell you, when I think about that, I think that January 6th was not the last attempt by this bunch of clowns to, turn over the election, to destroy representative government and democracy in this country. And now what I see when I look at the Capitol building, as I see the same thing happening within the chambers by the people who were elected to, develop public policy and run the country. And what they're doing, Tim, is they're having another insurrection. Mm-hmm. It's a different kind of insurrection, but it's actually more dangerous, because they've stopped everything. They're standing in the road on all public policy, and they are not to be forgiven for that, but that's what they're doing. I guess you could say that they're also trying to bring down Biden in the same way that the insurrection tried to bring down Biden. So what we have, in my view, is a continuing insurrection. This is a little different, but it's the same idea.
Well, I think that's a great point. And let's look at the driver of this clown car, since you referred to them as clowns, and you're not the only one that's done that lately. Let's look at the driver of the clown car and a willing participant in this, and that's our the driver is also known as Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. He's quoted to say this recently: "This is a new concept of individuals that just want to burn the whole place down." Wow, pretty forceful comment, I think. Very responsible to say something like that. Yet, today we know that the Senate has passed a continual resolution to keep the government open for the next few weeks till they work out all these differences. And what does Kevin McCarthy, the driver of the clown car, do? He's telling people he swiftly rejects the Senate budget proposal, and he won't even allow it to hit the floor for discussion or debate. Now, I don't know. Which Kevin McCarthy are we dealing with here today? The one that says this is a bunch of individuals trying to shut the government down and imply that they're irresponsible, or for being the irresponsible clown car driver that says, let's shut down the government?
Well, you look at the effect of what he's doing, and he's trying to shut the government down. Now, the reason I think for Kevin McCarthy may not be the same as the reason for some of the others. Kevin wants to hold on to his job as the speaker, and his group, what do you call it, the Freedom Caucus, the really right-wing ultra conservatives who are somehow running the House, are telling him to do that or he loses his job as speaker. What I find interesting is his job is more important than the country. I guess he gets a lot of perks and benefits by being in that position. Maybe he enjoys the ostensible power, but in fact, he's only doing it for his own self-interest. And so that's why you get this inconsistency between what he says and what he does.
Well, it's interesting.
You have to look at the Freedom Caucus and who's there,
mm-hmm.
and what the mechanics are in the Freedom Caucus. You also have to look at the other Republicans in the House who form the majority in the House. They're letting those guys do it. They're going along as they have in the past. And so you have the crazy clowns running the clown car, and then you have all the other clowns sitting on the sidelines letting him do it. And that points a huge accusatory finger at the Republican Party, at the GOP. It's not just the clowns. It's all.
True. Well, you mentioned the Freedom Caucus, and right now the Freedom Caucus consists of about 20 members of the House. And there's about 200 non-MAGA GOP representatives in the House. So you have 20 holding 200 hostage, but not just the 200. You have 20, and of that 20, about 5 of them, Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Boebert, and Andy Biggs, you have a few of them that are holding the entire nation hostage. I'm not talking about just Democrats or independents, but also other Republicans hostage by this insistence of shutting down the government, not because they're not getting what they want, is they just want to shut it down. They want, I think, in my opinion, they just want to be the wrecking ball of Congress. And the more they can destroy, the better for it. And part of that will be, Biden. That's part of the agenda. But I think it's democracy and the republic itself that they're aiming for. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I find it adolescent. They're going to tear the whole house down just to be able to stamp their feet and have a little fit, and looking for attention, Tim. They're looking for attention. And what does that remind you of? That reminds you of Trump. That reminds you that Trump is really the one who's giving him the signals. It's not even a dog whistle. He's telling them straight out what to do, and they're doing it. And they're all acolytes. They are completely proselytized, and they don't exercise any independent thought or any concern for the country or the Republican Party for that matter. They're just following Trump's signals. But I blame Trump for having elevated these guys and having created the Freedom Caucus and this kind of insanity. It reminds me of the inmates at the asylum of Sharondan. The inmates are running the asylum here. How did they get into that position? Well, Trump has some skills in putting them together and making them as powerful as they are somehow. But they're all nothing. All of them, all the ones you mentioned in the Freedom Caucus and the rest of them, they're all nothing. They have no idea what public policy is. They have no idea what they swore an oath to do. They have no idea about protecting the country. And when they stand there in front of all these American flags, claiming by implication to be patriotic, they're not in the least patriotic. They're adolescents stamping their feet and having a little fit. I find it amazing that the American democracy is running up against this brick wall.
I would agree that, we could easily point a finger at the obvious, and that is these 5 knuckleheads that have no sense of an oath to office to the Constitution. Their oath is to Donald Trump, which is very similar to what people do for dictators. They file an allegiance to the individual and not to the principles behind the nation, the rule of law, or the Constitution. So it's easy to point a finger at these guys. What about the enablers? I'm thinking of Lindsey Graham, Senator Lindsey Graham, who knows better, who knows the rule of law, who knows the Constitution inside and out. He used to be a JAG attorney, used to be, right-hand friend and advisor with John McCain, who would roll in his grave right now if he saw what was going on with the House and the GOP party and how it's turned into this MAGA Trump worship group. He just said recently, putting our military at risk doesn't help anything. He's referring to Tuberville, Senator Tuberville, and the withholding of promotions. So we have people like Lindsey Graham who come in and out of supporting the MAGA GOP, then criticizing the MAGA GOP on almost every issue. Yet when there's an outrageous comment or behavior that's reported in the news, he's silent. He's actually mum. He doesn't raise objections. He goes, well, I just don't want to comment on something like that. What do we do about these enablers? It's 7 years into it now, 6 years into these enablers that have allowed the mega GOP to take the party over. What do we say about these enablers?
You remind me of an incident that happened years ago. I was sitting with a guy who was somewhat political in the Plaza Club in the Pioneer Plaza having lunch. And a sitting legislator in the state house, state senate, came over to us and said, I haven't been able to garner any interest from the public, from the newspapers, the media, and thus from my constituents in my district. Do you guys have any suggestions about how I could make a splash and garner some interest by my constituents and the media? I said, what kind of a stupid question is that? Make a splash? How about actually doing some constructive policy? How about addressing the issues that concern our community? But that's the distinction. They're not looking to address the issues that confront the country. They're looking to make a splash. And that's what I think in large part drives them. Especially including Lindsey Graham, because you couldn't count on him for sticking with what he said yesterday till today and till tomorrow. I mean, he's a chameleon. He's a chameleon that changes colors while you watch instantaneously. He's not the only one, but he's a clear example of that. So what you have is people in Congress who want to stay in Congress. What you have is people who are making enough money, getting enough perks, or maybe some graft and corruption too, who knows. And they want to continue that. And they're not there, to serve the country or to perform the obligations of their oath. I don't know what to say about that, Tim. I would say that they're misguided, misinformed, miseducated, and they have no idea what they're doing. And somehow the machinery in this country has allowed them to get elected. And part of that is this strange connection between money and votes. You know, in the old days, when Mr. Smith went to Washington, it wasn't about money. It was about saying the right thing, doing the right thing, being a person of character and consistency. But we don't care about that anymore. You could take the side of a cow and elect them to Congress, and nobody would know the difference. One more story, and I'll stop. When I got into high school, okay, they had the student organization elections, and all the girls on the cheerleading squad were dancing for him. His name was Chester Brusky. He was by far the most popular candidate for president of the student organization. And there were, mimeograph sheets all over the walls and everywhere in the high school, extolling his virtues. And everybody was so convinced this guy was so popular and so talented, they had to vote for him. They never actually asked the question of what he stood for or whether they had ever met him, but they voted for him. And he won in a sweeping landslide. And at the end of that election, when the dean of the school went around looking for him, looking for Chester Brusky, does that name make you a little suspicious?
Since I like to drink brewskis now and then, yes.
No, that was the point. They couldn't find him. There was no Chester Brusky. The machinery in the high school elected him, even though he did not exist. And I think you could elect the side of a cow in Congress, and he would be completely unqualified, completely incompetent, and completely inappropriate. For that matter, he doesn't have to exist. We just package him, and we get all those consultants and media experts and all that. We elect him, even if he is the side of a cow. And I think Congress is filled with the side of a cow.
Well, or Chester Brewskis. A gaggle of them. You know, Jay, I want to bring up a name here because
look at George DeSantos, huh? Okay.
Definitely a Chester Brewski.
He could be lying his way into office, you know.
Yeah, I haven't heard about him much lately, but I've been gone. Let me throw out a name here that announced that he was leaving the Senate. A voice for the last 6 years of what I would call the old GOP of politics, a voice of ethics, a voice of trying to work with the other side to get things done, to put in policies that are for the betterment of the American public. And that would be Mitt Romney. On his swan song interview I think it was in his office, he didn't have a lot of good things to say about the Republican Party anymore. He didn't have anything certainly good to say about Donald Trump. And he basically, in his 5 to 10 minute interview, said Donald Trump is the source of all problems for the GOP and the acolytes, which you referred to, the lackeys of the GOP, the mega GOP. Any thoughts about Mitt Romney leaving the Senate? He still has a year left before he exits. Do you think he can do anything in his one short year of tenure?
Well, first, I don't think that much of him, because he was trying to suck up to Trump for a long time. He thought that was his way to power, and so he's a man who is not consistent. He may have moments of clarity, and maybe this soundbite was a positive statement.
He's one of one who voted for his impeachment.
Yeah. Okay. All right. But I don't think Romney has done what we needed. I don't think Romney ever did really have the ability to lead this country, even though he had hoped to a couple times. That's one thing. But the other thing is, you see him dropping out, and you say, why? This guy has an appetite for political power. Why is he dropping out? And it's because he can't get anywhere, because he thinks he's going to be attacked by the Trump faction for having attacked them. It's that same thing that, Anne Applebaum wrote in The Atlantic in that really important article where she made a parallel between the Trump mechanisms and the mechanisms of the communists, including Vladimir Putin, in post-war Eastern Europe, where they were afraid to leave. And they had these incredible rationalizations. If I stay around, maybe I can do something, or if I leave, I will lose my power and my perks. In the case of Romney, I mean, I don't know exactly why he's leaving, but I'm suspicious that it's for self-interest rather than benefit of the country. If he cared for the country, he would stay around and do stuff and be a voice for rationality. But he's not doing that. He's leaving it open, and maybe it's because the Trump faction told him he has to get out now, and they want to elect someone else or appoint someone else in his stead. I don't know what it is. And his time is up. And so somebody is bossing him around. That's a possibility. Suffice to say that I don't think it's a great loss because I think he's been inconsistent and he has not demonstrated the badges of leadership that he might have.
You know what? At the beginning of the show, I mentioned some specific things that look like wrecking ball activity against the federal government and/or things that are just out of the norm to impeach somebody out of the midair without any evidence. By the way, today's the trial, I think, for the first impeachment hearing, and those who are appearing are not connected at any point of testimony for evidence. That's kind of odd. So let me ask you this question, Jay. What is the overreaching goal of the MAGA GOP at this point? Is it to destroy the democracy as we know it, or is it just to make Biden look bad so that he doesn't become president, or is it a combination of multiple things that we haven't mentioned yet in this program?
It's those two things. It's a combination of what you mentioned, pull the rug out from under Biden on everything, attack him on everything. It's also to destroy the government as we know it. As I said, that you connect the dots, that's what you get. But the third thing, which you didn't mention, is to get Trump back in office no matter what. And they're responding to Trump. It's interesting that he's part of the formula for the phenomenon that you described. And that without him, if he was off the stage for any reason, query whether that formula would continue to exist, whether they would continue to do these bizarre and destructive things. But I think it's all three, Tim. It's destroying the democracy because they don't know or care about that. They figure their prospects are better if there is no democracy. It's attacking Biden so he doesn't get votes. And it's elevating Trump to another term. Those three things. Mm-hmm. It has nothing to do with serving the country.
Well, let's take the temperature of the GOP here on an example I want to bring out. We have Senator Menendez, who has some very serious criminal charges. He's now indicted. And you have seen a chorus of Democrats in the Senate, outside the Senate, call for his immediate resignation, saying that this is not good for the party and it's not good for the country with these type of allegations. We just had a New York judge tell Trump that you are nothing but a fraud and you are guilty of fraud. I mean, we'll have the formal trial on Monday, but since it's a bench decision from one judge and no jury trial, it's just a matter of how much he's going to have to pay the state of New York. And yet we hear crickets from every member of the GOP about this judge's decision that he is guilty of fraud, financial fraud and fraud against the state of New York. Does that illustrate it any better of where we are between the Democrats and the Republicans as far as taking responsibility for their own?
No, I think you make a good point. Menendez has to go, and the Democrats are being honest and fair and square. And he hasn't been tried, and I suppose he could get off like he did the last time. But there seems to be plenty of evidence in that indictment to suggest that he did it, just as he did the last time with a hung jury. So I think that's to the credit of the Democratic Party that they're honest and they're living in another time, a time when character and honesty were more important to members of Congress. But the Republicans are always going to deny. They're going to deny the truth. This is what we should
That's
have
not the
known.
old Republicans. I mean, I remember Republicans standing up and saying, enough's enough. I remember when all the pages were being molested by both Democrat and Republican senators and representatives. Both parties spoke up and said, this is an outrage, get out. And they did. They were successful of rooting out these bad politicians who were preying on high school and early college, interns.
You know, it's changed. The Republican Party is not what you remember it to be and what I remember it to be. It's not a kind of mirror image, the other side of the aisle identity as the Democrats. They retain this historical quality that they have and demonstrate in the case of Menendez. But the Republicans are all together. The wagons are circled. They are all lined up, and they're all going to tell lies and deny the truth and enable those who tell lies and deny the truth. Not every single one of them, but frankly, if I was a Republican, I'd find a way to get off that approach. I'd switch or I'd get out, or I'd speak up. I'd say these people are out of their minds. What about their oath of office? They denied the truth. And that's what made it possible to knock off the first impeachment and the second impeachment. That's what made it possible for Trump to do all his bizarre things and gutting the government and all the machinations in the Oval Office and, denying the election, the insurrection. It's the enablers that let him do that. And the enablers, primarily, if not exclusively, GOP. So over the past few years, the GOP has been gutted. It has changed completely. It's like when they stand in front of the 27 American flags. It doesn't mean they're patriotic. It doesn't mean that they stand for the principles of the Republican Party as we used to know it. They're a different lot now, and they're masquerading as Republicans.
Moving forward into the election season of 2024, do we see what you just said as a primary communication piece or slogan about the oath of office and care to the Republic and care to the Constitution? Does that become a major issue of this election coming up? Or is it pushed in the background and something else takes the day, like the economy? Or to what degree will your loyalty to the oath of office and preservation of the Republic be a major issue of this 2024 campaign?
It is for you and me, and to a lot of Democrats, but it's one hand clapping. The Republicans aren't going to take that position. They'll distract and deny, and they'll avoid the issue. And they'll be talking about how Hunter Biden is a bad person and Joe Biden didn't get anything done. They'll be talking about all the issues that try to make him look bad. They will not be talking about preserving the Republic. They will not. I promise you that. I'll bet you money that. You won't hear a word from them about that because they don't care about that. They care about knocking Biden off out of office. So
does it become a main talking point for the Democrats?
Yeah, but the Democrats are frankly weak. They're not well organized. They don't know how to present their views. We talked while you were traveling. We talked about the platforms of the various parties, and the Democratic platform gives you eye strain, and it's not really persuasive to the average person uncommitted. In this very, very long national Democratic platform, there's not enough discussion about that very issue, about saving the country. There's no discussion about the fact that we are in a democratic five-alarm fire. The word Ukraine is mentioned like once. Even the word Trump. They should be out there telling us what's really going on here. And they're not. They're not well led. Sorry. And that could cost them the election. Because Biden is so passive on so many things. He's not able to light a fire among the American electorate.
You've mentioned in a couple of sentences the Democratic Party in a pretty good summarization. That's weak, disorganized, and dispassionate leadership. To what degree do we see the cavalry riding over the hill called the Lincoln Project? They were very influential in the 2020 midterm elections. They were quite effective in that election. Do they come back up as a shining star for the Democrats and actually make some inroads as far as how people are thinking about the country, the Constitution, and the rule of law?
Very subjective, Tim. And there's this guy, I think his name is Schmidt. He's very good on the Lincoln Project. And I see him once in a while, not necessarily as a representative of the Lincoln Project, but as someone who is a really good speaker and who can, tell it like it is. But the Lincoln Project itself has lost its mojo, where, before, for the last, the midterms, I guess, you saw a lot of that. And for the 2020 election, you saw a lot of that, a lot of Lincoln Project. And it was impressive to see Republicans get up there and tell the truth. And, I enjoyed that just for the fact that there were some Republicans who felt that way. But I don't see them anymore. Seems like they run out of gas or money or both. So I'm not sure they're going to make a difference in 2024. Sorry.
Okay. Last question. I think we're out of time. How much more mayhem, other than the things we've talked about and I've listed in the first part of the show, how much mayhem and against our government does the mega GOP get away with, and what future attempts do you see on their horizon?
Well, once in a while you see an article written. Usually it's an opinion piece, a thought piece about what happens if Trump or the like win and representative government is undone, which we're in the process now of having that happen around us. And I don't understand why, but I don't think that people understand what it means to lose democracy. They don't understand what life is like in terms of their own civil rights, their own opportunities, their ability to get information about what the government is doing or not doing, and therefore what the government is doing to help and save and protect them. I guess, I don't know if law school helps, but certainly history helps. To see what happened in Eastern Europe back after the war, to see what's happening now in Putin's Russia. The fact is that if we lose this, our lives on this planet are going to be very different and we won't like it. I think the most scary aspect of it is the children. Just as Putin has kidnapped thousands of children into Russia, what do you think he does with them? He puts them in little Russian uniforms and in a classroom with a teacher who teaches them, this is on the record, who teaches them how to hate Ukraine, and thus how to hate their parents, and thus how to hate the culture they came from. That's what Hitler did. He recreated, the generations. And I think the scariest thing that we face is not only the loss of the media, the loss of free expression, the loss of civil rights as preserved in the Constitution or as articulated in the Constitution, not necessarily preserved. What I worry about is when the kid goes to school and the teacher says, if your parents are talking down the Freedom Caucus, you have to tell us. You have to come report them. And if your colleagues and your bosses are talking down the GOP and the MAGAs and Trump, you have to come and tell us. And then what happens is the government is used as a weapon focused on anybody who is reported. And that's the scariest part of all if you lose freedom of speech, democracy, representative government. And I think people don't realize it, but I think that's where we're headed.
All right. We'll leave it right there, Jay, because those are wise words to end with and certainly food for thought. And I hope everyone listening to this show actually considers your words and thinks hard on them. So with that, I'd like to thank you, Jay Fidell, for being my co-host on this show. Join us next week for American Issues Take One. And I'm Tim Appicelli, your host. And until then, aloha.
With more and more people working remotely these days, it's as important as ever to keep you and your company's data safe. Around 90% of data breaches are caused by human error. So with that said, here are some examples of the security risks that come with working from home and how to solve them. The most obvious risks are physical. It's much easier to have a laptop or phone stolen than a desktop computer that's permanently located in your office. When working from public places, never leave your devices unattended. Always keep your devices within reach. Put them away and take them with you even if you plan to only get up for a second. Be sure to also watch out for looky-loos peering at your screen. Avoid working in areas where people can look over your shoulder, such as in front of windows or in the middle of a cafe. Even when you're working from home, be vigilant about children and pets. They can easily delete work by accident or access files that shouldn't be tampered with. It's good practice to create separate accounts for work and personal use with different passwords for each, and to get in the habit of locking your screen when you walk away from your computer. You can even place your computer in a locked cabinet or room for extra safety when you aren't working. The less obvious risks are digital and can come in many forms. Many personal computers may not have the proper antivirus and anti-malware software installed. This can leave you wide open to phishing scams and hackers hijacking information. Whether you are using your personal computer or a work computer, the best method here is to never open emails from people you don't trust or click on links or open attachments that seem suspicious. You should also always use company-approved software for your work. Not all software is developed with the same security standards, and third-party software can easily compromise the security of your device. Password security is also extremely important. Leaving post-its with passwords attached to your monitor or reusing the same password for all of your accounts is like having no password at all. It's best practice to use a password manager, which makes it easy to create and update strong, individual passwords for all of your accounts. Just remember that the password manager software you use should be approved by your company ahead of time. Lastly, whether you're connecting to the internet through a private home network or a public shared network, VPNs are the best method to keep you as secure as possible. VPNs work by routing all of the data coming from your computer through a private server, essentially blocking any unwanted visitors that may be connected to the same network. Follow these guidelines while working remotely to ensure you work as securely as possible.
Replacing your current stove or cooktop with an energy-efficient induction version is one way to make your home cleaner and safer. If you already have an electric stove, it's an easy swap. It runs on the same standard electric line as your electric stove. And if you're using a gas stove, an electrician can install the necessary outlets to make the switch. But what exactly is induction cooking? Well, it's actually a pretty cool technology. The energy comes from an electromagnetic field below the glass cooktop surface that directly heats any magnetic cookware. So your pot gets hot, but your burners and kitchen do not. You'll get more precise heat, faster cooking, and better indoor air quality with an induction stove, avoiding the harmful pollutants associated with gas stoves. And the best part is, you can actually save money while you're saving the planet. Depending on your income level and where you live, you may qualify for up to $840 off the purchase of your new stove, thanks to President Biden's Investing in America agenda. And that's on top of what you could save on your monthly energy bill. Learn more about induction cooktops and other clean energy upgrades at www.energy.gov/save. Save energy, save money.
Our climate is more unpredictable.
Hawaii had its hottest year in 2019.
Drought is affecting our local food sources.
What can we do?
We can shift our energy use from evening peak hours to midday when more renewable energy is on the grid. Doing laundry or cooking during the day lets us use more clean energy, like solar. The power to change is in our hands. Learn more at hawaiianelectric.com/power-to-change.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
In this Emerald City, Capitol Hill is known for nightlife and entertainment.
What is Seattle?
This icy adversary is responsible for sinking the unsinkable ship.
What is an iceberg?
The Capitol building in this state is one of the only ones without a dome.
What is New Jersey?
What is New York?
This cast iron statue, evoking the goddess Minerva, sits atop the U.S. Capitol building in Washington, D.C.
What is the Statue of Freedom?
Well, folks, that's our show. Thanks for playing.
With more and more people working remotely these days, it's as important as ever to keep you and your company's data safe. Around 90% of data breaches are caused by human error, so with that said, here are some examples of the security risks that come with working from home and how to solve them. The most obvious risks are physical. It's much easier to have a laptop or phone stolen than a desktop computer that's permanently located in your office. When working from public places, never leave your devices unattended. Always keep your devices within reach. Put them away and take them with you even if you plan to only get up for a second. Be sure to also watch out for looky-loos peering at your screen. Avoid working in areas where people can look over your shoulder, such as in front of windows or in the middle of a cafe. Even when you're working from home, be vigilant about children and pets. They can easily delete work by accident or access files that shouldn't be tampered with. It's good practice to create separate accounts for work and personal use with different passwords for each, and to get in the habit of locking your screen when you walk away from your computer. You can even place your computer in a locked cabinet or room for extra safety when you aren't working. The less obvious risks are digital and can come in many forms. Many personal computers may not have the proper antivirus and anti-malware software installed. This can leave you wide open to phishing scams and hackers hijacking information. Whether you are using your personal computer or a work computer, the best method here is to never open emails from people you don't trust or click on links or open attachments that seem suspicious. You should also always use company-approved software for your work. Not all software is developed with the same security standards, and third-party software can easily compromise the security of your device. Password security is also extremely important. Leaving post-its with passwords attached to your monitor or reusing the same password for all of your accounts is like having no password at all. It's best practice to use a password manager, which makes it easy to create and update strong, individual passwords for all of your accounts. Just remember that the password manager software you use should be approved by your company ahead of time. Lastly, whether you're connecting to the internet through a private home network or a public shared network, VPNs are the best method to keep you as secure as possible. VPNs work by routing all of the data coming from your computer through a private server, essentially blocking any unwanted visitors that may be connected to the same network. Follow these guidelines while working remotely to ensure you work as securely as possible.
Replacing your current stove or cooktop with an energy-efficient induction version is one way to make your home cleaner and safer. If you already have an electric stove, it's an easy swap. It runs on the same standard electric line as your electric stove. And if you're using a gas stove, an electrician can install the necessary outlet to make the switch. But what exactly is induction cooking? Well, it's actually a pretty cool technology. The energy comes from an electromagnetic field below the glass cooktop surface that directly heats any magnetic cookware. So your pot gets hot, but your burners and kitchen do not. You'll get more precise heat, faster cooking, and better indoor air quality with an induction stove, avoiding the harmful pollutants associated with gas stoves. And the best part is, you can actually save money while you're saving the planet. Depending on your income level and where you live, you may qualify for up to $840 off the purchase of your new stove, thanks to President Biden's Investing in America agenda. And that's on top of what you could save on your monthly energy bill. Learn more about induction cooktops and other clean energy upgrades at www.energy.gov/save. Save energy, save money.
Our climate is more unpredictable.
Hawaii had its hottest year in 2019.
Drought is affecting our local food sources.
What can we do?
We can shift our energy use from evening peak hours to midday when more renewable energy is on the grid. Doing laundry or cooking during the day lets us use more clean energy, like solar. The power to change is in our hands. Learn more at hawaiianelectric.com/power-to-change.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
In this Emerald City, Capitol Hill is known for nightlife and entertainment.
What is Seattle?
This icy adversary is responsible for sinking the unsinkable ship.
What is an iceberg?
The Capitol building in this state is one of the only ones without a dome.
What is New Jersey?
What is New York?
This cast iron statue, evoking the goddess Minerva, sits atop the U.S. Capitol building in Washington, D.C.
What is the Statue of Freedom?
Well, folks, that's our show. Thanks for playing.
Welcome back to ThinkTech. I'm Jay Fidell. This is Keeping the World Company today. And we're talking to Gene Rosenfeld, who is an independent scholar, a history professor from UCLA, who is in Hawaii. Gene, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Jay.
Today, we're going to talk about the vision, the agenda of Xi Jinping and the Chinese government, the PRC, and how that feeds into the world events maybe to follow. But I think before we ever get to that, you have to help us set the stage and give us an historical perspective of how China got to be where it is today.
Well, that's an enormous question that Chinese experts can address in their seminars. Generally speaking, China is one of the oldest continuous civilizations on the face of the earth and one of the greatest. We have to admire China, accept China. Democracy is a relatively new creation in the history of the world. And prior to, the French Revolution, let's say, it was unknown. So most of human history has engaged with autocratic systems. And we can't judge China because it has an autocratic system. We have to judge China in its own terms. Also, the second point I would make is that for most of its history, after it has established its borders, of course, particularly on the Eurasian continent to the west, where there were different peoples, China has not been externally aggressive. We have to be very careful how we interpret China's moves today outside of its own borders as we recognize those borders. Because in the context of great powers, China has not been externally aggressive. In fact, if you look back 100 years, Japan has been much more aggressive than China. So that's the second thing. The third thing is we have to understand that China developed independently of the United States. We talked about Russia last week. Russia and the United States histories have been intertwined at least since the early 19th century. This is not the case with China. Our interactions, our relationship with China is very recent and post-colonial. So taking all those things into consideration and the fact that this is a closed government and a closed system to the outside world, everything we have to say today must be taken with a grain of salt.
Well, let me remind myself that there were books written about this, popular books, about China's economic prowess and its global trade, and I guess its acquisitions back in the 16th century. And it was a world power of sorts back then. And then it sort of declined as a world power as you get closer to the 20th, 21st century. How does that affect things? I mean, do people in China know about their past glory as a global trading partner?
People in China?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, they have such enormous pride. They, as a matter of fact, remind me of the Greeks who really thought they were superior to every other people in the world. And there is a certain amount of comparison, Europe, Greece, vis-a-vis China, Eurasia, or Asia, I think. So, yes, I think there's an enormous sense of ethnic identity and pride in China.
Yeah. The other thing is, I know this is popular culture, and I hate to throw references of popular culture, but if you remember Steve McQueen and the Sand Pebbles movie way back when, and the lesson was that the U.S. was really unfair. The U.S. treated China and the Chinese badly, and I think there's a lot of truth to that in the 19th century, I guess. Query how much of what happened then with the United States and probably Europe also, carving up China, being very aggressive against China. How did that affect this sense of, what did you call it, a government, a people turned in on itself, a kind of isolationist mentality?
We're talking about colonialism now. And the British were far more aggressive than we were in China. I really don't think we had much of a dog in that fight, except as a Western colonial power, of course. But as I've pointed out before, we have to sort of pat ourselves on the back a little bit as a colonial power because, yes, we have acted colonially, but we have also returned our so-called colonies to their people and given them independence from other great powers. So as far as I know, we're the only great power that has done this. I mean, you can argue that Britain has done this under duress, but Britain was far more extended into colonization than we were. So, but what happened was that the Chinese are a very proud people, and deservedly so. They had a great civilization, they still do. What happened after World War II, though, is we cast our lot with the nationalists, Chiang Kai-shek, not Mao Zedong. And the Bolsheviks won in China. So the near history of the relationship between China and the United States is very fraught, very conflict ridden, and it still is. We raise those tropes all the time. I have to give Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger credit for opening up diplomacy and trade with China today.
Yeah.
So,
Well, but one thing that strikes me, you talk about, how Mao was Bolshevik, affected by the Bolsheviks. So, okay, so Mao arises to power after World War II, and he beats off, Chiang Kai-shek and sends him to Taiwan, whatever. But what's left is a communist government, and I'm just, connecting dots. But it seems to me that Mao's concept of communism, the way he set things up in China, the way he established China in 1949, has to be with a tremendous amount of influence from Russia. That's where it all came from. That's where communism came from, although certainly his brand is different.
yes, the Russian Revolution happened first in 1917, and it provided a model for other communist parties to follow. There was a great deal of inequity, inequality in the world, and people seized upon the Marxian explanation of this, the dialectic of this, the opposition between the worker and the dominant party elites, to justify or explain what was happening in their own countries. But we have to look at communism in China as communism in a Chinese context and the great history of China. Anything China takes into itself, from Buddhism to trade from Europe in the Middle Ages and opening up to, the Catholic Jesuits that were there at that time, close to the emperors, or what is happening today. China gives it a uniquely Chinese cast brand. They recast everything in their own terms. So if we really want to have optimal relationship with China or avoid disasters with China and our own stupidity sometimes, we really need to study China and understand how the Chinese have operated for thousands of years, because they're still operating that way. I mean, to some extent, Mao Zedong was a warlord who succeeded and took over the government. And that has happened numerous times over thousands of years in Chinese history. There's a concept called the mandate of heaven. And if we look at Xi Jinping today, he is disappearing high officials, notably, even the ones he himself emplaced a little over a year ago, the Minister of Defense, the Foreign Secretary, they're disappeared somewhere. I mean, they're probably alive, but who knows what's going on with them. It gives us pause that perhaps there's something going on in China today, a certain fear of instability. When the dominant government fears instability, it's usually because of disasters or famine. And then conflict occurs. And these conflicts have been among the greatest conflicts in history in terms of loss of life. They haven't been external, they've been internal. But millions, hundreds of millions of people have died in the 8th century, in the 19th century, and the centuries in between, even more so than other countries, because it has a huge population and the numbers that die are disproportional even to what we see in the loss of life in World War II. So a lot of the carnage that has taken place in China has been a result of the loss of the mandate of heaven. We can translate the mandate of heaven, which originated about 1000 BCE with the Zhao dynasty, as a divine right for the government to exist. And then philosophers seized upon it as a reason to question the justice of the current government and to give rise to rebellion. And the current administration is an absolutist administration, which they always are. And it may be feeling some concerns about the mandate of heaven right now, because there's huge shakeups going on and posturing. And for the first time, we have seen some aggressive external moves on the part of China.
Well, it certainly sounds like, an autocracy. It sounds like, what happened in Russia years ago and what's happening in Russia now. What strikes me is this, and this may be a little off the path, but when you live in the United States and you enjoy civil rights and freedom of expression and economic opportunity, equal economic opportunity, despite the fact that we have a conflict, we are a conflict society, and we've been fighting with each other for a long time from the beginning. But we have a certain concept that is realized of freedom. If I live in China or Russia and I worry about being turned in, I worry about being targeted politically, I worry about being disappeared for no reason without a trial or any sense of fairness or justice, I conduct myself differently. I am much quieter. I don't speak out when I see that people who do speak out are disappeared or punished or banished. And I think that affects everything in the society, doesn't it? It certainly affects everything in our society, and it's got to be affecting their society, right?
My research on fascism, based on a source from a woman who lived during the time of Mussolini and lived in Germany during the time of Hitler, perhaps the only person to have done that, brought home to me the fact that people do self-censor when they're living under an absolutist government. Yes, you're absolutely right. And we talked about the Russian population being hesitant to join the Prigozhin rebellion because they wanted to step back and see and wait and determine who was going to be top dog first. They want to go with the top dog. The Chinese culture values prosperity and stability. If all you have known is a government that is absolute, if that government provides for you and yours to the point where you can live a normal life and not worry about politics, and all that government asks of you is loyalty and stability, and it provides you with the means to prosperity, which is, every Chinese public ritual is resolving around prosperity, which is why they're such good trade partners or bad trade partners, as you want to look at it. But at least their ambitions are to be prosperous. So with that in mind, we can tailor our approach to China and our interactions with China, respecting where they're coming from.
Well, I'm thinking of, for example, the scapegoats that we saw under Hitler, and for that matter, Stalin, including Jewish people, minorities, what have you, who those guys had no compunctions about doing genocide. But we have the Uyghurs now in the west of China, and we have anybody who would speak against China or the government, and they become, in a sense, not a good parallel, but it is a parallel. In a sense, they become the scapegoats. They became, they get attacked for this false corruption kind of charge, and who knows what, an inability to fully support the state, perhaps, communist kinds of deprivation of civil liberties. But where I get stuck, and I hope you can help me with this, is that what's the connection between this mandate of heaven and the notion that economics are everything, and the well-being of the individual and his family is top notch on the list of priorities? Where does that connect with the South China Sea? Where does that connect with the Belt Road Initiative? Where does that connect with the clear, obvious, nefarious, aggression that China has been demonstrating in recent years? Where does it come from? Is that part of the history you're talking about? Or is that something that's been generated more recently for some reason, perhaps rooted in history?
Wow. Big question. I ultimately have to say, I don't know where that comes from, because as I noted, it's not necessarily the way China has acted in the past. We have to look to ourselves, I think, more as to why China is doing this, in what context. And also we have to look at China's relationship with Russia. You pointed out earlier that the impetus for Mao Zedong's revolution was Russia. In terms of the philosophy and ideology, which is mainly what I study in history, because ideology is what motivates people. And it can change history. I think, too, we have to look to Russia today, and again, go back to what we were talking about last week, Putin's vision and China's vision are like the Venn diagram. They overlap strategically in very important ways. And then there are important ways in which China and Russia are historically and perhaps just generically enemies. They're close neighbors in a neighborhood that is an autocratic neighborhood and a very nationalistic neighborhood. So China and Russia are in and out and in and out, but they have a common enemy now. If you can unite your people ideologically around a common enemy, and you can characterize that enemy and then fashion a seductive recruitment policy for other countries. I'll give you just one example. Putin's vision is that the United States is the great hegemon in the world, and the United States and its satellites in Western Europe are responsible for an array of injustices that still exist, inequities, poverty, all the inequality in the world. And they sell this message to the BRICS countries, to Asia, not Asia, parts of Asia, definitely, yes, but also to other continents, Africa and Latin America. Pakistan today is in a rough neighborhood. It's got the Taliban on one side, and it's got India on the other side, which is its generic enemy. Pakistan and India have been enemies since the partition. They're still in hot conflict in Kashmir over borders. But India and China are also in hot conflict in the high Himalayas. They've been fighting the longest, highest conflict between armies in the world for many, many years. And there's a conflict of borders there. So there is an uneasiness. China exists between India, which is becoming a major rival of China's in terms of development. And then there's Pakistan that's caught between these two major countries that want to free themselves from the hegemony of the United States. And the idea for this is Russia. If we went back to Ilyin and Dugin last week, and these philosophers, how they have affected Putin's vision. Now, he needs China and is using China today and co-opting countries like Pakistan to transact, which is very transactional country. It's not a country that has loyalties to other countries or even necessarily to its own governments. It's ruled by the military, and it's like a, I don't know, like a cartel of some sort where they're transactional with everybody, including us. So it's very complicated, but there is a general vision of dumping the United States and particularly getting rid of the dollar as currency and establishing economic dominance. So this is where China steps in. And in terms of this vision of the world, of a quote multipolar world instead of a unipolar world, China wants to be the elephant in the room in terms of economics. And its currency, the yuan, is already being utilized in transactional arrangements between Russia, Pakistan, and China. So it's very complicated, but undoubtedly there is a polarization between Russia, China on one side, the United States and Europe on the other side.
Well, yeah, I mean, I keep thinking of Steve McQueen, and I keep thinking of a slogan which I never could remember in Mandarin, but it was something like "China, stand up," and it was I think it came up in the time of Hu Jintao, where he was saying, you know, we've been dominated by others for long enough now, and we are not only going to stand up, but we are going to stand very tall. And I want the loyalty and you know, the support of everyone in China to do that. And lo and behold, you know, that worked, especially when you feed in a little capitalism alongside and you're using capitalism against the capitalists. There's an interesting twist on that one. But, you know, back in 20 years ago, they were very clearly trying to establish an economy that would dominate. And in large part, you know, they have. They are a major force. And when they decide, for example, that they want to have a navy almost as big as ours, they can do it because they have that economic ability. So I am just wondering where that comes from. I suggest that we are the big, you know, enemy. We are the, you know, the one that they use to show who the enemy is. And you know what? It seems to me that at the end of the day, be interested in your thought about this. At the end of the day, it's political. He is saying, she is saying to the people of China, we have to fight the United States. They are our big enemy. And a lot of what you do has to be directed at building a China that can resist them. And in saying that, he's politicizing the relationship, and he's getting loyalty from them, and they're coming along on a political, and that's the way autocrats remain in power, isn't it?
Well, again, everything we have to see through a Chinese lens. Xi Jinping is having some problems right now, not just political problems, but he's having economic problems. The overinvestment in real estate by the state over a period of time has resulted in what may be a serious economic crisis for China. So he's having that to manage. He's just come out of trying to manage the COVID crisis, where there were resistance in the streets. That's something that a Chinese ruler cannot abide, no matter if he's an emperor or he's a president or whatever he is. The crackdown on Xinjiang, the Muslims to the west, was a result of actual terrorist operations by jihadist Muslims in Xinjiang, in the mainland of China. China will not abide that. So they cracked down on the entire population. Resistance, internal resistance of any sort in China is cracked down on because of the mandate of heaven. Things can change so quickly and the consequences can be so dire that whoever is in power in China is going to do whatever they think is necessary to stop this thing before it gets out of hand. I don't think that we should look at our conflict with China in terms of autocracy and democracy. China is open to accepting capitalism. We have seen this. Capitalism with a Chinese face, yes, but capitalism, open trade, development. They have, in essence, challenged us to a contest. And after all, we are a country that's based on contest, on may the best team win. And we can accept that. But I think it's very dangerous for us to look upon China as we looked upon something like Vietnam as a threat to the United States because it embraced a certain ideology. I think we have to look for ways to connect with China that are not ideological. As far as what China is doing in the South China Sea right now, you can look upon that as part of the economic vision, because the South China Sea is a major route for world trade, especially through the Malacca Straits. And China wants control of that. They also fear the militarism they believe is coming from the West. So they want to establish bases in response to the bases we've had established. Now, granted, this government is responding differently from previous government. Xi Jinping seems to be wanting to go back to a more purely communist program in his government. And unfortunately, he can't do that and maintain China's economic strength because that kind of collectivism doesn't work economically. So when the state takes over the major capitalist enterprises, as it has done, and relegates people like Jack Ma to the margins, it undermines China, undermines the stability and prosperity of China. And then they're caught in this circular thing where they need capitalism. They can't use capitalism because it threatens the mandate of heaven. They have to crack down, establish communist or absolutist programs that don't work in the modern world. China has the capacity to accept modern society, civilization, science, trade, everything brilliantly. But they have to do it in the terms that they understand, and their stability must not be undermined or threatened.
20 years ago, there was a clear possibility of a kind of Chinese version of democracy, where you voted and there was representative government. It was flawed in the sense that you voted for the lowest level of official, and then that level voted for the next level, and on up 7 or 8 steps before you got to the Politburo. But it was voting, and maybe it was make-believe democracy, but they touted it as democracy. I think these days they don't tout it as democracy so much. But I agree with you that they have the possibility of making a form of government that could really allow for a lot more self-expression, economic activity, and diplomatic relations with the West. Seem to be heading in another direction, which is sort of sad because it makes more contention with the West. But what I want to get to here, and it's kind of we're getting to the end of our time, is how is that possible? Is it possible that we could have a win-win relationship with them? Because I think it's in everyone's interest in the world that we have a win-win relationship with them, and yet they seem to be going into something else. And granted that we have flaws, and maybe we're finding out just how flawed we are by virtue of what's going on in federal government right now. But ideally, isn't it the better thing to have a win-win? And if so, how do we take these two ideologies, these two huge economies, and make them work together for global success?
Number one, we have to have a win-win. China's a nuclear power. Russia's a nuclear power. United States is a nuclear power. Recently, signals intelligence has demonstrated that all three of these powers are preparing their major sites for atomic testing. They're expanding them and preparing them for atomic testing. China is developing a formidable military presence. It's not anywhere near the United States power. We don't have to worry about that now. But they are engaging in this because this is what modern powers do. Modern powers have to be nuclear. They have to have strong military establishments. But the win-win idea, I've been trying to point out throughout this entire discussion, ways in which we can achieve that. And I think we have to start with our own country. We have to start with our own government, which is in disarray. We are electing the wrong people. We are decrying, quote, the elites, which is a radical revolutionary concept that we have to get rid of the people in government and just put in ideological loyalists. In essence, we have to conquer the virus of fascism in our own country, have people in charge who are responsible. And I will say this, the Biden administration has put responsible people in power. The National Security Advisor, Blinken, the Secretary of State, special envoys like John Kerry have done an absolutely fantastic job of trying to clean up the mess that Trump wanted to leave behind because he has absolutely no concept of how to run foreign policy. And we need to understand as Americans, we need to grow up and be adults and get rid of these radicals that are elected by these gerrymandered districts and which are hyped on social media to people who think only in ideological terms. We have to conquer our problems first. If we do that, I guarantee you we get better people in government. I don't worry about our relationship with China.
Then let's turn to the ghost of Christmas future. Not to bring Dickens into this conversation, but suppose we don't do that. You know, one thing I can see happening is that Xi and the Chinese in general, they make fun of us. They say, you know, we are winning this competition. We are better than you are economically. We are better than you are in terms of diplomacy, although that'll take a lot of doing. And we are better than you in terms of stability. So you are a laughingstock to the United States. So what I'm saying is, you say that we need to clean up our act to reach a win-win, but I'm asking, what's the flip side? And if we don't do that?
Well, we don't even have to blame it on China. We blame it on ourselves. You can imagine what it is. And one of the big problems right now that we could clean up is for the press to stop making Trump the major subject of every story that comes across their desk. We're just giving him free publicity. We don't need that. We need to put this man in his place. He's a major loser. He's lost every single contest. Even when he won, he didn't win by a majority. And he's obsessed with his crowd size, which is lousy. So we just have to kind of put the virus. We have a worse virus than COVID right now. It's called MAGA.
I totally agree.
So let's control what we can control first.
What it tells me is that you know, our success or lack of it is in an echo chamber, a global echo chamber. So if we want to succeed in the world, we have to clean up our act. And if we want to fail in the world and we fail locally, that is nationally, we are going to have a huge effect on the world. And who knows exactly what will happen with respect to Russia and China and other autocracies. But I fear that we are the only thing that could stand between, you know, success and failure globally. I mean, there are organizations now that are pushing back on the money being spent in Europe on climate change. They're complaining that the European countries are spending too much. And so we need a global leader to speak to them. Maybe somebody like Joe Biden say, stop that. Bottom line is that we are in an echo chamber, like it or not, and what we do or don't do affects not only the relationship we have with China and Russia, but what they do to others.
Everything, if the United States sneezes, it's going to go around the world right now. Because the fact is, whether you want to call us a hegemon or, we want to refer to the Pax Americana. So either as we phrase it negatively or positively, whatever we do in the world has consequences. However, there are continents full of aspiring peoples who have their own desires for freedom, autonomy, prosperity, health, and so forth. I think we have to look at our common humanity. We have to go beyond politics and geopolitics and appeal to our common humanity. The individuals who do this in human history are the ones that are most highly regarded. These are the individuals that speak person to person across great distances of cultural difference, because there is a certain biological and psychological basis to human behavior that forms a common ground. Maybe we can reach out and meet on that common ground. Whenever we have person-to-person relationships with people in other countries, if we have person-to-person relationships, cultural exchanges between Russia and the United States during the Cold War, for example, it sets a tone for eventual cooperation and collaboration. Peace Corps has done this. It's a person-to-person kind of program. We need more of that. Even under the most dire circumstances, we can reach out and touch somebody in another country.
I'm so worried that the cost of getting to a kind of balance is dire. It's a huge cost, and people who are of fair-mindedness will be at risk. And sometimes in global history, you will have to agree that a lot of people who were decent, law-abiding people were killed in the process. So those leaders you're talking about who have the right idea, we need them now. We need them soon.
We do have them. We do have them. You think of Navalny and Kara-Murza, and of course Mandela in his time. These were not individuals that the United States government necessarily supported for their philosophies, but we recognize them across borders and across political ideology as individuals that are animated by an unusual sense of justice. And we place our hopes in them. We regard them as heroes. We remember them over centuries. All the great religious leaders have been such types of leaders, and they transcend everything else in human history.
I would like to explore that more with you, Jane. I would like to explore with you how somebody who has the right sensibilities, the right ideology, the right words and thoughts can get to be a leader or not. Because I'm sure there are a lot of people who had very good ideas and thoughts who didn't get to be leaders. So how does the better leader emerge in our world and change things for the better? I hope I can get you back for that discussion, Jean.
Well, if we go to the appeal of Joseph Campbell and the Hero of a Thousand Faces and Star Wars and all of our cultural entertainment today and our preoccupation with heroes and saviors and messiahs, it's very much a part of our culture because we're so frightened by what media now is unloading on our doorsteps.
I agree with everything that you say. Thank you, Jean Rosenfeld. Thanks for coming down on keeping the world company. I so enjoy these shows, and I hope we can get you back in the next few weeks.
Thank you, Jay.
Aloha.
Lovely.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.